Chapter 477. Sima Yue and the others stayed in the inn for a few days, but no one came to find trouble with them. Gradually, they put this matter at the back of their minds and waited quietly for the day of the teleportation portal. On this day, they were drinking tea downstairs when a high-level divine ancestor and a high-level god king walked in. "Young Master Xia, why are you so free to come here today? Could it be that you want to stay in the inn?" The waiter went up and said with a smile. The man in the yellow embroidered robe raised his chin high and said, "How could I have the time to stay at your inn? I have something to do today." "Young Master Xia, what's the matter?" "Go, call that Sima Yue, Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei and Sima Yulin over. Is there anything I can help you with?" "There's something, of course there's something," the yellow-clothed man said, daring to hit my, Xia Qingren's, cousin. "These people are tired of living. Today, I am here to help my cousin get back at her. Quickly go and call him over. If you make me wait too long, I will be even angrier." Yue and the others didn't pay much attention to the person who came in. However, they frowned when they heard what the person said. Xia Yingying's cousin. No wonder he hadn't come looking for trouble with them these past few days. It turned out that he had gone looking for help. Xia Qingren saw that Xiao'er didn't move, so he shouted with a dark face, "Why aren't you going? Do you want me to tear this place down?" The waiter pointed to a corner of the hall and said, "Young Master Xia, they are over there." Xia Qingren followed the waiter's hand and saw 4 people sitting at a square table drinking tea. He said, "The 4 of you, come over here." There was no response. "I told you to come here, did you hear me?" Xia Qingren roared. "You're crazy." Bei Gong Tang replied faintly, not even putting him in her eyes. "What do you mean? Don't you understand my words?" Ouyang Fei picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Not only is he sick, but he's also stupid. Isn't stupidity a kind of illness?" Sima Yulin said. "Exactly." Sima Yu raised her cup towards Sima Yulin. "You guys are looking down on me too much. I'm very angry, and the consequences are very serious. Not only is this person stupid, he's also very stupid." Bei Gong Tang said. Xia Qingren's cold aura was about to lower the temperature of the room, but the 4 people still didn't react. They treated him like air. "Xiada, go and kill them all for us. Originally, I only wanted to chop off one of their legs and one of their hands, leaving them alive to struggle at death's door. But now, I don't want to see them anymore." He knew that Sima Yue had a rank 3 sacred beast, but other than Xiada himself, who was a high divine overlord, he also had contracted beasts of similar strength, so it was more than enough to deal with them. Xiada was a taciturn person. He walked over and threw a spirit energy ball. However, the spirit energy ball froze in the air and dissipated. Xia Qingren and the others were shocked when they saw this scene. How could the spiritual energy ball be frozen before it even touched them? Could it be that there was an expert protecting them? But they didn't sense anyone else's aura. "It's my first time using spatial energy. I didn't think that the effect would be so good," Sima Yue said lightly. "You can use your thoughts to seal the space. You're getting more and more familiar with spatial energy," Sima Yulin said. "Aren't you about the same?" Sima Yue said. Sima Yulin's spatial energy was not bad, and could seal a certain amount of space. "You're an array master." Xiada looked at Sima Yue in shock. Only array masters could use spatial energy. "That's right." Xiada turned his head, wanting to see his young master's attitude. "Array master." Xia Qingren frowned. This was a little difficult. His uncle didn't say that the other party was an array master. Furthermore, looking at the situation, it seemed like there were 2 array masters. However, when he thought about how his cousin was being confined, he threw away his worries and huffed, "So what if you're an array master? It's not like I've never seen an array master before. Do you think I'll be scared?" "Xiaode, continue." Xiaode nodded and called out his own spirit beast. It was a third-ranked sacred beast. An array master's battle power was very strong. Even if he was a whole rank higher, he still didn't dare to let his guard down. Sima Yue also called out Chongming. With his strength, it was no problem for him to deal with these two people, who asked him to be an idle spirit beast. In this aspect, he was comparable to an array master. "Chongming, throw them all out," Sima Yue ordered. "Young Master Xia, right? If you still want your little life, it's best that you don't appear in front of me again. Otherwise, my spirit beast might accidentally kill you. That would be bad." "Sister, I want to come out," Little Dream suddenly said. Sima Yue didn't know what Little Dream wanted to do, but she rarely came out after coming to the continent. Now that she wanted to come out, she would satisfy her. A cute little child dressed in black appeared in front of everyone. Looking at her, they thought that she was a human child. However, once they felt her aura, they knew that she was a spirit beast. After Little Dream came out, she didn't do anything. She only glared at Xia Qingren and Xiaode when they looked at her. Then, she smiled and said, "Master." Sima Yue knew what Little Dream had just done. She smiled and patted her head. Chongming's movements were very nimble. He first sealed the space, then kicked them out. In order to save time, he directly kicked the two of them and the spirit beast 2 streets away. Those who were watching the show saw that he was so powerful, and looked at Sima Yue in a new light. Sima Yue supported her chin with one hand and looked at Chongming. She smiled and said, "Chongming, you're getting more and more powerful. I've always been like this." Chongming was too lazy to go back after coming out, so he sat beside Sima Yulin. "Little Dream, what did you do just now?" Bei Gong Tang asked curiously. "I didn't do much. I just made them have nightmares when they go back," Little Dream said obediently. "Little brat, who taught you that?" Sima Yue scratched her nose. "Big Brother Fatty and the others. They said that those people were so annoying, but you can't kill them now. That's why they asked me to make them suffer," Little Dream said seriously. Little Dream can protect Master too. Little Dream is so obedient, Sima Yue said with a smile. She believed that Xia Qingren and Xia Tian would definitely live, well, in the future. "Waiter, come over." Ouyang Fei waved at the waiter. The waiter walked over to them, trembling. These people had just sent a divine overlord flying with a kick. What cruel people. "Dear guests, what's the matter? What's Xia Qingren's background? What's his relationship with Xia Ying?" Ouyang Fei asked. The Xia clan is one of the bigger clans in innumerable Green City. Because Xia Zhong, who is Xia Ying's father, is a branch palace master, the Xia clan has always been rude and unreasonable in innumerable Green City. Xia Zhong and Xia Qingren's father are blood brothers. Sima Yue rubbed her chin. Blood brothers. At this time, a familiar voice came from the door, "Yue. So it's you guys." Chapter 478. Yue and the others looked towards the door and saw Chou Xiao Tian and Lian Zhe walking in. "Why are you here?" "When we were outside, we heard someone mention your name, so we came over to see if you were here. I didn't expect it to really be you guys." Chou Xiao Tian walked over and said. "Big Brother Chou, you still haven't returned to Central State?" Ouyang Fei asked. "Brother Lian Zhe has invited me to the innumerable Green Palace as a guest for a few days, so this trip has been put on hold." Chou Xiao Tian said. "However, I will not be returning to the central region in the near future. Why? Your Excellency Xianyuan, there will be a huge auction in the central region next month. I contacted my master yesterday and he asked me to meet him in the central region. Chou Xiao Tian said, when are you going to the central region? If it's early, we can even get together. Bei Gong Tang took out the number she had taken and looked at it, saying, we still have close to 20 days. You guys even queued up. Lian Zhe looked at the familiar number tag and said, didn't I tell you to look for me when you came here and I would arrange it for you? How long have you been here? It's been a few days. Yu said, your innumerable green palace's gates are too high. Even if we went, we wouldn't be able to see you. You have quite a big opinion of the innumerable green palace. Chou Xiao Tian said with a smile. I'm just telling the truth. Yu shrugged. Furthermore, we've already offended someone from your innumerable green palace. If we go looking for you, we'll just be walking right into your trap. Did you guys have a conflict with Xia Ying? Lian Zhe pulled a chair from the table next to his and sat down. That's right. Didn't you see that the Xia family is here? Yu mocked. This should be done by Xia Zhong and Wu Qiao. Lian Zhe said, our vice palace master has confined Xia Ying and the others, so our innumerable green palace is still fair. I heard about it too. I also heard that Xia Zhong went to look for the deputy palace master and was severely reprimanded in the end. Chou Xiao Tian had been staying in the innumerable green palace for the past few days, so he knew a little about the news that was spreading like wildfire. Xia Ying and the others were grounded. Yu raised her eyebrows. She hadn't expected this. The vice palace master scolded Xia Zhong and forbade anyone from the innumerable green palace from causing trouble. Therefore, this should be Xia Zhong's own actions. You can't wrong us because of this. Lian Zhe pretended to be wronged as he looked at Sima Yue. Even if that vice palace master of yours is reasonable, the younger generation has also lost their reputation. Your inner circle knows what you're like, but what everyone sees is how the younger generation acts on the outside. Sima Yulin said. That is indeed not a good thing. Those who grew up in the innumerable green palace are indeed prideful. However, that's only a minority. Most of the younger generation still grow up well. Lian Zhe said. Sima Yue shrugged and did not comment. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them and they did not need to argue about it. As for the people in the inn, they felt like they were in a fantasy. Lian Zhe was the palace master, so who in the innumerable green palace did not know him? However, based on their conversation just now, Lian Zhe had always been defending the innumerable green palace. It was as if he did not want the other party to hate his sect. This made everyone even more curious about his identity. When they thought about her contracted beasts, they realized that she had 3 sacred beasts. Even Xia Ying and the others did not have the right to have them, let alone the power to have them. Big Brother Cho, is the auction that you mentioned very big? Even your master and the others want to go. Will the people from the other regions go as well? Sima Yue asked. I heard that it has been many years since it was this big. The items being auctioned are all very high ranked. For example, spirit tools. The lowest ranked ones are divine ranked. Furthermore, there are many different types and many rare items. Lian Zhe said, there should be people from all the continents who want to go. Our innumerable green palace received an invitation. Those without an invitation can't go. Why is the auction not held in the central regions but in the outer regions? Sima Yue did not understand. I heard that it's to train the younger generation. This time, the younger generation is fully in charge. It seems to be related to the future leader of the Xianyuan Pavilion. Lian Zhe said, it said that the younger generation are all managing the affairs in the outer regions. Yu, are you guys going to participate in the auction? Cho Xiao Tian asked. Not necessarily. We'll see if there's enough time. Sima Yue said. An auction that could invite people from all the continents would definitely attract people. However, they had to go there to save people first. As for what would happen, she was not sure. If there was enough time, going to take a look wasn't a bad idea. If the situation is more complicated, we can go to the auction first before going back. Bei Gongtang said, anyway, we've waited for so many years. We don't have to rush these 2 months. She could see that Yu Yu was interested in the auction. She did not want her to be unable to go because of her own matters. Let's go take a look at the situation before making a decision. Sima Yue said. Okay. What are you guys talking about? Cho Xiao Tian did not understand. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Sima Yue gave him a "you don't understand" look. Then, she said to Lian Zhe, if we want to leave now, can you help us? Of course. Lian Zhe said with a smile, we can go now. I'll go pay the bill. Ouyang Fei stood up and went to the counter to calculate the accommodation fees for these few days. The shopkeeper quickly calculated the bill for them and said, you guys are staying in the 4 rooms in the Sky Room. Each room costs 15 middle-ranked crystals a day. You've stayed for 9 days, so it's a total of 540 middle-ranked crystals. Here. Ouyang Fei took out 540 middle-ranked crystals without batting an eyelid. They had brought their things with them, so there was nothing in the room. The few of them directly left the inn and went to the place where the teleportation array was. The teleportation array was in the city. It was not particularly far from where they were staying. The few of them walked for half an hour before they arrived. Palace Master Lian. Are you here to inspect? A manager saw Lian Zhe and quickly ran over. This teleportation array was directly managed by the innumerable Green Palace, so it did not belong to the City Lord's palace. No. Lian Zhe said, I brought a few friends over. They're going to the central region. Palace Master Lian, there's no other way. The manager said, this teleportation array was broken this morning. We're looking for Grandmaster Hao to fix it. Broken? What did Grandmaster Hao say? Grandmaster Hao said that it would take at least 3 days to fix it. The manager replied. Lian Zhe turned to Sima Yue and said, Grandmaster Hao is an array master. If he said it would take 3 days, then it should be fine. Since you've already checked out, why don't you stay in the innumerable Green Palace for 2 days? Little Mang held Sima Yue's hand and gently squeezed it. Sima Yue lowered her head to look at her and nodded, that's good too. Then we'll have to trouble Palace Master Lian. Yue, you're an array master too. Don't you want to check on the teleportation array? Cho Xiao Tian asked. Chapter 479. Yue is also an array master? Lian Zhe asked in surprise. I know a little. Sima Yue said. Do you want to take a look? Can I? Sima Yue was tempted. Before Lian Zhe could say yes, the steward on the side spoke first. Hall Master Lian, Grandmaster Hao doesn't like people watching when he's setting up arrays. Lian Zhe also thought of this problem and said apologetically, that Grandmaster Hao has a weird temper. Even we don't dare to provoke him, forget it then. Sima Yue smiled. In any case, she would be able to see the array formation from behind, so there was no hurry. Then let's go to the innumerable Green Palace first. Lian Zhe was a little embarrassed. All right. They went to the innumerable Green City. When they found out that Lian Zhe had brought Sima Yue and the others here, the people of the innumerable Green Palace were very surprised. Later on, when they found out that Lian Zhe had treated them as important guests, they were curious about their identities. In the Red River Hall, which was very far away from the Soaring Cloud Hall, Xia Zhong and Wu Qiaoqiao listened to their disciples' report. They were so angry that their teeth itched. They had just found out that Xia Qingren and the others had been beaten up, and in the blink of an eye, they found out that they had been invited to the innumerable Green Palace as VIPs. Wasn't this just causing trouble for them? This Lian Zhe, he clearly knows that these people are not on good terms with us, yet he still welcomed them to the innumerable Green Palace. How despicable! Xia Zhong said hatefully. This soaring cloud palace has always been at odds with my Red River Palace. It's not surprising that they invited those people. You guys go down first. Wu Qiaoqiao waved her hand at the servant girls in the main hall. After everyone left, she continued, now is an opportunity. What opportunity? Xia Zhong was stunned. Before he could figure out why she had called him away, his wife had mysteriously told him about it. What a blockhead! Wu Qiaoqiao glared at him fiercely. Aren't they here now? We can think of a way to teach them a lesson. Although Xia Zhong had a bad temper, he was a straightforward person. He was not like Wu Qiaoqiao, who was full of twists and turns. Now that he heard his wife say this, he understood and said, Madam, do you have any good ideas? Don't we have some forbidden areas? When the time comes, I'll get someone to lead them inside and trespass into the forbidden area. Let's see what they'll do then. Wu Qiaoqiao sneered and said, bullying my daughter, how can I let them off so easily? Madam's idea is very good. But which forbidden area should we lead them to? Let's go to the third forbidden area. No one will die there, but they won't come out easily either. Wu Qiaoqiao said, go and make the arrangements. Don't mess things up this time, or I'll regret marrying an idiot like you. Don't worry, madam. I won't mess it up this time. Xia Zhong smiled flatteringly. I'll make the arrangements now. Go quickly. If you can't do it well, don't come back. Madam, just wait for my good news. Xia Zhong said as he went out. No one in the room noticed that there were 2 bees on the beam. On the other side, Sima Yue and the other 3 were touring the innumerable Green Palace under Lian Zhe's lead. After receiving the Scarlet Queen Bee's report, she smiled faintly. Palace Master Lian, your innumerable Green Palace is so big. There must be some restricted areas, right? There are. We have a large restricted area here. The first 3 restricted areas are forbidden from entering without permission. The last 2 restricted areas are for those who are weak to enter vertically and come out horizontally. Lian Zhe said. Then can you bring us outside the restricted areas to take a look? Sima Yue said with a smile. It wouldn't be good if we accidentally enter the restricted areas. Lian Zhe thought about it and nodded. We can walk outside the restricted areas. After saying that, he led them to change their original route and walk directly towards the restricted areas of the innumerable Green Palace. The first restricted area was a canyon. They stood on top of the canyon. Lian Zhe pointed down and said, this is our cliff of remorse. Those who have made mistakes are all imprisoned here. Why here? Although this canyon doesn't look very long, it's a bottomless abyss. It's extremely cold. Those imprisoned here can only use strength below the divine rank. If they want to expel the cold, their spiritual energy is far from enough. This can be considered a form of punishment. Lian Zhe said. Although it's called a punishment, it's actually a form of training. Sima Yue said. In this kind of environment, if they used it well, they could gain many benefits. A white-robed old man who was meditating on a huge rock on the opposite side of the cliff heard her words. His tightly shut eyes moved slightly and he opened them to look at her. Lian Zhe wanted to say something but was stopped by the old man's gaze. Why do you think this is a form of training? The old man opened his mouth and asked. They had seen this old man when they arrived. However, Sima Yue didn't ask for his identity. Since he was meditating here, he should be a guard or something. The temperature here is very low and those imprisoned here can only use strength below the divine rank. If they want to resist the cold, they can only continuously use their spiritual energy and maximize it. This will help them control their own strength. She replied. Moreover, I think that if they want to resist the cold, their spiritual energy will need to be constantly aware of their own situation. If they keep doing this, it will also improve their spiritual energy. The old man stroked his long white beard and nodded. Your understanding is not bad. This place does have such an effect. It's a pity that those who make mistakes only see this place as a punishment and not a form of training. Sima Yue smiled at the old man and then said to Lianze, let's go to the other forbidden areas to take a look. Lianze glanced at the old man. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he nodded. Then let's go to the second forbidden area. The second forbidden area was a courtyard. A tall wall blocked the view of the inside. Lianze didn't say what was inside, but it must be a special courtyard used by the innumerable green palace. After that, they went to the third forbidden area. They didn't expect it to be a valley. There's nothing special about the third forbidden area. Why is it considered a forbidden area? Sima Yue asked. There are actually some spirit beasts reared by the sect. Or maybe they met some ferocious beasts and couldn't bear to kill them, so they kept them here. Lianze said. Sima Yue looked at the ordinary valley entrance. There's a barrier here. Yes. Sima Yue took 2 steps forward and a barrier appeared, blocking her outside. Then who can enter this place? She pretended to ask casually. All the palace masters can enter. Our palace masters have a token that represents their identity. With this, they can enter and exit freely. Lianze said as he took out a golden token. On one side of it was a palace and on the other side were the words Soaring Cloud Palace. No pop-up window. Our address. We provide handwritten versions of the latest chapters of our works. We can download them in TXT ebook format for free. Chapter 480. Sima Yue looked at the token and asked, can I try? Once you go in, you'll have to come out immediately. The ferocious beasts inside are still very powerful. Lianze did not object. Alright, Sima Yue took the token and continued walking forward. The enchantment did not stop her anymore. She took 2 steps and came back out again. She returned the token to him and said, this thing is really rare. This was personally made by the Hall Master. He said that it's connected to many of the barriers in the innumerable green palace. Lianze kept the token. Let's continue to the next 2 places. Alright. Lianze didn't bring them closer to the last 2 places. He only glanced at them from afar before leaving. It seemed like these 2 places had secrets that couldn't be spoken of. However, which great sect didn't have a few secret places? The innumerable green palace was considered one of the few. After watching for so long, I'm tired of walking. It's getting late. Let's return to the Soaring Cloud Palace. Lianze said. Alright. After they returned, Sima Yue and the rest stayed in the guest room while Lianze was called away. Yue, why do you want to see those forbidden areas? Bei Gong Tang and the others would not question her words or actions outside, but when there were no outsiders around, they would still ask. This was because they knew that Yue would not do such things for no reason. Didn't we release a few scarlet bees when we arrived in the afternoon? Sima Yue said. I think I saw you move. Sima Yulin said. What news did you hear? I told them to look for Xia Zhong and the others. I happened to hear that he and his wife were planning to bring us to the Forbidden Grounds and have the innumerable Green Palace punish us. Of course, if we can die in there, it will be even better. Sima Yue said. This Xia Zhong, it looks like he didn't get any benefits from the Xia clan. I didn't think that he still hasn't given up. Bei Gong Tang said. With such parents, it's no wonder she raised such a daughter. Ouyang Fei said, looks like we have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, we won't be able to vent our anger. Little Mang will let them enjoy themselves tonight. Sima Yue said. Little Dream, you have to punish them properly. Bei Gong Tang patted Little Dream's head, saying, because of our strength, we can't directly exterminate them. We also can't provoke too much trouble, so we can't openly take care of those two old fellows. Right now, we're counting on you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Little Dream nodded seriously. When she was in the Spirit Pagoda, she was furious at Xia Ying and the others for bullying her. She couldn't wait to come out and beat them up. Wei Ziqi and Sima Yuren analyzed Yu Yue's current situation for her and told her not to cause trouble for Sima Yu. After that, they taught her how to take revenge for Yu Yue without anyone knowing. She was a rather special type of magical beast. She could attack people mentally, causing them to fall into nightmares, or create an environment to cause them to fall into hallucinations. This kind of attack didn't reveal anything. The average person had never come into contact with it before. They didn't even know about the existence of nightmare beasts, so it was very difficult for people to notice it. You still have to be careful. Sima Yu said, the Innumerable Green Palace is such a big sect. There will definitely be powerful people. It'll be troublesome if they find out. I understand. Little Dream said, however, those people aren't that strong right now. According to my inherited memories, as long as the other party hasn't broken through to the monarch rank, there won't be any problems. Above the spirit rank was the divine rank, above the divine rank was the monarch rank, and after the monarch rank was the emperor rank. Furthermore, no one had seen anyone with emperor rank in the entire continent, so this move of hers wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Sima Yu heard what she said and nodded, saying, since that's the case, then you have to be more ruthless. Okay. Little Dream smiled and replied. She would do it even if her master didn't say it. Alright, everyone should return to the house. Sima Yu said, they won't act until tomorrow. At the same time, Lian Zhe went to the main hall. Greetings to the palace master and vice palace master. Lian Zhe bowed to the elder on the main seat. White-robed and white-bearded, it was the elder he saw in the first forbidden area. Lian Zhe, who were those people today? Palace Master Qin Yuan asked. Those are people I met when I was in the Lian clan. Lian Zhe told Qin Yuan about Sima Yu and the others. The contracted master of the King of the Rocks. I didn't expect her background to be so big. Qin Yuan said, they were the ones who had a conflict with Xia Ying and the others. Yes. Lian Zhe replied. At first, I was wondering if we could let her join our innumerable green palace, but it seems like that won't be possible. Qin Yuan said, regarding Xia Ying's matter, Memory Restaurant's attitude is also a little unhappy. When we return, we'll have to send someone to apologize properly. Palace Master, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the younger generation nowadays is indeed a little too arrogant. They use the innumerable green palace's name to bully others outside, and there are already many people who are unhappy with us. Regarding Xia Ying's matter, it's a good thing that Yu Yue and the others have good temperaments. If they met someone who wasn't easy to talk to, they would have directly brought the four-winged rocks to seek justice. Even if it wouldn't be as serious as exterminating the sect, the price they would have to pay would still be disastrous. The younger generation nowadays is indeed a little bad. When I was meditating in the first forbidden area, I heard them cursing below. They weren't thinking about what they did wrong, but how to seek revenge after they came out. The hatred in their hearts is what keeps them going. Qin Yuan said, in this aspect, they can't compare to Sima Yu's awareness. These few years, our sect has been developing rapidly, and many people have forgotten to be vigilant in times of peace. This isn't a good sign. The Vice Palace Master also frowned and said, "The innumerable Green Palace will have to be handed over to the younger generation in the future. If they don't develop well, I'm afraid our innumerable Green Palace will be in trouble in the future. We will definitely go downhill. It's time to change the atmosphere in the palace." Qin Yuan said, "I'll leave this matter to the two of you." "Yes, Palace Master." The two of them replied in unison. "Since we've received an invitation to the auction next month, let's go and take a look. We have to give face to the Xian Yuan Pavilion." Qing Yuan said. "Then who should we send?" The Vice Palace Master asked. "I'll go personally. It'll be enough to bring a few other people." Qin Yuan said, "Why don't Lian Zhe ignore the matter of cleaning up the atmosphere for now and choose someone else to do it? Lian Zhe, you'll come with me to the auction." "Yes, Palace Master. I feel that we can bring the younger generation with us to broaden their horizons." The Vice Palace Master said. They're the pillars of the innumerable Green Palace. It'll be good for them to broaden their horizons." On the morning of the second day, a servant girl came to Sima Yu's courtyard. When the servant girl came, she bowed to Sima Yu and the others, saying, "Esteemed guests, the Palace Master invites you in." Sima Yu raised an eyebrow and exchanged glances with Bei Gong Tang and the others. "Since the Palace Master has invited us, let's go and pay our respects." Chapter 481. Crazy Wife, the fifth miss of the Divine Doctor. Sima Yue and the other four followed the servant girl and left the house, heading towards the third forbidden area. If it were not for the fact that Lian Zhe had brought them here before, they wouldn't even know that they were in front of the third forbidden area. "Your Palace Master lives in such a secluded place?" Sima Yue saw that they were already in front of the third forbidden area and asked intentionally. The servant girl didn't look flustered at all and said, "Our Palace Master likes peace and quiet, so he lives far away." "Oh, it's in the valley in front. There aren't any buildings here." "Does your Palace Master live in a cave?" Ouyang Fei said. "Yes." The servant girl replied. "Are we going the wrong way?" Sima Yue stood still. How could it be? The servant girl's eyes flashed with panic as she forced a smile, saying, "The Palace Master is in front. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, if we drag it out for too long, the Palace Master will be unhappy." "That's true. You're a servant girl of the innumerable Green Palace, so you definitely know the way. Let's continue," Sima Yue said. The servant girl saw that Sima Yue had said this and her expression relaxed, saying, "Okay, let's go." When they arrived at the barrier in front of the forbidden area, the servant girl took out a token. "What is this?" "The Palace Master likes peace and quiet. In order to prevent outsiders from disturbing him, he set up a barrier here. If you want to enter, you have to use this to open the barrier," the servant girl explained. "So that's how it is." Sima Yue and the others didn't expose her and followed her in. After entering the barrier, they walked a few tens of meters before the servant girl stopped and said, "The area in front is where the Palace Master lives. We don't have the right to enter. Esteemed guests, please enter on your own." After speaking, she turned around to leave. However, when she turned around, she saw Sima Yulin and Ouyang Fei standing behind her, looking at her meaningfully. "Are you Wu Qiao Qiao's personal servant girl?" Sima Yue asked with a smile. The maidservant was shocked. They actually knew her identity. Wu Qiao was afraid that Xia Zhong's men would not be able to handle this matter well, so she changed the person at the last minute this morning. "She asked you to bring us to the third forbidden area," Sima Yue said. Seeing the shock on the servant girl's face, she smiled happily. What are you talking about? The Palace Master is still waiting for you inside. You'd better go in quickly. The maid tried her best to keep her expression normal, but unfortunately, her gaze still revealed her current emotions. All right, we're already here. What are you trying to hide? Sima Yue said, do you think we don't know that this is the third forbidden area? We came here yesterday. You. The maidservant looked at Sima Yue in shock. Since they knew about this place, why did they still follow him? Are you wondering why you're here? You'll know in a while. She smiled mysteriously. A few minutes later, Sima Yue stood outside the spirit barrier while the others stayed inside. Furthermore, she did not look like her original self. She had fused with Thousand Resonance and changed her appearance. She looked exactly the same as the maidservant. Half an hour later, Xia Zhong came here. Greetings to the palace master. The maidservant bowed to Xia Zhong. Xia Zhong saw that there was only the maidservant here. The others were all inside the spirit barrier. There were obvious signs of a fight inside the spirit barrier. There was someone lying down in the distance. Bei Gong Tang was squatting beside the person with her back facing him. Xia Zhong guessed that someone was injured and was being taken care of. Ouyang Fei and Sima Yulin looked at them angrily and asked, who are you? Why do you want to harm us? Who am I? I am Xia Ying's father, the palace master of the Red River Palace. Xia Zhong said, my daughter was punished by being confined for a year because of you. As her father, I naturally have to seek justice for her. Xia Ying's father. Sima Yulin snorted coldly, with someone like you who can't tell right from wrong, it's not surprising that you would raise someone like that. It was clearly Xia Ying and the others who were in the wrong first and wanted to capture us. We were merely teaching her a lesson, but even her parents were called over. You really dote on your daughter. Ouyang Fei mocked. She's my daughter. I naturally have to dote on her. Xia Zhong said. What do you want to do? Kill us? Ouyang Fei asked. What do I want to do? Actually, I don't want to do much. Xia Zhong said, this is our third forbidden area. There are many ferocious beasts inside. If you can stay here for 2 days and not die, then I will spare your lives and release you as a punishment for trespassing into the forbidden area. The palace master will definitely spare your lives since you are guests. But if you die here, it's your own fate. There are so many fierce beasts in the third forbidden area. You let us stay here for 2 days and even plotted against us, making us trespassers. As the palace master, is this how you treat your guests? Aren't you afraid that the innumerable green palace will punish you if they find out? Just don't let them know. Xia Zhong said disapprovingly. If we can survive, we will definitely tell the truth in front of the palace master. Sima Yulin said coldly. Ha 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 dash, Xia Zhong laughed loudly, saying, do you think anyone will believe you? I am the palace master of the innumerable green palace, and you are just guests. Will they believe me or will they believe you? Soaring Cloud Palace. Lian Zhe and the palace master discussed for an entire night before returning. He thought that Sima Yu and the others might have woken up, so he came over to take a look. He met Chou Xiao Tian on the way, and the two of them went to the courtyard together. No one. Where did they go so early in the morning? Lian Zhe called the servants over, but the servants said that they didn't know where they went. Buzz buzz buzz. 2 bees flew in front of Lian Zhe and Chou Xiao Tian. These are Yu Yu's bees. Chou Xiao Tian recognized them at a glance. Buzz buzz buzz. The 2 scarlet bees spun a few times in front of the 2 of them, then flew out of the courtyard. They've flown away. Oh, they're flying back. They want us to follow them. Chou Xiao Tian understood what the scarlet bees meant, and brought Lian Zhe along to follow them. The scarlet bees brought them all the way to the third forbidden area. From afar, they saw Xia Zhong, Wei Ziqi and the others facing each other. Oh no, they've entered the forbidden area. Lian Zhe saw where they were and cried out as he flew over. Xia Zhong, what do you want to do? Xia Zhong didn't think that Lian Zhe would come so quickly. Those beasts hadn't come out yet. However, since he had come, they couldn't wait for another 2 days. They could only punish them for trespassing. You came just in time. I caught 4 people trespassing in the 3rd forbidden area. I heard that they are your guests. What do you think we should do about this? Chapter 482. A moment later, a blue firework bloomed in the sky above the 3rd forbidden area. When the people of the innumerable green palace saw the firework, they all went to report to their palace masters. Colorful fireworks are rising above the 3rd forbidden area. Although the various palace masters had doubts in their hearts, as long as they were not in seclusion, they all rushed towards the 3rd forbidden land. The blue fireworks were the signal to summon all the palace masters. The palace masters rushed to the 3rd forbidden area and saw that the vice palace master had already arrived, together with Lian Zhe and Xia Zhong. Opposite them, a few strangers were in the 3rd forbidden area. All the palace masters were enraged and scolded. Who dares to trespass into the forbidden area? Alright, all the hall masters who can make it have arrived. Lian Zhe said. Lian Zhe, what's going on? The vice palace master asked, what are you doing here? Replying to vice palace master, Xia Zhong wanted to frame Yu Yue and the others. He got people to bring them into the forbidden grounds and wanted to let the vicious beasts kill them. If they were lucky enough to survive, he would also let the innumerable green palace punish them for trespassing into the forbidden grounds. Lian Zhe said. The vice palace master looked at Xia Zhong and said, is that so? Vice palace master, this morning, I had Qiao Qiao's servant girl take my command tablet to do something, but she had yet to return, so I followed the aura of the command tablet to find this place. I didn't expect to see them holding my maidservant hostage the moment I arrived. They had already entered the forbidden area. Xia Zhong argued. This was the excuse that Wu Qiao had given him a long time ago to deal with this kind of situation. The deputy palace master looked at Sima Yue and the others. Was one of them the contracted master of the King of Rocks? What do you think? He asked, looking at them. Of course they would say the same thing as Palace Master Lian. They are on the same side after all. Xia Zhong said. Some of the later hall masters agreed with Lian Zhe while some believed in Xia Zhong. Their attitudes towards Sima Yue were completely different. Vice Palace Master, before I answer your question, let me ask you something. If the truth is as Palace Master Lian said, what will Palace Master Xia do? If what Palace Master Xia said is true, what will happen to us? Sima Yue asked. Half an hour ago, Lian Zhe found this place. Then, when Xia Zhong was not paying attention, she entered the forbidden area and restored her appearance. Bei Gong Tang also stood up and walked back. Only then did Xia Zhong realize that the person on the ground was Wu Qiao's servant girl. After that, she requested for Lian Zhe to gather everyone from the innumerable green palace. After that, she didn't speak again. The vice palace master said without hesitation, if what Palace Master Lian said is true, then Palace Master Xia framed a guest and is no longer suitable to be a palace master. If what Palace Master Xia has said is true, you will be punished by the innumerable green palace. The specific punishment will have to be discussed. Sima Yue nodded and said, since everyone is here, I'm sure the innumerable green palace will not be biased. Bei Gong, you do it. Bei Gong Tang took out a sound stone and inserted her spiritual power into it. Everything that Xia Zhong had just said to them was clearly recorded. The vice palace master's face turned darker and darker while Xia Zhong's face turned paler and paler. Vice palace master, I think that in front of the evidence, we don't need to say anything more, right? Sima Yue said, Little Rock, tell me. Do you think we should make a big deal out of this? Little Rock appeared in front of everyone. Although nobody had seen the golden-winged rock before, they had all heard of it. She is the golden-winged rock's contracted master. The bird clan's internal strife has already ended. All the bird clans are under the golden-winged rock's rule. If they launch an attack on us, wouldn't we be in danger? How did Xia Zhong provoke such a person? Little Rock transformed into his human form and stood beside Sima Yue, coldly looking at the people from the innumerable green palace. You dare to touch this king's contracted master. The innumerable green palace is really something. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation today, this king doesn't mind breaking the agreement between the human clan and the beast clan and having all the bird clans come out in full force. Otherwise, everyone will think that this king's contracted master is easy to bully. Little Rock spoke very seriously. He wasn't just putting on an act. Although he knew that Sima Yue didn't want to borrow the strength of the bird clan, he didn't want her to suffer any grievances. An old man with a white beard flew over and landed in front of everyone. It was Qing Yuan. Greetings to the palace master. Everyone bowed towards Qing Yuan. Xia Zhong framed an esteemed guest and disregarded a life because of a small matter. His character has already changed and he is no longer suitable to be the palace master of the Red River Palace. Qing Yuan said, today, he will be stripped of his position as palace master and thrown into jail. He will be punished another day. The palace masters didn't think that he would really be dismissed just like that. They were all stunned. Qing Yuan looked at Sima Yue and asked, are you satisfied with this? Sima Yue didn't think that this kind-looking old man would be the palace master of the innumerable green palace. She raised her eyebrows and said, how Xia Zhong is treated is your innumerable green palace's internal affairs. However, to me, I came to your innumerable green palace as a guest and almost lost my life. We will make it up to you. Qing Yuan's beard trembled. Since that's the case, then take out your compensation first. If Little Rock isn't satisfied, then I can't do anything about it. Sima Yue spread out her hands, as if it had nothing to do with her. Naturally, you will be satisfied with the compensation. Qing Yuan said, however, if you continue to stay here, the ferocious beasts inside will come out and you will be in danger. Sima Yue thought about it. After all, this was other people's territory. If they went overboard, they might lose more than they gained. After all, the innumerable green palace was a great sect. If they really fought, they might not be able to come out unscathed. All right then, I'll believe you this time. After speaking, she took Xia Zhong's token and let everyone out. Then let's go to the main hall and discuss the compensation. Qing Yuan said. Sima Yue smiled and said, Palace Master Lian and I can be considered friends. How can I really ask you to compensate us? We also suffered quite a bit of shock today. If there's nothing else, we want to go back and rest. Qing Yuan's beard trembled again. This guy was actually using this trick again. He was retreating in order to advance. Although he said that there was no need to discuss it, they did not dare to be negligent. They had to give more compensation. If they were not satisfied with it, wouldn't they find trouble with the innumerable green palace? Little Fox. Not long after Sima Yue and the others returned to the Soaring Cloud Palace, the Vice Palace Master personally came over with the compensation. He said a bunch of good words and then gave her an interspatial ring. Sima Yue did not look at the things inside. She waited until the Vice Palace Master left before she sent a strand of divine sense into it. When she saw the things inside, she smiled satisfactorily and then gave the interspatial ring to Bei Gong Tang and the others. When they saw the things inside, they smiled as well. On the second day, Lian Zhe came over and said that the teleportation array was ready. Sima Yue and the others decided to leave immediately. Cho Xiao Tian said that he wanted to go with them, but was rejected by Yue. If they went there, they would definitely call the others out. If they saw Fatty Chu and the others, the matter of the spirit pagoda would be exposed. Thus, under Cho Xiao Tian's resentful gaze, they stepped onto the teleportation array to the central region. Chapter 483. Autumn Moon City was a city in the central region that wasn't particularly large, but its status in the central region wasn't low. This was because there were two alchemy clans here, one in the south and one in the north. The two clans had produced many geniuses, and their relationship had been very good in the past. However, in recent years, their relationship had taken a turn for the worse, and there was a tendency for them to fight to the death. The family in the south of the city was surnamed Beigong, while the family in the north of the city was surnamed Yin. In terms of strength, the Yin clan was higher than the Beigong clan because they had a secret technique that could raise the grade of pills. When it came to pills of the same grade, the Yin clan's effect was slightly better than the Beigong clan's. The current head of the Beigong clan was called Beigong Xiong. He could be considered Beigong Tang's great-grandfather, and her father, Beigong Ao's grandfather. The Beigong clan had always been very interested in the Yin clan's secret technique, but the Yin clan kept it a secret and never spread it out. Even if they watched them refine pills, they couldn't tell what was different. Thus, for more than 20 years, they schemed to make Beigong Tang's mother, Yin Lan, fall in love with Beigong Ao. She disregarded her family's objections and married him. Within a few years, she gave birth to Beigong Tang and her younger brother, Beigong Hang. But even so, Yin Lan didn't reveal the Yin clan's secret technique. Beigong Ao originally did not like Yin Lan, but he liked Gu Yunair, the daughter of the Earth Palace's palace master. The two of them were in love with each other and had reached the point of marriage. However, because Yin Lan's status in the Yin family wasn't low, he couldn't have other women before marrying her, so he never married Gu Yunair. After a few years, Beigong Ao's patience ran out. After an argument, he turned around and married Gu Axayan. At the end of the year, they had a daughter, Beigong Air. The Earth Palace was the largest sect in Autumn Moon City, and Gu Yunair was the daughter of the palace master. Naturally, her status in the Beigong clan was different. In addition, Beigong Yi's talent in alchemy was not bad, so the Beigong clan treated her like a treasure. Gu Yunair was originally very unhappy about Beigong Ao marrying Yin Lan, so she squeezed out her position as the main wife and even abused the three of them. Towards this, the members of the Beigong clan all turned a blind eye. Because they were unable to obtain the Yin clan's secret technique, the difference in status between Yin Lan and Gu Yunair was like the difference between heaven and earth. On the other hand, Yin Lan did not receive the support of her family when she married into the Beigong family. Therefore, even if she was wronged by the Beigong family, she would not complain to the family. Who would have thought that Gu Yunair's mistreatment of them would escalate to house arrest? It was also to prevent them from notifying the Yin family and causing trouble for the Beigong family. This Yin family was also a big clan. If they really caused trouble, it wouldn't be easy to settle it. Afterwards, Beigong Tang escaped with the help of her uncle. Afterwards, she escaped to the Yilin continent with the help of Meng Ji. Meng Ji also fell into a deep sleep. Speaking of her own uncle, Beigong Tang's tone was the most gentle. He was the only one who treated her and her mother well. Meng Ji was secretly given to her by him. However, when she thought about how he had gotten injured in order to help her escape, she wondered how he was doing now. In an inn in Autumn Moon City, everyone came out. After hearing Beigong Tang's story, everyone felt sorry for her. In the past, I lived in the backyard of the Beigong family. We were guarded day and night, so my knowledge of the outside world was limited to Beigong Ao and the others. At that time, I didn't even go to the front yard of the Beigong family. Furthermore, because others were at least spirit overlords when they were born, and I was only a spirit knight, I was always treated like trash. You were just born at a lower level than others, but your talent is really good. I dare to believe that you are definitely more powerful than that Beigong heir. Fatty Chu said. All this time, Beigong Tang didn't talk much about her past. Although they knew that she had escaped, they didn't know that she had lived such a miserable life. You've already left for more than 10 years. We don't know what the situation is like here either. You should stay here. We'll go out and gather some information. We'll tell you when we come back. Wei Ziqi said. Beigong, have you thought of looking for the Yin family? Sima Yu asked. Beigong Tang shook her head, saying, the Yin family and the Beigong family are in the same city. Even if the Beigong family intentionally hid information about us, the Yin family would be able to find out as long as they wanted to. However, they didn't. This means that they no longer treat us as family. At that time, Mother didn't ask the Yin family for help, so I naturally wouldn't acknowledge them. What if they were like the Lien family back then, and the news was intercepted? Sima Yulu asked. Beigong Tang was stunned. She had never thought of this possibility. In her mind, she hated the Yin family. She had never thought of this possibility. Lien Hong's situation is different from mine. His father was chased out of the family, and he lived far away. However, the Yin family and Beigong family are in the same city. As long as they have the heart, how could this happen? Everyone thought about it. What she said made sense, so they didn't say anything else. Sang Muyu stepped forward and hugged Beigong Tang, saying, "You're a good child. Your mother and younger brother are definitely alive, waiting for you to come back and save them. Auntie, I'll have to trouble you to stay here and accompany Beigong. We'll split up and gather some information about the Beigong family." Sima Yu said, "Little two, stay here and accompany Beigong." "Okay, go ahead." Sang Muyu said. Little two nodded seriously, saying, "Big brother, don't worry. I will protect big sister Beigong." "Okay, then let's go out." Sima Yu said to everyone. After leaving the inn, everyone split up and went to different places to inquire for information. Because the Beigong family, the Yin family, and the Earth Palace were the three leaders here, their affairs had always been talked about enthusiastically. It was not difficult to get information about them. Of course, some information would be treated as forbidden areas. Everyone would keep such information a secret. Yin Lan and Beigong Tang belonged to this category. Many people stopped talking when they heard Yin Lan and the others' names. After going out for a round, everyone didn't get any substantial information. Sima Yu released a few hundred scarlet bees and let them disguise themselves as normal bees. They went to different places to gather information. Most of them went to the three big powers. At night, Sima Yu was talking to Beigong Tang. Suddenly, her body trembled. Her eyes flashed with disbelief. After a moment of silence, she looked at Beigong Tang sadly. "Did something happen to my mother and the others?" Beigong Tang looked at Sima Yu's expression and her heart sank. Sima Yu didn't know how to say it. It was as if she didn't even have the courage to speak at this moment. Yu, just say it. I can take it." Although Beigong Tang said this, the hand holding the cup was trembling. "Beigong, your uncle died after saving you that year. Your mother and brother also died a few years ago." Beigong Tang's face was ashen. She didn't even feel the tea in the cup that she had just poured into her wound. Sima Yu looked at Beigong Tang's expression and said anxiously, "Beigong, this is only the information that we got from the Yin family. Maybe this is information that the Beigong family deliberately released." Chapter 484. Beigong Tang grabbed onto Sima Yu's hand as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Is what you said true? My mother and the others are still alive?" Sima Yu looked at her and didn't know how to answer her. Baigong, US said that the news came from the Yin family. Perhaps the Baigong family released it on purpose. We should wait for the news from the other two sides before coming to a conclusion. Wei Ziqi said. If the other two families had other discoveries, then they might still be alive. If the other two parties were also like this, it meant that this news should be true. Then Baigong Tang would have so much time to prepare herself. Sima Yue then called out close to 1,000 scarlet bees and asked them to gather more information, especially if there was anything unusual about the Baigong family. These scarlet bees all understood her feelings. They were very attentive and diligent in their investigation. They were also very diligent, looking carefully to see if there was anything special about the Baigong clan. Unexpectedly, in the end, they really did discover some clues. Baigong, did you guys used to live in a dilapidated courtyard near the back of the mountain? There was a plum blossom tree to the right of the courtyard, right? Sima Yue asked. Baigong Tang looked at her. Did you find my mother and younger brother? Don't worry, they didn't notice your mother and the rest. Sima Yue said, but they said that there's something strange about the courtyard. What's wrong? Baigong Tang did not understand. That courtyard is very simple. Other than 3 rooms and a courtyard, there's nothing else. The scarlet bees said that there was no one living in that courtyard, but there was a medicinal fragrance floating in the air. Medicinal fragrance. Baigong Tang was stunned. In the past, Baigong Ao always forced my mother to refine pills, so our courtyard was always filled with the fragrance of medicine. However, the news that the Yin family received was that your mother had already died a few years ago. Then how could there still be a medicinal fragrance? Sima Yu said. You're saying that my mother is still alive. Baigong Tang looked at her hopefully. I can only say that it's possible. Sima Yue said, I'll ask them to investigate further. Let's wait for 2 days and see. All right. Baigong Tang clasped her hands together, showing how nervous she was. Sima Yue reached out and held her hands. If something really happened to your mother, we will definitely make the Baigong family and the Earth Palace pay the price. Even if I have to borrow Little Rock's or Divine Devil Valley's power, I will turn them upside down. Yes, Yue is right. Fatty Chu chimed in from the side. No matter what happens, we will always be by your side. Thank you. Baigong Tang looked at her and forced a smile. She wanted to tell everyone that she was fine and that there was no need to worry. After waiting anxiously for 2 days, good news finally came. Yin Lan and Baigong Hang were most likely still alive, but they might have been completely imprisoned. Hearing this news, Baigong Tang was both happy and worried. She was happy that her mother and younger brother could still be alive, but she was worried about the few years she was not around. What exactly did they experience? Why did the Baigong clan tell the Yin clan that they were already dead? After a few days, the news was thoroughly investigated. Yin Lan and Baigong Hang were still alive, but they were imprisoned in the small courtyard's dungeon. Baigong Tang did not know when the courtyard had a dungeon, but she was still very happy to know that her mother and younger brother were still alive. Then why did the Baigong clan say that my mother and the rest are already dead? This news just came from the Yin clan. They said that a few years ago, your uncle came back. He knew that your mother married into the Baigong clan, so he went to the Baigong clan and said that he wanted to see your mother. The Baigong clan did not get the Yin clan's secret method. If your uncle knew about your mother and the rest, it would definitely cause trouble. So he told them that you were already dead. Sima Yue said. I did hear my mother mention it before. She said that she had a good relationship with an uncle, and he was very talented. He had already left home for many years. She said that he was taken away by a power in the central regions. Baigong Tang said. Now we have to think of a way to save your mother and younger brother. Fatty Chu said. But if we just go up and ask for them, the Baigong clan will definitely deny it. Ouyang Fei said. We have to find them first so that the Beigong clan has no way to deny it. Sima Yulin said. We really have to find them first. However, the Beigong clan security is very tight. That courtyard looks like there's no one outside, and it's an abandoned courtyard. However, there are many guards secretly watching it. Sima Yue told them the news that the Scarlet Bees sent. I'll get the Scarlet Bees to find the exact location first. Okay. Another day passed. The Scarlet Queen Bee said that there was no way to find out the exact situation in the basement. Because there was a barrier, they could not enter. This is troublesome. Sima Yuming said. If they could not find them, they would have no way to ask the Beigong clan for them. We can only enter the Beigong clan to find them. Sima Yue said. But you said it yourself. There are many people secretly watching that place. Even if we go, we will be discovered. It will be very dangerous. Fatty Chu said. That's why we have to think of a foolproof plan. A few days later, a group of people went to the Beigong clan. They were led to the main hall of the Beigong clan and were personally received by the clan leader. I didn't know that the Goshawk King had arrived. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Please take a seat and serve tea. Beigong Xiong said to the leader. Beigong clan leader is too courteous. The Goshawk King cupped his hands to Beigong Xiong and sat in the guest seat. The people who came with him sat in the seats below. The maidservant quickly brought up the tea. I wonder why the Goshawk King has come personally. Beigong Xiong asked. The Goshawk clan lived in a mountain range 100,000 miles away from Autumn Moon City. However, they never interacted with humans. The Goshawk King almost never appeared in the human world. That was why when the guard said that the Goshawk King had come personally, the entire Beigong clan was surprised. It's like this. This is a friend of our Goshawk clan. Because he saved our clansmen before, we promised to help him. The Goshawk King pointed to a white-clothed man below, saying, a few days ago, he came to our clan and asked for our precious Buddha lotus. He said that he wanted to refine a pill. This king was afraid that the Buddha lotus would be stolen midway because of how precious it is. That's why I came along. As for why I chose your Beigong clan, it's because we just happened to come in from the south gate and you're closer. If you can't refine the pill that he wants, we'll go to the one in the north. Beigong Xiong looked at the white-clothed man. He had delicate features and looked rather young. Who would have thought that he would have such a great relationship with the Goshawk clan? Chapter 485. May I know your name, young master? Beigong Xiong asked the man in white. See you. Sima Yue randomly thought of a name. That's right, the person following the Goshawk King was Sima Yue. A few days ago, just as they were thinking of how to go to the Beigong clan without arousing the other party's suspicion, Little Peng suddenly stood up, pushed open the window and looked outside, saying, Yu, I have an idea. What is it? Just now, I felt the aura of the bird clan. Little Rock said. Wait here, we'll go out for a while. Sima Yue's eyes lit up. After saying that, she and Little Peng went out. Not long after, the Sun Mother Stone reacted. There's a Goshawk clan nearby. Let's take a look first. If possible, we'll get them to bring us to the Beigong clan. Wait for our news. Sima Yue's voice came from the Mother Sun Stone. Are you going alone? How about we go with you? Sima Lai said worriedly. Grandpa, wait for me in the city. Maybe I'll need you to make some arrangements. Sima Yue said. Don't worry, Little Rock is their king. We'll be fine. After saying that, she cut off the previous contact with them. They stopped two transformed vultures outside the city and found out that there were vultures here. They were not too far away, so they planned to ask the Vulture King for help. If a fight really broke out, he might need their help. The fact that Little Rock had evolved into a golden-winged rock was something that everyone in the bird world knew about. All the birds in the outer circle had received the news through special channels. However, because it was too far away, the birds in other places did not go to pay their respects. Sima Yue and Little Rock went to the Goshawk tribe, and the Goshawk King led his tribesmen to pay their respects. Goshawk King, we have encountered a problem and we would like to ask for your help. Sima Yue went straight to the point. If we can do it, just let us know. The Goshawk King said. Sima Yue explained the situation to me. She said that she hoped to use the Goshawk tribe to enter the Beigong family and create an opportunity for me to stay and find someone. That's no problem. The Goshawk King said. Also, I want you to sneak outside Autumn Moon City. If we encounter any problems, you can help. That's not a problem. Then I'll have to trouble you. Sima Yue didn't think that this Goshawk King would be so easy to talk to despite looking a little cold. That was why the Goshawk King brought Sima Yue to the Beigong family. Beigongxiong looked at Sima Yue, who was so calm. Her aura was not something an ordinary person could possess. Furthermore, the Goshawk King had personally escorted her. Her status was definitely not low. She might even be from the central region. He smiled and asked, I wonder what kind of pill young Master Siyu wants us to refine. Monarch Breaking Pill. Sima Yue said. The Monarch Breakthrough Pill had similar effects as the Divinity Breakthrough Pill, but the target was different. The Divinity Pill was used to allow people to break through from the spirit level to the divine level. The Monarch Breaking Pill was used to allow people from the divine level to advance to the Monarch level. Monarch Breaking Pill. Hearing this pill, the Beigongxiong family sucked in a breath. Sima Yue nodded and said, Can you refine it? Beigongao said, We can't. Sima Yue frowned. Why? Because the Monarch Breaking Pill's recipe has been lost for a long time. Even if it's us, we can't refine it for you without the recipe. Beigongao said. Hearing this, Sima Yue relaxed and said, The recipe is not a problem. I have it. You have it. Sima Yue said, I've seen the recipe. It's an 8th tier pill. As long as you have an 8th tier alchemist, it's fine. We have 8th tier alchemists. Beigongao said, but the higher the level, the lower the success rate. Our alchemists have never practiced before, so we don't know if they can succeed. If we don't succeed in the end, I'm afraid we won't be able to answer to you. Sima Yue sighed and said, I'm also an alchemist. I know the rules of the alchemy world. To be honest, I didn't prepare a lot of ingredients. I only managed to gather 30% of the ingredients. That's why I went to look for the Buddha lotus. You know that other than its effects, it can also increase the success rate of the pill. I have no other choice now. That person in my family doesn't have much time left. The only way to extend his life is to reach the monarch level as soon as possible. Then when do you plan to refine it? Beigongao asked as he thought about which family or sect was suitable for this. We still have to wait for 2 more days. Sima Yue said, because the last ingredient will only mature in 2 more days. When that time comes, someone will contact me and send it to me. I'm here to scout ahead. Since that's the case, then you can stay in my residence for 2 days. Once the ingredients are sent over, we'll start refining the pill. Beigongao said. Alright, no matter if the pill refining is a success or not, we'll pay you handsomely. Sima Yue said. Beigongao didn't have much of a demand for this. Since the other party was an alchemist, he would naturally know the minimum price for each grade of alchemist. He wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, the other party was brought here by the Goshawk King. It wasn't appropriate for him to raise his price. Now that the other party had said so, the reward would definitely not be small. Young Master Siyu, if you're sure that you want to refine the pill here, can you give us the pill formula first? We'll need to study it to increase the success rate. Sima Yue was a little hesitant. This was a lost pill formula. If she gave it to the other party, it would be gone. She wouldn't have it anymore. Bei Gongao saw Sima Yue's reaction and understood. If it was him, he would also hesitate. After all, this wasn't a small matter. However, in the end, Sima Yue still took out a pill formula. The ancient papers showed that this pill formula was from a long time ago. It definitely wasn't fake. We'll have to trouble clan head Bei Gongao. Sima Yue solemnly handed the pill formula to Bei Gongao. I'll get them to study this pill formula properly. Bei Gongao said, I'll get them to bring you guys to rest first. All right. The Goshawk King was very picky about where to stay. He didn't like the noise outside, so Bei Gongao brought them to a courtyard at the back. The Goshawk King said that if they wanted to be near the mountain, they just had to find a courtyard near the mountain. Thus, he arranged a courtyard near the back of the mountain for them. Sima Yue thought about the location of this courtyard that Bei Gongtang had told her about before. She realized that this place wasn't very far from where they used to live. You guys can leave. Our king doesn't like humans coming close. A goshawk waved at the person leading the way and said. Everyone knew that the Goshawk King didn't like to interact with humans, so they didn't suspect anything and left. When Bei Gongao received the news, he ordered those people to not go near that area. Chapter 486. At night, a black shadow the size of a fist came out from the courtyard. The shadow flew while muttering softly. Really, she's such a beautiful Mao Mao, but you actually made it black. When we go back, you must compensate me. What do you mean I can completely restrain my aura? I'm the most suitable person for this mission. I think Yu is just unhappy that I was teasing Beauty Sang. Tui, I mean, chatting with Beauty Sang. Little Roar quickly flew along the ground and quickly found the courtyard that Bei Gongtang and the others were living in. Seeing the dilapidated state of the courtyard, Little Roar felt indignant for Bei Gongtang. This Bei Gong family is too annoying. How is this a place for humans to live? Those houses are so crooked that they're about to collapse. Everything is in tatters. Only that plum blossom tree is still in good condition. I can't imagine how Bei Gong and the others live here. The Bei Gong family really owes them a lot. We'll see what Bei Gong has to say when the time comes. If they want to seek justice, we'll support them. Sima Yue said, Did you see that basement? Not yet. I haven't entered the house yet. Little Roar said, I'll let the bee bring me in. All right. Wait a minute, find a place to hide, Sima Yue said hurriedly. Little Roar did not know why, but he still quickly hid on the roof and lay down. After a while, a man came out of the house and stood in the courtyard for a while. A woman followed him out of the house. Husband, that bitch still doesn't want to say it. You've already seen her concoct pills thousands of times. Can't you see her method? Gu Yunair walked to Bei Gong Ao's side and said. Little Roar laid on the roof and lifted his round head to look down. Although he could only see the backs of the two people, he could tell that the two of them did indeed have some good looks. At the very least, their figures were not bad. The Yin clan's alchemy is too strange. I followed her refining process, but the pills I refined were not as good as hers. Bei Gong Ao said. We can't go on like this. Gu Yunair was a little unhappy. Are you really doing this for the Yin clan's secret alchemy technique, or are you actually reluctant to part with that slut? Bei Gong Ao hugged Gu Yunair and said gently, What are you talking about? Do you still not understand why I did it all these years? But if she doesn't say anything, are you going to keep her? Gu Yunair asked, and that kid, he was clearly our bargaining chip to threaten her, yet he became her bargaining chip to threaten us. That's not right. Just looking at them makes me unhappy. Silly Yun, Beigong Ao hugged her and walked forward, coaxing her, I only have you in my heart, and you're still jealous. How about this? Give her another 2 years. If she still refuses to talk to us after 2 years, I'll get rid of her and her son. What do you think? That's what you said. If she's still alive in 2 years, I'll end her myself. Don't blame me when the time comes. Good, 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 the two of them chatted as they walked away. When Little Roar heard their conversation, he was so angry that he almost fell from the roof. These two bad people, I'll definitely teach you a lesson when we get back. He came down from the roof. 2 bees flew over and brought him into the house before landing in a corner. It's here. Little Roar flew over and tapped on the spot where the bees stopped. An underground passage appeared in front of him. Buzz 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 dash, the bees flew in front of Little Roar. You're saying that they're down here? Little Roar looked at the pitch-black underground passage and said, I'm most afraid of the dark. It looks really scary down here. Buzz 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 dash, one of the scarlet bees flew down, but was stopped by the enchantment of the passage. There's actually an enchantment. Little Roar said, come, follow me down. As he said that, he stretched out his claws and hugged the 2 scarlet bees in his arms before flying down the passage. It's so dark. Little Roar flew forward based on his instincts. Only when he reached the end did he see a dungeon. There were 2 prison cells. One of them had a man lying in it, while the other had a woman sitting in the corner. A dim yellow lamp was in the corner, emitting a helpless light. Little Roar did not go out immediately. Instead, he observed in the darkness. However, the 2 of them seemed to be lifeless. Neither of them spoke. Until Little Roar was about to lose his patience, a hoarse voice came from the ground. You really have no way of contacting them. Does the Yin clan really not care about us? After not speaking for a long time, the man seemed to have lost his ability to speak. Yin Lan did not say anything. She was already exhausted from refining the pill. That man, I think he's about to lose his patience. Even if you use your life to save mine, we should be reaching the end. Bei Gong Hang sat up from the ground and said, I don't know where sister is now and how she's doing. If we died, would she know? I'm sorry, Hang Air. If I had let you go back then, you wouldn't have been locked up here with me for so many years. Yin Lan said. Mother, if the one who left back then was me, I'm afraid that the 3 of us would have died long ago. Bei Gong Hang leaned against the wall and looked at the dark wall. It was as if he could look at the sky like this. However, looking at that woman's expression, I'm afraid that she won't be able to bear with us for much longer. After being locked up for so many years, if we could really die, it would be a form of release. Yin Lan looked at Bei Gong Hang guiltily. Mother has let you down the most in this life. Mother, do you think that sister will suddenly come back and save us? Bei Gong Hang did not have the fear of facing death. Thinking of what he said, he laughed in disbelief. Even if sister survives, she wouldn't be able to cultivate so much in such a short period of time and come back to find us. I only hope that she will be able to take revenge for us when she comes back. Little Roar heard enough and flew to the front of the prison. He blinked his big eyes and asked, Are you Yin Lan and Bei Gong Hang? Yin Lan and Bei Gong Hang were shocked by the sudden appearance of the black dust bowl. How did this thing suddenly appear in front of them? Who are you? Bei Gong Hang looked at Little Roar cautiously. I'm Little Roar. Are you Yin Lan and Bei Gong Hang? Little Roar asked again. Yes. Were you sent by that woman to kill us? Bei Gong Hang asked. Other than this possibility, he could not think of anyone else who could pass through the enchantment above and come here. However, that black dust ball-like body and sparkling big eyes did not have a single bit of killing intent. It did not look like it was here to kill people. It's good that you are. Little Roar took out a pendant from who knows where and asked, "Do you recognize this thing?" Elan saw that pendant and her mouth opened in shock. She covered her mouth in disbelief. Chapter 487. Seeing Elan's reaction, Little Roar knew that it was her. For mobile phone, please visit, Mother, isn't that elder sister's pendant? Bei Gong Heng also recognized the pendant and said excitedly. Elan came to the edge of the prison and reached out to take the pendant. Tang, where is Tang? Little Roar placed the pendant into Elan's hands and said, "Don't worry, Sister Bei Gong is still alive." "Where is she? Is it safe?" Bei Gong Heng asked. "She's in Autumn Moon City. She's only a few kilometers away from here." Little Roar said. "How could she come back? If those people find out, she'll be in danger." Elan said anxiously, "Please tell her to leave and not stay here any longer. You guys don't have to worry. Bei Gong is safe right now. We came back this time to save you guys." Little Roar said, "I just heard that adulterous couples say that they would kill you guys in 2 years at the latest. We have to get you out of here. I was too excited when I saw Tang-er's things. I haven't asked you yet. What's your relationship with Tang-er?" Elan tried her best to regain her composure as she asked. "My master and Bei Gong are good friends. They grew up together." Little Roar said. "There are many of us here. We will definitely be able to save you." They had grown up together since they were 14 years old. It's still not possible. The Bei Gong clan is too strong. It's too dangerous to save us. Elan still didn't agree. "If possible, you should save Hang-er. As long as I'm here, that man won't be too angry. After all, he just wants to get the secret technique from me. If I also go missing, then they will definitely spend a lot of effort and will definitely catch us before giving up. No, Mother. How can I run away by myself and let you bear all this alone?" Bei Gong Heng shook his head in disapproval. "I have to stay here and stall for time." Elan said, "You've suffered so much with me all these years. I can't watch you die with me. Now that your sister is back, she should be able to guarantee your safety." "I don't agree. Stop fighting. My master said that no one can be left behind. All of you have to go out." Little Roar said, "However, this specific method can only be discussed after we find you and see your situation. That's why we need you to wait here for 2 days. Now, my master has a question for you." Elan saw the determination in her son's eyes and said, "Ask away. We will tell you everything we know." "All right. First question, when will that scumbag come again?" "Scumbag? It's that scum Bei Gong Ao. Anywhere from 5 to 10 days. He's only here tonight, which means he won't be here for the next 5 days, right?" "I think so." "All right, next question, how strong are the two of you now?" "I'm a mid-level god emperor. Hang hasn't reached the god realm yet." Next, after Little Roar finished asking his question, he took out a bottle of pills from who knows where and gave it to Bei Gong Heng, saying, "This is to help you heal. When Gu Yun Er and Bei Gong Er were free, they would come and beat Bei Gong Heng up, so he had many new and old wounds on his body. Because Elan had to refine pills, she did not suffer any physical injuries." "All right, I have to go back. I'll come back in 2 days. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if they suddenly come." Sigh, it's so sad to be weak. Little Roar sighed after he finished speaking and went back the way he came. After Little Roar left, Elan and Bei Gong Heng looked at each other. If not for the pendant in Elan's hand and the pills in Bei Gong Heng's hand, they would definitely have thought that they were dreaming. We were just talking about elder sister, who knew that such a spirit beast would come. This is too mysterious. Bei Gong Heng said. Tang Er is still alive. There's still her aura on this. I can feel it. Yin Lan held the pendant in front of her chest. She's still alive. That's great. When Little Roar returned to Sima Yoyue's side, he told her what that scumbag man and scumbag woman said. This made Sima Yoyue extremely angry. After her anger subsided, she took out the Mother-Son Stone and contacted the outside world. When Bei Gong Tang found out that her mother and brother were still alive, her heart was finally at ease. The others were also happy for her and the atmosphere in the room relaxed. Now that we've confirmed that they're still alive, let's discuss the next step of the plan. My idea is... On the second day, Sima Yue used the excuse of wanting to visit the Bei Gong clan to walk around. When she was about to reach the small courtyard where Bei Gong Tang and the others used to live, a girl stopped her with a smile. This must be young Master Siyu. This little girl is called Bei Gong Er. Greetings. That girl bowed slightly to Sima Yue, looking a little shy. Sima Yue did not think that this girl would be Bei Gong Er. She looked a little similar to Bei Gong Tang, probably inherited from Bei Gong Ao. So it's Miss Bei Gong Er. My apologies. Sima Yue cupped her hands to Bei Gong Er and smiled. Bei Gong Er looked at Sima Yue's courteous manner and smiled coquettishly. Young Master Siyu, that's an abandoned courtyard. There's nothing much to see. If you want to walk around, why don't I accompany you to a better place? Then I'll have to trouble Miss Bei Gong. Sima Yue replied, I didn't see any guards or servants when I came out just now. I could only walk around blindly. I heard that the Goshawk King doesn't like humans. That's why great-grandfather told the clansmen not to come near here. No wonder you couldn't find him when you came out. Bei Gong Er said, where does young Master Siyu want to go? So Miss Bei Gong is the young miss of the Bei Gong clan. I really didn't recognize you. Sima Yue pretended to be surprised. Anywhere is fine. I don't have any requirements. I just saw that your clan is so grand and wanted to take a look around. I'll go wherever the scenery is good. Then young Master Siyu, please follow me. Bei Gong Er walked. You really have to follow me wherever the Bei Gong clan is good because I know these things the best. Then this C is very lucky to have met young Miss today. Young Master Siyu is too courteous. Bei Gong Er said, oh right, you came out to walk around. Where are the Goshawk King and the others? They're fixing things in the house. Sima Yue looked at Bei Gong Er, wanting to know what she was up to. Oh. Bei Gong Tang's eyes turned, and she pretended to ask casually, I heard that you have a good relationship with the Goshawk clan. The Goshawk King actually personally came down the mountain for you. I wonder what's going on. Can you tell Little Er about it? When Sima Yue heard how Little Er addressed her, she was so disgusted that she almost vomited. However, she still had to keep up the act. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my great-grandfather saved the Goshawk King before. Then, did they let you form a contract with their Goshawk King? I heard that the Goshawk King's flying speed is very fast. Is that true? Sima Yue laughed coldly in her heart. This fox's tail was revealed so quickly. Chapter 488. Sima Yue said calmly, I don't have a contract with any eagles, but we came here on one of them. It was really fast, much faster than the other birds. That's really not bad. Bei Gong Er said enviously, I've always wanted to give it a try, but unfortunately, I never had the chance. Hee hee. Sima Yue chuckled and refused to follow her words. Bei Gong Er saw that Sima Yue wasn't replying to her and her eyes flashed with annoyance. She smiled and asked, how long will young Master Sima Yue be staying this time? If you have enough time, I can bring you around. I know a lot of good places. Forget about it. Sima Yue rejected him directly. I have something to do this time. The reason why I'm able to enjoy these 2 days of leisure is because I still need one more herb. I'm still waiting for them to send it to me. Once the medicinal ingredients are delivered and you have finished refining the pills for us, I will leave. So I'm afraid I can't go out with Miss Beigong. That's such a pity. Beigong Air said regretfully, I wonder where young Master Siyu lives. I don't think I've heard of a family with the surname Si in the nearby cities. Our Si family is not in the central region. Sima Yue said. It's not a clan from the central region? Beigong Air said in surprise, then why did you come here to become an alchemist? Sigh. Sima Yue shook her head and said, isn't it because this monarch-breaking pill is too difficult? In order to obtain the Buddha lotus, we had no choice but to come here. You also know that after plucking the Buddha lotus, you must quickly refine it into pills. Otherwise, it would be useless. To be honest, I haven't even seen the Buddhist lotus yet. The Goshawk King will only send someone to bring the Buddhist lotus over after the herb is delivered. If I still can't succeed in refining it, then sigh, perhaps this is fate. The beasts in the spirit pagoda all rolled their eyes. Master was so talented in acting. Sima Yue cursed in her heart. The Beigong family actually sent Beigong Air to test her. They must be drunk. Beigong Air looked at Sima Yue and sighed, my Beigong family is also a family of alchemists. We have several 8th-ranked alchemists. I heard that they are all studying the pill recipe today. There shouldn't be any problems when it's time to refine the pill. It would be best if Miss Beigong said so. But I have to be prepared for the best. If it doesn't work, sigh, actually if it doesn't work, I don't even dare to imagine the consequences, Sima Yue said in frustration. It's all Xiao Yi's fault for making young Master Siyu upset. In order to make up for my mistake, why don't I treat you to a drink? Drink? Forget it. I can't hold my liquor well. I'll get drunk as soon as I drink. Sima Yue said. How can cultivators like us have such low alcohol tolerance? Beigong Air said, Xiao Yi really wants to apologize to young Master Siyu. Could it be that young master doesn't want to be with Xiao Yi? No. Why wouldn't I want to be with Miss Beigong? Sima Yue quickly waved her hands, looking like she was in a difficult position. Finally, she sighed and said, since Miss Beigong has said so, it wouldn't be good for me to reject it. Let's go have a drink then. Then I'll treat you to a famous restaurant in Autumn Moon City. Although Memory Restaurant has only been open for about 10 years, the food and drinks inside are not bad. Especially the wine. It's fragrant and sweet. You can't find it anywhere else. Beigong Air said. Sima Yue was stunned when she heard the name Memory Restaurant. There was a Memory Restaurant here too. Young Master Siyu, what are you thinking about? Beigong Air asked when she saw her in a daze. Oh, nothing. Sima Yue shook her head and said, I just remembered that I haven't eaten at Memory Restaurant for a long time. I miss the taste there. You have a Memory Restaurant there too? Beigong Air asked in astonishment. That's right. There are many Memory Restaurants in many places. Don't you know? Beigong Air shook her head and said, although I know that Memory Restaurant is very big, I've been in Autumn Moon City since I was young. I haven't been to other places for 20 years, so I haven't seen it before. That's why I really want to have a powerful flying beast that can bring me to many places. Sima Yue looked at Beigong Air. She really looked like an innocent girl who had never seen the world. If it wasn't for the scarlet bees that were monitoring her, telling her how domineering, arrogant and willful she was usually, she would have been deceived by her. You're the young miss of the Beigong clan. You'll have many opportunities to go out and see the world. Sima Yuyue said, let's go to Memory Restaurant. After an hour, Sima Yuyue and Bei Gong-er arrived at Memory Restaurant. When the shopkeeper saw Sima Yuyue enter, his expression changed. He instructed the waiter and went to the back hall. Young Miss Bei Gong, you're here. Is it the same private room as before? The waiter went forward and asked eagerly. Yes, it's that one. Bei Gong-er exuded a sense of superiority when facing these people. We'll go up ourselves. Give me a portion of all your signature dishes. Also, give us 2 portions of your best wine. All right. 1 portion of all your signature dishes and 2 portions of your best wine. The waiter said as he ran towards the kitchen. Bei Gong-er brought Sima Yuyue to her favorite private room. It was the best private room on the 2nd floor. Sima Yuyue saw a staircase before entering and asked casually, are there private rooms upstairs too? No. Bei Gong-er glanced at the staircase and said, that's a restricted area. Guests are not allowed to go up. So there's only the main hall and the private rooms on the 2nd floor. That's right. Although this place is small, business is the best. Even though cultivators rarely eat, this place is always full. Even the private rooms have to be booked a few days in advance. Only our private room and the one opposite are fixed. Bei Gong-yi said. That's the Yin family's. Sima Yuyue heard sounds coming from inside. It seemed like someone was drinking. Bei Gong-er pursed her lips and glared at the other side, saying, isn't that so? This Yin family likes to suppress us. We booked a long-term private room here and they came to book it too. They even paid a higher deposit than us. How annoying. Sima Yuyue did not have a good impression of the Yin family and did not care about who was in the room. The 2 of them entered the private room. The waiter served tea first. The taste was similar to the tea they drank at Memory Restaurant in innumerable Green City. Not long later, the waiter served various dishes and 2 jars of good wine. A few minutes later, Sima Yuyue's cheeks were flushed red and her eyes were blurry. One look and you could tell that she was drunk. Looks like young Master C you really can't drink. Xiao thought that you were just trying to shirk the responsibility. I really can't drink. Sima Yuyue said as she waved her hand. Bei Gong-er's eyes flashed with delight as she looked at her and asked, young master said that you're not from the Central Territory. May I know where you live? Chapter 489. Was he planning to get her drunk to get information? Sima Yuyue sneered in her heart. She pretended to be drunk and said in a daze, my house. My home isn't here. My home is far away. I know. You said you weren't in the central region. Bei Gong-yi said. It's not just the central region. It's not even in the outer region. Sima Yuyue said, sigh, our family rules state that we're not allowed to use our family name to bully others. That's why we're not allowed to announce our family name when we go out. Hearing this, Bei Gong-yi was overjoyed. They had already guessed that this person's identity wasn't simple. Otherwise, the Goshawk King wouldn't have come personally. They hadn't expected him to be from the central area. If they could form a good relationship with the Bei Gong clan, wouldn't the Bei Gong clan soar in the future? If she became his woman, she would be able to live in the central region. Thinking up to this point, she was overjoyed and an idea came to her mind. She picked up the wine jug and filled Sima Yuyue to the brim, saying, young master see you. This wine isn't bad, right? Not bad, not bad. It tastes good. Sima Yuyue said as she downed the wine in one gulp. Bei Gong-yi refilled the glass and said shyly, is this wine more beautiful, or am I more beautiful? Blurg, Sima Yuyue immediately went to the side and vomited. Those words were so disgusting that she could not help but vomit. After vomiting, she seemed to sober up a little and said, sorry, my alcohol level is really. Baigong Air's face darkened when she saw Sima Yue vomiting. However, since Sima Yue said that she vomited after drinking, that should be the case. It was a pity that she couldn't continue after vomiting. The sour smell was really unpleasant. Looks like it's really hard for little Yi to let young master see you drink. Why don't we go back earlier? Okay. Sima Yue stood up unsteadily and walked out. Baigong Air reached out to support her, but she accidentally swayed away. Then, she opened the door and swayed out. When they went downstairs, the shopkeeper saw them and said with a smile, "Miss Baigong, you're done eating so quickly." "Yes, my friend can't hold her liquor. Find us a beast carriage." Baigong Air pointed at Sima Yue and said, "All right. Waiter, prepare a beast carriage for Miss Baigong." The shopkeeper looked at Sima Yue meaningfully and said, "This child is drunk. You have to support him carefully later." "Okay." The waiter put the rag on his shoulder and went out. Sima Yue held on to the stairs and pretended to be drunk. She felt that the way the shopkeeper looked at her was a little strange. However, since it was her first time here, it shouldn't be a problem. "Young master Siyu, let me help you out," Baigong Air said as she stepped forward. "No need. I can walk on my own." Sima Yue continued to walk towards the door unsteadily. She accidentally bumped into someone who was walking in from outside. "Am I right?" She knew something was wrong the moment she smelled it. It was a familiar smell. She raised her head and saw a familiar face. Senior brother. Why are you here?" "I'm here to give you something." Wu Lingyu hugged Sima Yue and said to Baigong Air, "I'll take her away first." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Baigong Air to speak and helped Sima Yue out. Baigong Air wanted to say something but was ignored. When the shopkeeper saw Wu Lingyu, he didn't say anything. He lowered his head so that Wu Lingyu couldn't see his gaze. On the second floor, the window of a private room facing the street opened. A man and a woman sat in front of the window. The man was wearing a mask. Seeing the two of them walking on the street, the woman said, "Is that the holy son of the Sage Pavilion, Wu Lingyu? How did he get here? Could it be that he's also going to participate in the auction?" "I don't know. But since he's a member of the Sage Pavilion, he should be counted as one of our targets this time." The masked man looked at the two of them coldly. But no one knows Wu Lingyu's strength. It said that those who went to find trouble with him didn't survive. If you go up against him, won't it be too dangerous? The woman said worriedly. I don't have long to live. If I can kill one more, I'll take my revenge. You. Sigh. The woman sighed. She looked at Sima Yue and asked, she called him senior brother just now. What about her? Do we have to kill her too? The masked man looked at Sima Yue's back. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of familiarity. Sima Yue felt the gaze behind her and turned around. Their eyes met. Boom, Sima Yue felt as if her heart had collapsed. She looked straight at the masked man. The world around her seemed to have quietened down. Only the two of them were left. Seeing Sima Yue's gaze on him, the masked man frowned. The mole under his eyebrows moved. Wu Lingyu noticed that Sima Yue was acting strangely. He followed her gaze and saw that she was staring straight at another man. His heart started to bubble. He hadn't settled the score with her yet, and now she was looking at another man in front of him. Sima Yue looked at the masked man. Her eyes were red. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but her tears fell first. What's wrong? Wu Lingyu saw that Sima Yue was crying and asked softly. Sima Yue came back to her senses and saw Baigong Air coming out of the inn. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, it's nothing. Let's go. The moment she turned around, she seemed to hear a familiar voice from her memory. Big sister, let's eat roasted spirit rabbit today. Big sister, leave quickly. You have to survive and take revenge for us. She closed her eyes and her tears fell uncontrollably. When she turned the corner, she called out a few scarlet bees and made them fly back. That person looked at you strangely. The masked man looked at Sima Yoyue's back. His mind was still immersed in the gaze just now. That gaze, that feeling, it was similar to when his big sister looked at him. But at that time, his big sister's gaze was filled with love and pampering. There was no such thick guilt. Are you all right? The woman waved her hand in front of his face, interrupting his memories. I'm fine. The masked man adjusted his emotions and said, I don't know who that person is. That person wasn't his big sister. His big sister was already dead. No matter how similar the gaze was, it couldn't be her. That's easy. I'll get someone to check and we'll know. The woman took out a paper crane. She inserted her spiritual energy and sent a strand of divine sense into it. Then, the paper crane spread its wings and flew away. Sima Yuyue wasn't in a good mood. She walked in a daze. The two of them walked on the street. Wu Lingyu didn't care about her and watched as she bumped into a tree trunk by the side of the road. Sima Yuyue was in pain. When she came back to her senses, she saw that she had walked to the side of the road. She heard Wu Lingyu's laughter behind her. She turned around and glared at him, but saw that he was smiling brightly. Chapter 490. When Wu Lingyu saw Sima Yoyue's dissatisfied gaze, he walked up to her and rubbed her forehead. He smiled and said, let's see if you'll still be so distracted next time. Sima Yuyue rolled her eyes at him, turned around and continued walking. She could not be bothered with him. Wu Lingyu was still reminiscing about her anger and disdain just now. She felt very happy. Seeing that she had already walked far away, she hurriedly chased after her and walked side by side with her. You know that person. Speaking of that person, Sima Yuyue looked a little sad. She shook her head and said, maybe I know him, maybe I don't. It's more likely that they don't know each other. At that time, the situation was so critical, how could he have survived? However, her first impression of him, that pair of familiar eyes, and that mole under his eyebrows gave her a glimmer of hope. What if he was still alive? Just like that, she hoped that the person was him, but she also felt that it was impossible. Her heart was tangled between hope and reality. Wu Lingyu felt that this girl had changed a lot ever since she had advanced to the deity level. The hatred and grief in her eyes were something that had never been there before. Moreover, her murderous heart was stronger than before. By the way, you haven't told me why you're here. Sima Yuyue asked. I went into seclusion. When I came out, I found you here, so I came. Wu Lingyu said, the compass that I gave you leads directly to the Divine Devil Valley. How did you end up in the outskirts? If I had known earlier, I would have brought you here. Speaking of this, Sima Yuyue smiled helplessly. Don't think that I don't know that your soul is unstable right now. You can walk around the primordial lands as you wish, but it won't be easy for you to go to the lower continents. Moreover, I want to use the boundary compass to reach Divine Devil Valley directly, so I don't want to trouble you. Who would have thought that I would encounter an almighty battle in the space passage, which affected the void and shattered my passage? I came here before I even reached the Divine Devil Valley. After regaining her memories, she remembered that low-level continents were protected by the rules, so it was much more difficult to construct a spatial passage to the past. Especially the Yilan continent. As a continent of imprisonment, its level was the lowest, its laws were the strongest, and it had the most protection. At the same time, there was also a lot of suppression. Wu Lingyu's soul was still incomplete, so it would take some effort for her to go there. To use an analogy, traversing the same continent was like cutting a watermelon. Breaking through to the continent below was like using the same knife to cut a bone. The difficulty was not increased by just a little bit. Moreover, she also wanted this spatial compass to bring her directly to the Divine Devil Valley, so she didn't want to trouble him. She could just go by herself. Who knew that she would be so unlucky to encounter such a rare occurrence? Wu Lingyu didn't know how she knew all this, but it seemed like she was being considerate when she rejected her. Are you going to the Divine Devil Valley now? Not now. Sima Yue shook her head. Beigong's matter is not settled yet. We still want to attend the Xinyuan Pavilion's auction. I heard that the Sky Heaven School's enrollment is in a few days. We want to try. Initially, she only wanted to learn about spatial coordinates. Later on, she slowly understood the power of the Sky Heaven School, so she wanted to give it a try. The Sky Heaven School is indeed a good place. Although it's in the outer regions, its status is not lower than the Divine Devil Valley. There are many powerful teachers there, so it's good to go there. When I returned to the Divine Devil Valley, Master knew that you were in the central region. He also said that if you have the chance, you should go to the Sky Heaven School. There are many old fellows there who are friends with the Divine Devil Valley. Wu Lingyu said. If I didn't say to go to the Sky Heaven School, you would have let me go. Sima Yue didn't think that Old Man Devil would suggest them to go to the Sky Heaven School. Isn't this convenient? Wu Lingyu said. If you went directly to the Divine Devil Valley, you wouldn't have to come here. Since you're already here, it's good for your growth to broaden your horizons. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him. She knew that she was weak now, but she was still young. It wasn't that she wanted to boast, but she was already a mid-level divine king in her 20s. Other than those who were born with high birth points, she was already considered very powerful. However, even Old Man Devil had such a high evaluation of the Sky Heaven School. It seemed like there was something there that was worth learning. The two of them went to the inn that they stayed in before. Beigong Tang and the others were surprised to see Sima Yue return. However, when they saw Wu Lingyu behind her, they understood. I originally wanted Zi Qi to pretend to be the person who delivered the medicine. Now that senior brother is here, Zi Qi doesn't need to go. Sima Yue said. Tomorrow, senior brother and I will go to the Beigong clan. Then, you can openly ask for the person. It's best if you can attract all the important people of the Beigong clan. If they don't admit it, we'll bring the mother and son in front of everyone. However, there's one thing. You can't enter the Beigong clan. You can only wait outside. Once you enter, the Beigong clan might use some ruthless methods to exterminate us. At least there will be people watching from outside. The Beigong clan won't dare to act so brazenly. Okay. Beigong Tang nodded. Right, when we went out today, we met the Yin clan. Did you have a conflict? Sima Yue frowned. It would not be a good thing to have a conflict with the Yin clan at this time. No. Beigong Tang shook her head. However, we heard them say that my uncle has returned. I think that if we have the chance to meet him, it might be helpful. However, I was afraid that it would clash with your plan, so I wanted to tell you. Then what about the rest of the Yin clan? What are your plans? We'll talk about it after we save mother and younger brother. She had never interacted with a large clan like the Yin clan. It didn't matter whether they existed or not. It would depend on what her mother said. That uncle of yours should really care about your mother. If we get him to help us put pressure on the Beigong clan, it should be useful. Sima Yue said. Then let's find a time to meet him today. Okay. Beigong Tang smiled and replied. At night, Beigong Tang, Sima Yue, and Wu Lingyu left the inn together and went straight to the Yin clan in the north of the city. Yin Hao was cultivating in the house when he suddenly felt a pair of eyes looking at him. There was no murderous intent. He opened his eyes and saw a spirit beast that looked like a black charcoal ball floating in the air, looking at him. Before he started cultivating, he had clearly set up a barrier around the house. How did this little guy come in? Are you Ian Howe? Little Roar asked. You've already come into my house. Do you still need to ask this question? Ian Howe looked at Little Roar. He was not nervous and was certain that it would not hurt him. Someone wants to see you. Little Roar said. Who? You'll be surprised when you see them. You'll regret it if you don't see them. Little Roar turned around and flew out. Ian Howe saw it clearly. When it met the barrier only rippled a little before it went out. After thinking about it, he still followed it out. Chapter 491. Ian Howe followed Little Roar all the way to a secluded alley near the Ian clan. The moment he entered, he realized that there were 3 people standing inside. One of them was someone he recognized, the Holy Son of the Sage Pavilion. First edition, he didn't know the other 2. Judging from their young age, they probably didn't know who he was. Is it Wu Lingyu who is looking for me? Why are you looking for me? We are here to tell you a piece of news. Ian Lan is still alive, but she has been imprisoned. Sima Yue looked at Ian Howe and carefully observed his expression. Seeing the shock and joy on his face, she knew that he was really happy, and her worries disappeared. Are you telling the truth? Ian Howe looked at the 3 of them and regained his calmness after his joy. He looked at the 3 of them warily. Why are you telling me this? Because we need your help, Sima Yue said. Although you are together with the Holy Son of the Sage Pavilion, how can I believe that your words are true? Ian Howe said. You should know that Ian Lan gave birth to a son and a daughter. The daughter escaped from the Beigong family with the help of others. Sima Yue said. Ian Howe frowned. Sima Yue even knew about this. If she didn't really know Ian Lan and the others and had other motives, then she was too dangerous. Sima Yue looked at Beigong Tang and said, why aren't you revealing your identity to her? Beigong Tang took a deep breath and said, I am the daughter of Ian Lan who escaped that year. You're Xiao Tang. You don't look like Ian Lan. How can you prove it? Ian Howe asked cautiously. Beigong Tang touched her own face, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Because it was very similar to that man, very similar. Mother once told me that you have the best relationship with her in the Yin family. You used to bring her everywhere to play. There was once when you ran into the mountains and were bitten by a snake. It was Mother who personally washed the poison out for you. Afraid of being punished by the elders, the 2 of you concealed this matter. Also, when the 2 of you were young, you saw a parrot raised by your family and roasted it. That parrot is your granduncle's favorite. Only the 2 of you know about this. Enough. Ian Howe looked at Beigong Tang emotionally. Seeing that her eyes were the same as his own sister's, he stepped forward and hugged her emotionally. When I came back that year, the Beigong family said that you went missing when you went out to play. Your mother and brother also died. At that time, I guessed that you didn't have a good life in the Beigong family. I only found out about those things after the investigation. I hate that I didn't come back earlier and let you suffer so much. Uncle, Mother is still alive. It's just that I was afraid that you would continue to pester me, so I said that Mother and younger brother were already dead. Beigong Tang had never been hugged by anyone other than her mother since she was young, so she said shyly. Are you telling the truth? Your mother is still alive. We've already investigated clearly. Little Roar has already seen Mother and confirmed that they are still alive. Beigong Tang said. Let's go to the Beigong family now and make them hand them over. Ian Howe pulled Beigong Tang and was about to leave. Uncle, don't be anxious. If we go like this, they will definitely not admit it. Bei Gong Tang said. But your mother and brother are still in the Bei Gong family. We've already thought of a way. We will definitely save mother and younger brother. Bei Gong Tang said, we've come to find uncle today to ask for your help. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me directly. An hour later, Yin Hao returned to the Yin family and the three of them rushed towards the south of the city. It was fortunate that Sima Yuyue had comprehended the shrinking earth technique. Otherwise, if they didn't ride a flying beast, they definitely wouldn't be able to travel from the south to the north of the city in one night. Sima Yuyue held on to one person in each hand. Bei Gong Tang and Wu Lingyu naturally moved at the same speed as her. Although the shrinking earth technique was still in its early stages, the round trip and the time it took Yin Hao to speak added up to less than a night. Sima Yuyue had seen the introduction of the shrinking earth technique in a book on space comprehension. It was actually the evolved version of teleportation. At that time, she didn't feel that it was that awesome. Today, she personally tried it out and realized how powerful it was. She had just started and could already travel a few thousand kilometers in the night. If she mastered this technique in the future, this world would be much smaller to her. When they reached the south of the city, Sima Yuyue let go of the two of them and said, you guys can go back first. Yuyue, you're not going back with us. Where are you going? Bei Gong Tang asked. I have some private matters to settle. Sima Yuyue finished speaking and used the shrinking earth technique again to leave. Bei Gong Tang saw Wu Lingyu looking at Sima Yuyue's back as she left and said, you know where she's going. I know. Wu Lingyu replied faintly. Then why didn't you go with her? She already said that she wanted to go by herself. Even if I told her, she wouldn't let me go. Wu Lingyu entered the inn after he finished speaking and went to Sima Yuyue's room. He didn't ask about those things. He believed that one day, she would tell him. Sima Yuyue came to the front of an inn a few streets away. She looked at a room that was lit up by the street and remained silent. Feng air. She looked at the shadow on the window and muttered. Yu, is that person really Feng air? Little Roar still had his black fur. Yu said that he had to stay like this before things were settled. He looked so ugly. He didn't look elegant at all. He still liked his white appearance. However, he didn't dare to mention this to Sima Yuyue because he knew how she felt. Can you smell Feng air's scent? Little Roar shook his head. However, his head couldn't be seen in the dark anymore. His scent is different. Sima Yuyue raised her head and looked at the shadow again. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. A person could change his appearance and voice, but it was very difficult to change his scent. Maybe he brought something like you that can change his scent. Little Roar persuaded. Sima Yuyue was stunned. She then remembered that the ring that Wu Lingyu gave her could change her scent. Maybe the other party had changed his scent as well, which was why Little Roar couldn't recognize him. The window was suddenly pushed open. The masked man and her met each other again. He already knew that she was outside. However, he didn't know why, but he had an inexplicable feeling towards the person outside. That was why he didn't immediately take action. Feng air, is that you? Sima Yuyue muttered to herself. The masked man's body trembled. Suddenly, his gaze changed. He flew down from the room and came to Sima Yuyue's side. He grabbed her neck and the temperature was as cold as ice. Who are you? His hoarse voice sounded like it came from hell. Chapter 492. Book title, Chapter Refusal to Recognize You. Author Sima Yuyue lowered her eyes and looked at the hand that was full of wounds. It was as if this was not the person who was strangling her and controlling her life. Who are you? The masked man asked again and tightened his grip. Sima Yuyue could barely breathe. Shimin Feng. She spat out these three words with difficulty. Shimin Feng's aura suddenly changed, bursting into a berserk state. Who are you? Who sent you? If you don't tell me, I will kill you. Release you. Little Roar saw that the opponent was serious. Sima Yoyue's neck was about to be broken by him. With a kick of his short legs, he charged towards the opponent. Bang! That person waved his hand. Not only did Little Roar not injure him, he was also thrown far away. Little Roar fiercely crashed into the wall, and a fist-sized hole appeared on the wall. Little Roar. Sima Yue saw that Little Roar had been sent flying and cried out worriedly. She grabbed onto that person's hand with both of her hands. Taking advantage of the moment when he was stunned, her body moved nimbly and she escaped from his grasp. You. Little Roar. The man unconsciously took 2 steps back and looked at Sima Yue in disbelief. Roar. Little Roar instantly ran back and transformed into his original form. He roared at the masked man and quickly pounced over. When the man saw Little Roar's body, he was stunned and forgot to move. Only when Little Roar was right in front of him did he reach out a hand to stop Little Roar. However, this time, he did not throw Little Roar away. You're no match for me in your current state, he said hoarsely. Even if I'm no match for you, I will still protect you. Little Roar tried his best to move, but the opponent's strength was too strong. Even if he was fully recovered, he would not be his opponent, not to mention now that his injuries had not fully recovered. You guys can leave now. The masked man retracted his power and left after speaking to Sima Yue. Shimin Feng, you have already recognized me, why don't you recognize me? Sima Yue roared. The masked man's footsteps faltered, but he didn't turn around. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I don't know you, so don't come looking for me. Every time you lie, you press your right thumb against your ring finger. Sima Yue said, even after so many years, you still haven't changed this habit. The masked man's hand paused. He quickly released his thumb from his ring finger and continued to stride forward. Sister, you've always been protecting me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. You go first, I'll wait for you to come back and find me after you've recovered. Sister, I'll wait for you. You have to stay alive. Sister, I'll wait for you. In my next life, I'll still be your brother. Sima Yue said tearfully, now that I'm back, why are you pretending not to know me? The face under the mask was also covered in tears. His hands loosened and loosened several times, but in the end, he left without looking back. Sima Yue closed her eyes as she watched him leave. She was too familiar with him. His small movements had already exposed his identity, but he didn't want to acknowledge her, and she didn't want to acknowledge him. Yu. Little Roar came to Sima Yue's side and rubbed against her body. Sima Yue stayed in the same spot for a while. She turned around and sat on Little Roar, saying, let's go back. We don't have to hurry, we can just walk back slowly. All right. Little Roar was unusually quiet and didn't say anything. He brought Sima Yue back to the inn. After they left, a voice came from the corner and stared blankly at their backs. Sister, I'm sorry, since she's your sister, why don't you acknowledge her? A voice came from behind. Shimin Feng turned around. Kong Sangyi stood not far away and looked at him. Shimin Feng smiled bitterly, how can I acknowledge her when I'm like this? If we're destined to be separated by death again, then I'd rather not acknowledge her. After he finished speaking, he walked past Kong Sangyi and returned to the inn. Kong Sangyi looked at Shimin Feng's back and firmly clenched his fist, I definitely won't let you die, definitely. When Sima Yue returned to the inn, the sky was already bright. Everyone had already woken up and was waiting for her. Seeing her enter, it was obvious that she had cried. They were all worried. Yue, Sima Yue waved her hand, telling Fatty Chu not to speak and not to ask. She then said to Bei Gong Tang, I'll go back now. You can wait here for my news. All right. Bei Gong Tang knew that she wasn't in a good mood and nodded. Are you going alone? Why don't you let your senior go with you? Him. Sima Yue was startled, as if she had already forgotten about Wu Lingyu. I'll ask him if he wants to go with me. The door to her room opened and Wu Lingyu came out, saying, I'll go with you, let's go. The two of them walked out side by side. In order to save Yin Lan and her son, she temporarily suppressed her emotions. By the time she reached the Bei Gong clan, she had already calmed down and became Siyu again. Young Master Si, please. The guards had already received instructions, and when they saw Sima Yue walking over, they led them to the main hall. When they arrived, Bei Gong Xiong was talking to a few clan elders. When he heard that Sima Yue and the rest were here, he immediately got someone to bring them in. When Sima Yue saw Bei Gong Xiong, she asked anxiously, Clan leader Bei Gong, the ingredients have already been sent over. When will we start refining the pills? I heard Xiao Yi say that someone was looking for young Master Siyu yesterday. I guessed that someone from your clan had come. Bei Gong Xiong said with a smile, I've already instructed those few alchemists to wait in the pill refining room. Bei Gong Xiong looked at Sima Yue with a burning gaze because Bei Gong Air did not disappoint him yesterday and brought back news about Sima Yue. When the Bei Gong clan found out that they were from the central regions, they were very excited and paid more attention to the pill refining this time. If they were successful, they might even be connected to the powers in the central regions. We can't do it today. Sima Yue said, the Buddha lotus hasn't arrived yet. Even if we go and get it today, it will only arrive tomorrow. Then we'll wait for one more day. Bei Gong Xiong said. All right, then we'll set it for the morning of the day after tomorrow. Sima Yue said, I hope that we can start the day after tomorrow. I hope that the Bei Gong clan can inform the masters. That's not a problem. Bei Gong Xiong replied, then I'll send someone to bring you to rest. All right. It just so happened that Bei Gong Ao was around, so Bei Gong Xiong got him to send them to rest. Sima Yue did not say much along the way. When they passed by the abandoned courtyard, Sima Yue stopped and said, Is this an abandoned courtyard? Yes. The Bei Gong clan actually has such an abandoned courtyard. It looks really out of place. Why didn't they tear it down and build something else? This was the place where my late wife lived. After she died, I was so heartbroken that I didn't dare to come here. I couldn't bear to erase her existence, so I just left it here. I didn't expect it to be in such a dilapidated state. Sigh, my heart. Young Master Bei Gong and your late wife were really deeply in love. Sima Yue said ambiguously. But why do I smell a medicinal fragrance? Chapter 493. Bei Gong Ao's expression changed slightly. He had forgotten that Sima Yue was also an alchemist. He quickly smiled and said, maybe there are people refining pills in the surrounding courtyards. That's true. Alchemy aristocratic families concoct pills everywhere. Sima Yue smiled and did not pursue the matter any further. This made Bei Gong Ao heave a sigh of relief. When they arrived at the place where Sima Yue and the rest were temporarily staying, Bei Gong Ao quickly left. The words that Sima Yue had said, whether intentionally or unintentionally, made him feel embarrassed. He thought that she had discovered something, but her behavior seemed to indicate otherwise. Sima Yue looked at Bei Gong Ao's back and thought about what he had just said. She felt disgusted. He was on the same level as Bei Gong Air. Sure enough, what kind of person raised what kind of daughter? She entered the courtyard and found the Goshawk King. She had him pretend to send someone back and pretend that he was going to retrieve the Buddha lotus. The Goshawk King signaled someone with his eyes, and that person went out. He transformed into his true form and flew out of the city. When the Bei Gong clan saw the eagles leaving, they felt that they were definitely going to retrieve the Buddha lotus. They were even more convinced of Sima Yoyue's ability to concoct pills. After introducing Wu Lingyu and the Goshawk King, Sima Yoyue found a chair and sat down. She took out a spirit fruit and started munching on it. The Goshawk King looked at her unhurried expression and asked, "Did you really give the pill recipe to the Beigong clan?" "Yes." Sima Yoyue nodded. "You're really willing." "I didn't say that what I gave was real. You gave me a fake." The Goshawk King looked at her in surprise. "We were there when you gave her the pill recipe. That soft skin doesn't look like something from today. It's obviously from ancient times. That kind of thing can be made." Sima Yoyue said, "However, the authenticity of the pill formula is almost 90% certain. Otherwise, how could it scare those old fellows? I only changed a little bit. The slightest difference can lead to a huge loss. They can only stare at that pill formula and fret forever." The Goshawk King looked at Sima Yoyue speechlessly. After a while, he said, "Everyone says that humans are cunning. It seems that they are right." "Wrong." Sima Yoyue shook the finger of the hand that was holding the spiritual fruit and said, "Not all humans are cunning. Some are cunning, some are simple, some are sometimes simple, and some are sometimes cunning." The Goshawk King shook his head. "Humans are truly complicated." "You're right." Sima Yoyue took a bite of the spirit fruit. Compared to the violence and simplicity of spirit beasts, humans are much more complicated. However, if you interact more with humans, you will find that humans are actually quite interesting. The Goshawk King shook his head. He did not listen to Sima Yoyue's words. Interacting with her was enough to show how cunning humans were. He already did not have any thoughts of interacting with humans. Once this matter was settled, he would bring his people back. Sima Yoyue saw the Goshawk King's expression and knew that he did not have such thoughts. However, she had only come here to seek help. Although he was willing to help her because of Little Rock, it was also a friendship. She could not force him. "That's right. After this matter is settled, don't go back first. Stay for a while," she said. The Goshawk King nodded. He had heard Sima Yoyue's analysis. This matter could possibly involve the three powers of Autumn Moon City. When the time came, if there was a battle, he would have to appear to protect them. At night, Sima Yoyue let Little Roar go to the prison again to confirm Yinlan and Beigong Hang's situation. At the same time, she told them that Beigong Tang would come the next day to ask for them. She would bring them out and let them prepare. Alright, actually they did not need to prepare. They just needed to mentally prepare themselves. Little Roar left after passing the message, leaving behind the extremely excited mother and son. At this moment, in another large courtyard of the Beigong family, Beigong Air was currently discussing something with her parents. Guyun Air furrowed her brows as she looked at her daughter, saying, "Do you really want to be with him?" Beigong Air nodded her head with certainty. "Mother, think about it. He's someone from the central regions. If I can follow him, wouldn't I be able to go to the central regions with him? And you guys can also form a relationship with that side. Mother, this is a good opportunity. Furthermore, he's so elegant and has such an amiable personality. Wouldn't it be my dream to be able to be with someone like this? But, if you go so far away, it'll be hard for Mother to even see you." Guyun Air looked at her daughter with reluctance. Beigong Air's face was filled with dissatisfaction. "Mother, between being able to see me often and being able to go further, which do you think is more important?" "Mother, you can't delay your daughter's happiness just because you can't bear to part with her. Furthermore, don't you still have little brother after I leave? Isn't it the same if he stays by your side? If daughter wants to go, then let him go." Beigong Ao chimed in from the side, saying, "Daughter likes it. I think that Cu is a good person and is worthy of our little heir. Furthermore, if we can form a relationship with the central regions, our Beigong family status will be even higher. Look, the Earth Palace and the Beigong family have long been connected. Why didn't they make a move against the Yin family? It's because they have connections with the powers in the central regions. If we can form a relationship with them, we can destroy the Yin family. Isn't this your mother's wish? That's right, mother. Look at how sensible father is. Beigong Air smiled when she heard Beigong Ao's words. Sigh, since both of you think this way, then do as you wish. Guyun Air said helplessly. Then father will go find Siyu tomorrow to sound him out and see if he has any intentions. Beigong Ao said. Thank you, father. Then I'll head back first. Beigong Air left happily. No matter if Siyu had any intentions or not, she wanted to become his woman. It was fine if he was willing. If he wasn't, she would create an opportunity for him to have no choice but to marry her. Men. Young Mississippi, go find Grandma's son for me. Tell her that I need those pills. Ask her to prepare 2 sets for me. The next morning, Beigong Ao came to find Sima Yuyue and asked someone to invite her over for tea. Sima Yuyue didn't know what Beigong Ao wanted to do, so she followed the person who came over. Young Master Siyu, please have a seat. Beigong Ao waved his hand and invited Sima Yuyue to the seat opposite him. Sima Yuyue sat down unceremoniously and said, I wonder why young Master Beigong called me over. It's nothing much. My father and grandfather told me to be a good host. I also thought that young Master Siyu and I hit it off, so I wanted to invite you over for tea. Beigong Ao smiled and said, This is the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain Ginseng tea from the central regions. Young Master Siyu, try it. Young Master Beigong is too polite. Although the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain's ginseng tea isn't real ginseng, it's famous because it grows near ginseng. The entire Snow Mountain doesn't produce much in a year. I didn't think that I would be able to drink it here. She said as she took a sip, praising, good tea. When Beigong Tang heard her say that, she smiled even more happily. Most people would think that the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain's ginseng tea was brewed from ginseng. Only people from the central regions knew its true identity. Since she could say it so casually, it seemed like she really came from the central regions. Chapter 494. One of the reasons why he took out the ginseng tea from the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain was to verify if Sima Yuyue was from the inner regions. If she was, she should know the difference. New dagger oddly new address, young Lord Siyu looks very young, I wonder how old you are. Sima Yuyue lowered her head to drink her tea, her eyes flashing. What was this scumbag trying to do by asking her age? Could it be that he wanted to marry his daughter to her? Thinking back to when he said that the wine was prettier, she couldn't help but shiver. I'm 25. 25. Beigong Ao looked at Sima Yuyue. A 25-year-old who dared to travel so far, she would definitely be a big shot in the future. My daughter is 23 this year, so the age difference between the two of you isn't that big. Hee hee. She didn't want to reply and just laughed. I wonder if young Lord Siyu is married yet. Beigong Ao asked again. Sima Yuyue was extremely disgusted and muttered in her heart why Beigong Tang and the rest weren't here yet. I'm not married yet. Sima Yuyue said. My parents said that I'm still young and my temperament is not set yet. It's still too early to get married. Besides, we cultivators find it too early to get married at 100 years old. I don't want to let a woman control me so early. It's better to be alone and free. Beigong Ao wasn't an idiot and knew that Sima Yuyue was rejecting him. However, seeing that Beigong Ao wasn't happy, he could only smile and say, the ancient said that to start a family first, then start a career. As a man, there's no such thing as sooner or later. I still have a few older brothers at home. They're not in a hurry, so I'm even less anxious. I still want to take advantage of my youth and travel around the continent. Sima Yue said. Hee hee. Bei Gong Ao didn't know what to say to Sima Yue. She had already made it so obvious, so he couldn't just stick to her. Looking at his daughter's expression, he sighed in his heart and continued to smile. Actually, I invited you to drink tea today because I have something to discuss with young Lord. Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. Could it be that something went wrong with the alchemy? No, no. Bei Gong Ao raised his head and said, It's like this, my daughter fell in love with young Master Siyu at first sight, so I shamelessly came to ask for your opinion. Sima Yue's eyes widened. He really wanted to propose marriage to her, how disgusting. Cough cough, I've heard that young Master Bei Gong has 2 daughters. One is called Bei Gong Tang, and the other is called Bei Gong Air. I wonder which little miss has taken a fancy to me. Bei Gong Ao was startled when he heard Bei Gong Tang's name. He immediately furrowed his brows. How did the other party know about Bei Gong Tang's matters? Without waiting for him to reply, Sima Yue continued, But no matter who it is, I don't want to get married. I've let you down. My daughter. Bei Gong Ao wanted to work hard for his daughter and praise how outstanding his daughter was. But before he could say anything, a guard hurriedly ran in and whispered a few words into his ear. What? Are you telling the truth? Bei Gong Ao looked at the guard in shock. Yes, they're already blocking the entrance. The clan head wants young master to go over quickly. The guard replied. Young master see you. Since young master Bei Gong has something to do, I'll head back first. Sima Yue stood up and said. Alright, I'll get someone to send you back. Bei Gong Ao waved his hand and his servant girl walked over, leading Sima Yue away. Bei Gong Air, who was upstairs, heard Sima Yue's rejection and was furious. She thought of the medicine her servant girl brought back last night and said, I didn't want to use this method on you, but you forced me to. Young miss, it's bad, it's bad. Bei Gong Air's personal servant girl hurriedly ran upstairs and shouted frantically. Shut up, I know it's bad. Bei Gong Air shouted at the servant girl. The servant girl was stunned. Young Miss knew what happened outside, but young Miss had always been in the backyard. How could she know what happened outside? Bei Gong Air saw that the servant girl was stunned and not saying anything and shouted, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour me some water. Are you dead? Yes, 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 this servant will go immediately. The servant girl hurriedly went out to make tea. After a while, the servant girl brought in a cup of tea and placed it on the table, saying, Young miss, please have some tea. Bei Gong Air picked up the tea and used the lid of the cup to stir the tea leaves, saying, Father left in such a hurry. Did something happen? Doesn't young miss know? The servant girl said. I didn't even go out, how would I know? Bei Gong Air scolded. But when this servant came in just now, I said it was bad. Young miss said you knew it was bad. The servant girl said, feeling wronged. You still dare to quibble? Bei Gong Air stretched out a hand and grabbed the servant girl's arm, twisting it forcefully. Speak, what happened? It's Bei Gong Tang who came back. She said she wanted to take her mother and younger brother away. She's causing a ruckus outside the main gate. The servant girl said. Ping, Bei Gong Air threw the scalding hot teacup in her hand onto the servant girl. She stood up and shouted, Why didn't you say something so important earlier? Useless thing. After speaking, she hurriedly ran out. The servant girl did not have time to change her clothes and could only use her spiritual energy to dry her clothes before rushing out. It was a good thing that they were all cultivators, so this bit of scalding was not considered serious. Sima Yue followed the servant girl to the place where she lived. When she passed by the abandoned courtyard, she came behind the servant girl and took out a medicine bottle. The servant girl smelled a fragrance and did not have time to think before she collapsed. Sima Yue kept the servant girl into her spirit pagoda, then took out the mother-son stone and contacted Wu Lingyu. After that, she called out Little Roar and fused with him, entering the courtyard in a flash. Walking into the courtyard, Sima Yue recalled all the scarlet bees that were guarding the place. Then, she entered the house and found the underground passageway, successfully entering it. The passageway was too dark. She released a wisp of flame and had it open a path in front of her, directly arriving at the side of the two prisons. Yinlan and Bei Gonghang had long heard the commotion. When they saw Sima Yue enter with a flame, they both stood up. "Auntie, I'm here to save you guys. I'll attack the chains now. You guys stay back," Sima Yue said as she condensed her spiritual energy and attacked the chains. However, other than leaving a few marks on the chains, they did not break at all. This prison was made from 10,000-year-old black ice iron. Normal people would not be able to break it. Even I would not be able to do it. Yinlan said. "How could I forget about this? If the chains cannot be broken, we will not be able to get out." "It's okay," Sima Yue said as she took out a wisp of scarlet flame. She placed it under the chains to burn. In a short while, the chains melted. Clang! She removed the chains and opened the door, saying, "Auntie, come out first." After saying that, she went to burn Bei Gonghang's chains. Yinlan did not know what kind of flame Sima Yue was using. She was stunned for a moment before coming out of the door. After saving the two of them, she brought them out and ran towards the exit. Chapter 495. The three of them quickly arrived at the exit. Sima Yue was the first to dash out, then separated from Little Roar and retreated to the side. Little Roar ran to the exit and placed his claws on the enchantment. The enchantment turned into a blue halo. Burn Literature Library. "Come, Auntie, you can come up now." Yinlan knew that there was a barrier here. Previously, she was still thinking of a way to get out of the barrier, but she never thought that Little Roar's gentle touch would render the barrier useless. As they had been trapped underground, Sima Yue asked them to close their eyes when they came out. She took out 2 ribbons and covered their eyes. "The Northern Palace is at the main entrance. Let's go out now," Sima Yue said. Although both of their eyes were closed, Yinlan's divine senses were not weak. She held on to Bei Gonghang's hand and followed Sima Yue without any hindrance. They walked out of the courtyard and saw Wu Lingyu, the Goshawk King, and the others waiting for them. There were a few Bei Gong clan members lying on the ground. Sima Yue smiled. "Thank you. Let's go. It's a mess outside," Wu Lingyu said. The main entrance of the Bei Gong clan had been bustling with noise and excitement since half an hour ago. The people who were watching the show were talking about the scandal of the Bei Gong clan that they had just heard about. After Bei Gong Tang and the others had finished their preparations in the morning, she followed Sima Yue's instructions and went to look for the Bei Gong clan. The group of people arrived at the Bei Gong clan's door in a grandiose manner. Bei Gong Tang stood outside the main door and looked at the 2 big words Bei Gong. The number of times she had walked through this door could be counted on one hand. When she was 3 years old, her mother had brought her out twice when she was still Bei Gong Ao's wife. Ever since Gu Yunair had married into the family, she had never stepped out of this place. When they escaped, they went to the back of the mountain. Home was a warm word, but this place had never given her any warmth. When the guard saw them standing in front of the gate, he asked coldly, "Who are you?" Bei Gong Tang kept her emotions and said to the guard, "I want to see Bei Gong Ao." "Who are you? Is young Master Ao's name something you can call?" The guard berated Bei Gong Tang. It's not up to you to ask who I am. Hurry up and go report it. If there's no response in 10 minutes, I'll destroy your stone lions. Beigong Tang glanced at the stone lions on both sides of the door. Arrogant people, you actually dare to behave atrociously in front of the Beigong clan. Come, capture them. One of the guards roared. The guards at the gate weren't very strong to begin with, they were only elementary god kings. In less than 2 minutes, they were all beaten to the ground. Hearing the commotion outside, a few more people ran out from the main door and confronted Beigong Tang and the others. What happened? A middle-aged man walked out of the door. Seeing that the guard had been beaten to the ground, he frowned and wanted to scold the other party. However, when he saw Beigong Tang, he was stunned. Miss Tang. The person who came out was the steward of the Beigong clan, so he naturally recognized Beigong Tang. When she escaped, she was already over 10 years old. Her appearance had already been set. Now that she had grown up, she still looked the same as when she left that year. Steward Wan, you came at the right time. I'll have to trouble you to inform Beigong Ao that I, Beigong Tang, have returned. I want to bring my mother and younger brother away. Beigong Tang said. Miss Tang. The surrounding people who were watching the commotion originally thought that she was here to cause trouble, but now it didn't seem like it. Steward Wan instructed the person beside him, and that person quickly went in to report. He cupped his hands towards Beigong Tang, saying, I didn't think that Miss Tang would still be alive. Since you've returned home, how could you be outside? Please follow this old servant in. Your father and the others have missed you very much these past few years. Beigong Tang laughed mockingly, saying, they have indeed missed me very much. However, I'm afraid that only you know what kind of feelings they have for me. Since I escaped that time, I never thought of stepping through this door again. Miss Tang, even broken bones are still connected. No matter what, you're still the Beigong clan's Mississippi. Although you've done so many bad things back then, the clan won't blame you. They're still willing to let you return. For you to cause trouble here, have you ever thought of the clan? Steward Wan said. Hee hee. Beigong Tang looked at Steward Wan. Steward Wan's mouth is still so eloquent. Your ability to turn black into white and red into green hasn't deteriorated at all. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. My purpose for coming today is to bring my mother and younger brother away. Miss Tang, I'm afraid that won't do. Your mother and younger brother have already died a few years ago. Steward Wan said sorrowfully. Before they died, they even told young Master Ao that if you came back one day, they would definitely treat you well. Now that you've returned, how could you not enter the clan? If she didn't know that Lan and the others were still alive, Beigong Tang might have really believed his words when she saw his sorrowful expression. See, the people who were watching the commotion believed him. Miss Tang, could it be that the daughter of the Yin clan's miss who married Beigong Ao that year, Beigong Tang? Didn't I hear that she did something wrong and wasn't willing to accept the punishment, so she secretly ran away? Why did she come back today? Didn't you hear him say that he came to pick up his mother and younger brother? Sigh, it's a pity that they're already dead. What's the use of coming back now? If he had come back a few years earlier, he might have been able to meet them. Beigong Tang stood 10 meters away from the Beigong clan's main door. No matter what Steward Wan said, she refused to move or enter. This made Steward Wan very angry. He didn't think that Beigong Tang would actually come back after running away for so many years. She even came with such great fanfare to ask for people. He originally thought that it was just a girl. As long as he could trick her into entering the clan, wouldn't it be up to them to decide how to deal with her? Cripple her, kill her, or imprison her. The outside world would believe whatever they said. However, she refused to enter the clan, so his plan had to be put on hold. After a while, a few people from the Beigong clan walked out. They saw that the outside was filled with people who were pointing at the Baigong clan. The leader, Baigong Xiong, had an ugly expression. "What are you standing at the door for? Come in and talk." Baigong Tang looked at Baigong Xiong. It had been so many years, but this great-grandfather of hers hadn't changed at all. He was still so snobbish and arrogant. With regards to what he said just now, she treated it as if his smelly fart had polluted the air. She didn't even give a single response. "Baigong Tang, as the fourth-generation young miss of the clan, if you continue to be like this, be careful of the clan's rules." An elder berated. "Haven't I been removed from the clan a long time ago? I'm no longer the young miss of your clan. You still want to use the clan's rules on me?" Baigong Tang fearlessly faced them and said word by word, "I've said it before. After I escaped from the Baigong clan, I never thought of stepping into the Baigong clan's main door again. I'm here today to pick up my mother and younger brother. You better hand them over. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I'll make the Baigong clan lose a piece of flesh." Chapter 496. Baigong Xiong's expression turned even uglier. In all these years, no one had dared to speak to him like that. Especially those juniors, each and every one of them was obedient and sensible in front of him. She was the first one to contradict and even threaten him like this. He had seen this girl before. Although she was very stubborn, she was not so strong. She had changed a little after escaping for so many years. However, he didn't like this at all. "Steward 1 has already told you that your mother and brother died a few years ago. It's useless for you to keep harping on this. If you still want to be a member of the Baigong clan, then come in. Don't embarrass me outside," he reprimanded. "The news of my mother's death was just an excuse that you used to fool my uncle a few years ago. Do you think that I would believe it?" Baigong Tang looked at Baigong Xiong. "Tell me, do you believe your own words? That's the truth. Facts. The truth is that you schemed against my mother and forced her to marry Baigong Ao in an attempt to obtain the Yin family's secret alchemy technique from her. It's a pity that my mother knew of your wild ambitions and never gave you the secret technique. That's why she was tortured, beaten, and forced by you for all these years." Baigong Tang sneered. "After a few years, you realized that there was no way to get the secret technique from my mother, so you let Baigong Ao marry the daughter of the Earth Palace's palace master, Guyan Air. From then on, the three of us, mother and children, had a difficult life. Beatings and scoldings were common occurrences, and injuries were common occurrences. Don't tell me that even the head of the Baigong family doesn't know about this. You, evil girl, I'll destroy you." Baigong Ao rushed over and heard her words. He was so angry that he attacked her with a palm. Honor Rock quickly came to Baigong Tang's side. With a wave of his hand, that attack was scattered. Baigong Tang looked at Honor Rock gratefully. When Sima Yue left, she left Ninth Rock and Honor Rock behind to protect them. "What? You don't want me to expose your family scandal to the world? Is that why you're in such a hurry to silence me?" She looked at Baigong Ao, who tried to kill her as soon as he came out, and laughed coldly. "Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. You watched as Gu Yunair and Baigong Air tried to kill me all those years ago, and you tried to kill me as soon as we met today. This only proves one thing: you're worse than an animal. Wicked girl. How could I have given birth to such an evil daughter like you?" Baigong Ao scolded. He was so angry that his face turned red. "How did you give birth to it? I'm afraid I'll have to ask you how you schemed against my mother. Don't you know this the best?" Baigong Tang said sarcastically. Seeing Baigong Ao's red face, she smiled brightly. "Why, seeing how angry you are you regretting that you didn't get rid of me back then? Today, it's not too late for me to place righteousness before family. I'll just pretend that I never gave birth to such an evil girl." As he spoke, Bei Gong Ao wanted to kill Bei Gong Tang again. On a rock stood in front of Bei Gong Tang. Bei Gong Ao's hand movements immediately froze. The other party had immobilized him with just a glance. The four-winged rocks of the southern continent. Bei Gong Xiong looked at ninth rock and said, "This 1,000-year tortoise is a 10,000-year-old turtle. After living for so long, his knowledge and experience are indeed different. Isn't that right, Ziqi?" Fatty Chu and the others had been watching quietly all this while and only spoke up at this moment. Pfft. The surrounding people were amused by his words. Bei Gong Xiong looked at Honor Rock and said, "Your southern continent's hands have stretched too far. You actually came to the central region to show off. Our king said that he would fully support young Miss Bei Gong to come back and save her mother." Honor Rock said coldly, not putting the Bei Gong clan in his eyes. That contemptuous tone made the Bei Gong clan's faces turn ugly. Although the four-winged rocks were in the southern continent, they were very powerful. Most people were not willing to go against them. There was once someone in the northern seventh continent who offended them. In the end, they turned out in full force. The entire clan went to the northern seventh continent and turned the other party's family upside down. From then on, the four-winged rock's reputation spread. "We've already said that her mother is already dead. If you want her now, we can't hand her over at all." "Is that so? But I've received news that my younger sister and the others are still alive. However, they've been imprisoned in the underground prison for many years." A voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone opened up a path. Yin Hao brought a few people from behind the crowd and walked over. "Yin Hao, what are you doing here?" Bei Gong Ao glared at the person who walked over. "I heard that my niece came back to pick up my older sister. Naturally, I came to see if there's anything I can help with." Yin Hao said, "That year, I asked to see my younger sister, but you told me that she was already dead. Hearing my niece say this today, it seems that they were bullied by you a lot that year. Although the clan is very angry that my younger sister married Bei Gong Ao, she's still my Yin clan's young miss. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Also, is my younger sister alive or dead?" "Uncle!" Bei Gong Tang shouted at Yin Hao. "Be good. The Yin clan's group of old farts have been muddle-headed for so many years. They're finally not muddle-headed today. Do whatever you want to do. Don't be afraid. Uncle will support you." Yin Hao patted Bei Gong Tang's head. Bei Gong Tang felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was different from the warmth she got from Yu Yue and the others. It was a kind of kinship. It was another kind of kinship that she felt other than her mother and younger brother. "Yin Hao, don't think that you can spout nonsense here just because you're from a power in the inner regions. My Bei Gong clan has never done anything to let down the mother and son." Someone from the Bei Gong clan shouted. "That's right. You've brought people here. Do you want to declare war on our Bei Gong clan?" An elder said, "I'm afraid that if Old Man Yin finds out, he might even chase you out of the clan." Yin Hao took out a command tablet and said, "I'm here representing the Yin clan. My words are the Yin clan's words. The old fart in the clan said that if I don't bring my younger sister back today, I'll just take this command tablet and kill myself." "Uncle." Bei Gong Tang looked at Yin Hao in shock. This was different from what they had discussed. "When I went back, I met the old fart and told him about this. Maybe he understood and found his conscience again. He asked me to bring you home." "Bring you home." Bei Gong Tang chewed on these two words. It was clearly a very simple and warm word, but she had never felt it before. "We've already said that they're dead. If you don't believe us, you can go in and search for them yourselves," Bei Gong Xiong said. "You've hidden them so well. We won't be able to find them even if we go in. However, we've already sent people to rescue them. Once they're out, they'll have nothing to do with your Beigong clan. Beigong Tang said, from now on, we'll sever all ties with your Beigong clan. Chirp dash, as if to match her words, an eagle's cry came from the Beigong clan. Following that, an eagle flew towards the main door from the back of the mountain. Seeing the person sitting on it, Beigong Xiong and the others narrowed their eyes. Chapter 497. Seeing the person on the eagle, Beigong Air's expression changed again and again, while Beigong Tang's eyes were filled with tears. Burn carrot 1 carrot library. Calm. Wonderful. Oriental. Literary. Member high hand fight. Sima Yue and the rest came to the entrance and saw the tens of thousands of onlookers. She smiled and said, Beigong, we have brought your mother back. The Falcon King placed them on the ground, then transformed into his human form and stood behind the Falcon King. Mother. Beigong Tang threw herself into her mother's embrace. Although Yin Lan's face was still covered with gauze and they hadn't seen each other for so long, she still recognized her immediately. Yin Lan's divine sense had already reached the point where it could replace her eyes, but when she felt the real warmth of her daughter whom she had missed day and night, and heard the words, mother, that she had not heard for a long time, she could not help but take off the gauze. She had not seen sunlight for a long time. Although she had adapted to it for a while, when she pulled off the gauze, she still felt that the strong light was too dazzling. She subconsciously squinted her eyes. Mother, you haven't seen Bai Guang in so many years. How can you remove the gauze? Beigong Tang picked up the gauze and was about to cover her. Mother is fine. I can still withstand this bit of light. Mother wants to see you. Yin Lan used her spiritual energy, allowing her eyes to slowly open. Seeing Beigong Tang who had already grown up, her eyes could not help but redden. She reached out a hand to touch her face, saying emotionally, good, very good. Mother is finally alive to see you again. Beigong Tang stretched out her hand and placed it on the back of Yin Lan's hand. She rubbed her face against Yin Lan's palm and said, Mother, daughter is back. Elder sister. Beigong Hang's strength was much weaker, so he did not dare to take off the bandage on his face. However, his divine sense had grown quite a bit after being imprisoned for so many years, so he was able to see Beigong Tang's current situation. It was just that it was not as clear as what he could see with his eyes. Beigong Tang came out from Yin Lan's embrace and hugged Beigong Hang, saying, Younger brother, it's been hard on you. Back then, when little uncle came, he said that he could only take one person with him. She wanted Beigong Hang to leave, but in the end, Beigong Hang pushed her to little uncle's side. At that time, the situation was urgent. Her uncle grabbed her and ran away. I always believed that big sister would come back to save us. Beigong Hang smiled innocently. Yes, elder sister is back. If there's anything in the future, just leave it to big sister. Beigong Tang released Beigong Tang and patted his shoulder while crying and laughing. When Sima Yue heard Beigong Tang's words, a bitter taste spread in her mouth. She raised her face slightly, not allowing her emotions to spread. She also wanted to tell him that her sister was back and that he could leave everything to her in the future. When Yin Hao saw that Yin Lan and Beigong Hang were still alive, he was also very moved. However, when he saw Beigong Tang's emotional state, he could only restrain his emotions and say to the Beigong clan, Didn't you say that my younger sister and nephew died? Then who was this person? Family head Beigong, my Yin family needs a reasonable explanation. When the commoners saw Yin Lan and Beigong Hang appear alive in front of everyone, they looked at them with mocking expressions. They had said that they were dead at least 4 times just now. They had been so confident before, but now, they had been slapped in the face. Everyone seemed to have heard the sound of slapping. At this point, the Beigong clan had nothing to say about this. If they had not seen Yin Lan and Beigong Hang, they would have said that they were dead. However, now that the dead people had appeared, it was useless no matter what they said. Baigong Xiong immediately turned his furious gaze to Sima Yuyue and asked sternly, "Young Master Sima Yuyue, what do you mean by this?" They had always treated her with respect and treated her as an important guest. However, she had done such a thing. It was obvious that her motive for entering the Baigong clan was not simple. Sima Yuyue smiled and replied, "Family head Baigong, I'm not called Siyu. I'm Sima Yuyue. I grew up with Baigong Tang." With such an explanation, what was there to not understand? The pill refining is fake. Baigong Xiong looked at her hatefully. "Otherwise, why would you let us in? If we didn't go in, how would we have saved the mother and son?" Sima Yuyue said faintly. This family's skin was really thick. Right now, they were not thinking about how to explain it to everyone, but were blaming her for saving them. "Goshawk King, your Goshawk clan has never interacted with others. Why are you willing to be the accomplice of such a despicable person?" The Goshawk King glanced at Baigong Xiong. "I'm following my king's orders." King. Could it be the golden-winged roc that appeared in the southern continent? An elder said. "How long does your Baigong clan intend to ignore my Yin clan?" Yin Hao's face was cold, emitting a bone-piercing chill. "A few years ago, I asked to see my younger sister and nephew. You said that they were dead. Now, they are alive and well in front of me. Baigong Xiong, I respect you as the head of the clan. However, if you don't give a reasonable explanation, my Yin clan will definitely not let this matter rest. Yin Lan had already married into my Baigong clan 20 years ago. She is now a member of my Baigong clan. Do we still need to report to you outsiders how we deal with our own clan members?" Baigong Xiong twisted logic, wanting to gain the initiative by striking first. "My mother was only married to Baigong Ao because of your scheme. Furthermore, Baigong Ao and my mother no longer had any relationship as husband and wife. He was no longer a member of your Baigong clan." Baigong Tang said as she looked at Baigong Xiong. "Did you hear that? My younger sister was no longer a member of your Baigong clan. However, your Baigong clan has always been torturing and imprisoning her. Today, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, my Yin clan will not let you off." "Brother." Yin Lan called out emotionally when she saw Yin Hao like this. "Don't be afraid. That old fellow told me to bring you back. He won't ignore you anymore," Yin Hao said. Yin Lan did not have much hatred towards the Yin clan. After all, she was the one who insisted on marrying Baigong Ao. At that time, the people in the clan had said that if she married Baigong Ao, her life and death would have nothing to do with the Yin clan. She never thought that Yin Hao would represent the Yin clan to save her. "Baigong, since we've already saved her, let's leave first," Sima Yuyue said. Okay. Their goal today was to bring her away. Initially, they were worried that they weren't strong enough. That was why they dragged the Yin clan along. It would be a little safer. Now that he had brought the entire Yin clan, it wouldn't be difficult for them to leave. "Mother, let's leave first. We'll settle our debts with them in the future," Baigong Tang said. "As long as you come back, we can slowly talk about the past." Yin Lan held her daughter's hand and said. She wouldn't say that it was over. She definitely wouldn't say that she would write off the past debts. Those debts, she would slowly settle them in the future. A group of people came out from the Baigong clan and surrounded them, not allowing them to leave. "Yin Lan is still a member of my Baigong clan. You can't take her away," Baigong Ao said. The Baigong clan had done too many bad things to them. If those things were to spread, how would the Baigong clan be able to establish themselves in Autumn Moon City? So, even if they had to fall out with the Goshawk King, they definitely couldn't let them leave. Chapter 498. Burn Literature Library. Calm, hearing Baigong Ao's words, Yin Lan could not hide the anger in her heart. She said, "I'm no longer a member of your Baigong clan. Ever since you took Gu Yun, for your own benefits, we no longer have any relationship." Ranwen Library, 7764, Ao and I love each other. Gu Yun said from the side, "You, on the other hand, shamelessly destroyed our relationship and even plotted to marry Ao. Unfortunately, Ao isn't someone you can get with just a little scheming." Ha ha ha. Yin Lan laughed loudly, her face full of sarcasm as she said, "Do you really think I'm still that fool from back then? Would they still believe that you, Baigong Ao, were a hero who saved the damsel in distress back then? Back then, you guys were the ones who set up the show. Those people who molested me were just hired by you guys. I was foolish back then and didn't see the truth clearly. That's why I wanted to marry you at all costs. Didn't you want the Yin clan's secret alchemy technique? Unfortunately, you've locked me up for so many years and made me refine pills thousands of times, but you still haven't learned it. Shut up." When Baigong Ao saw that Yin Lan had revealed all of this, he panicked and said to the guards surrounding them, "Capture the three of them. The people of my Baigong family are not allowed to leave this place. Let's see who dares to move." Sima Yue stood beside Baigong Tang and the others, saying, "I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as the Baigong clan. Baigong, take your mother and leave first." Baigong Tang nodded. She supported Yin Lan and pulled Baigong Hang to leave. "Stop them." As soon as Baigong Xiong spoke, a group of god emperors flew out from the courtyard and stopped Yin Lan and the others. "Third brother, it seems like you can't do it. They don't even respect you," said a joking voice. Everybody looked towards the source of the voice and saw a sloppy young man with a group of people. There was no lack of godly emperors among them. Yin Hao saw his younger brother Yin Shi and said, "Why are you here?" Old Master said that although little sister was in the wrong, the family has forgiven her now that she has come back to life. The Baigong family always does some shameless things. They were afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle it, so they asked me to bring people to bring you back. Yin Shi's roguish words made the onlookers who were hiding far away laugh. Looks like your Yin clan is planning to shed all pretense of cordiality with my Baigong clan. Since that's the case, we're not afraid of starting a war with you. No one is allowed to leave. Baigong Xiong said. Bah, you old bastard. You're shameless to a whole new level. In the entire Autumn Moon City, only you, old bastard, can do this. Even the head of the family is like this. No wonder the whole family is like this. Yin Shi was much better at scolding people than Yin Hao. What, are you comparing numbers? Do you think your family is the only one with people? I don't see anyone in your house. Not a single person. Was he saying that the Baigong clan was inhumane? What are you waiting for? Baigong Xiong yelled at those people. Baigong clan's guards immediately fought with the people Yin Shi brought. For a moment, there were spiritual attacks everywhere. Although Yin Shi didn't bring many people, their strength wasn't low. They actually killed a lot of Baigong clan's guards. However, this was Baigong clan's territory after all. After killing a batch, another batch of people came up. However, the Yin clan didn't. Thus, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Third brother, hold on. Big brother will bring people over soon. Yin Shi said. Sima Yue and the rest didn't make a move. Their strength was too low. They could only stand in the protective barrier and watch the situation outside. Ninth Rock wouldn't let these little dolls go out and take risks. Seeing the Yin clan's weakness, Sima Yue planned to let the Goshawk King make a move. Otherwise, the casualties would be too serious. Goshawk King, what's going on?" A group of people ran over from the corner of the street. Seeing the two clans fighting, they shouted, "The Earth Palace's people are here." The onlookers said. Sima Yuyue didn't care whether the Earth Palace belonged to the Earth Palace or not. She said to the Goshawk King, "I'll still have to trouble you guys." The Goshawk King understood Sima Yuyue's meaning. He gave a look to the person beside him. That person immediately transformed into his original form and flew into the sky, chirping twice. Once they heard the chirping, the two clans stopped. Not good. Beigong Xiong's expression changed. Today's matter was probably out of their control. Chirp, a group of goshawks flew over from outside the city. They were majestic. Looking from below, it was as if half the sky was covered. Beigong Tang saw the group of goshawks and her face lit up. She looked at Sima Yuyue gratefully. The goshawks didn't land after they flew into the sky. Instead, they circled in the air. "Goshawk King, do you really want to become enemies with the human race?" Beigong Xiong purposely dragged the entire human race into this in an attempt to pressure him. There was a world of difference between becoming enemies with a clan and becoming enemies with the entire human race. "I'm only in charge of protecting my king." The Goshawk King replied indifferently. Sima Yuyue called out Little Rock. The goshawks in the sky all chirped, paying their respects to Little Rock. Even the Goshawk King bowed to him. Little Rock waved his hand to get the Goshawk King to stand up. Then, he looked at Beigong Xiong and said, "Whoever dares to touch my contracted master will become enemies with the entire bird clan. If you don't believe me, you can try." Wu Lingyu saw Little Rock's domineering attitude and looked at Sima Yuyue. He raised his eyebrows in praise. Not bad, this little bird's training was not bad. Sima Yuyue saw his gaze and despised him in her heart. She said to Beigong Xiong, "Patriarch Beigong, are you still going to block our way?" Beigong Xiong's face turned the color of pig liver. He couldn't say a single word. "Oh my, you should have said so earlier that you had such a strong support. I was so scared just now that I broke out in cold sweat." She pretended to wipe the non-existent cold sweat off his forehead. "Since Patriarch Beigong isn't stopping us, we'll be leaving." Fatty Chu shouted, giving the Beigong clan a slap. Ninth Rock removed the barrier and everyone left the Beigong clan openly. Even though they were already quite far away, they could still feel the murderous gazes behind them. The Beigong clan's faces were ugly. Although they were unwilling, what could they say? They weren't allowed to leave. The goshawks in the sky directly attacked them. If it was just a few tens of them, it would have been fine. But there were hundreds and thousands of them. How could they be their opponents? The Goshawk King left with Little Rock. The goshawks in the sky followed them, personally sending them to the Yin clan in the north of the city. She watched as the goshawks gradually disappeared into the distance. He sighed, "I never thought that I would have the experience of being protected by the Goshawk clan. Not bad, not bad." The Goshawk King personally sent them back. There was even a group of goshawks escorting them. The Yin clan's head even came out to welcome them. Seeing her once familiar family, Yin Lan subconsciously grabbed Beigong Tang's hand. Beigong Tang patted Yin Lan's hand, saying, "Mother, the Yin clan has ignored us all these years. They already don't treat you as a family. Although we did our part today, if you don't want to go back, we don't have to. We'll find a chance to repay the favor today." Chapter 499. Burn Literature Library. Xiaolan is a member of the Yin family. Now that she has left the Beigong family, how can she not return to the Yin family? A middle-aged woman wearing a dark red dress walked over and took Yin Lan's hand, saying, "You're already at the door, how can you not go home? Auntie has already sent someone to clean up your old courtyard. You will still be living there in the future." dancing Roa first, is this cousin Tang? A girl walked over and smiled as she pulled Bei Gong Tang's hand, saying, I'm your cousin Fei Fei. Let's go, I'll bring you to see the courtyard where little Aunt used to live. As she spoke, she pointed at Yin Shi. What a joke. Yin Lan and the others were treasures now. If they severed their relationship with the Yin family, then how would they be able to establish a relationship with the Goshawk clan in the future? Also, the contract master of the Rocks King was also their good friend. If it wasn't for them, this person definitely wouldn't care about the Yin clan. For the benefit of the family, Yin Lan cannot leave the family. How could Bei Gong Tang and the others not see through these people's thoughts? However, it was a good thing that there were people in the clan who were truly happy for the mother and children, so they didn't care about these things. The main thing was that Yin Lan was not calculative and was willing to come back, while Bei Gong Tang was merely following her mother's wishes. Sima Yue and the rest were welcomed into the residence as honored guests. They were also given individual courtyards to rest in. The treatment was quite good. Bei Gong Tang had not returned yet. After everyone rested for a while, Yu left the Yin family alone. She went to the inn last night, but received news that Shimin Feng had already paid the bill and left. She left the inn dejectedly and walked down the street in a daze. He had clearly recognized her, so why did he leave? He even left in the middle of the night. She was afraid that he would pay the bill and leave after she left. It was fine if he didn't want to acknowledge her, but why did he have to avoid her? Phone her. Don't tell me you're not going to recognize me for the rest of your life. She felt terrible and didn't know where to find him. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him to a stop. You're going to hit another tree if you keep walking. Wu Lingyu's voice came from behind. Sima Yue turned around and looked at Wu Lingyu. This time, his expression was no longer one of mockery. Instead, it was one of worry. Senior brother, why are you here? I saw you come out, so I followed you. Wu Lingyu said, who knew that you would be in a daze after coming out of the inn? You're going to bump into a tree again. Only then did Sima Yue realize that she was only a few centimeters away from the tree by the roadside. Thank you, senior brother. What's wrong with you? I didn't realize you were so muddle-headed before, Wu Lingyu said. Nothing. She shook her head, but in her mind, she recalled the scene of Shimin Feng strangling her neck last night. No. Only then did she remember that something was wrong last night. Shimin Feng's strength wasn't that high. Judging from his aura last night, he was at least a monarch rank or above. However, when he died, he had just reached divine ancestor rank. How could he have improved so much in 10 years? His strength was too strange. Moreover, that bone-chilling temperature was not normal for a person, which meant that his body was not normal. Damn it, why didn't I notice it last night? Sima Yue scolded herself. They had heard of many methods to forcefully increase one's strength, but those methods were often harmful to the body. Shimin Feng's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If it was normal cultivation, it would be fine. However, if it wasn't, then it would be troublesome. However, with that cold temperature, she couldn't convince herself that it was normal cultivation. She had to find him. If something happened to him, she felt that she wouldn't be able to bear a second parting. Perhaps this was the reason why he had refused to acknowledge her. Wu Lingyu saw that Sima Yue's expression had changed from sadness and disappointment to anxiety, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Go back and tell Bei Gong and the others that I have something to do and will be leaving for a while. If I don't come back, I'll see you at the auction." She was about to run away. "Wait, I'll go with you," Wu Lingyu said as he grabbed her. "No need." "All right then, you come with me." Sima Yue originally didn't want Wu Lingyu to know that she had obtained something, but she thought that Mo Sha already knew and he would know when they merged. Moreover, she wasn't very familiar with the outer regions, so it would be good to have someone by her side. As she walked, she took out the mother-son stone and contacted Sima Lai. When they found out that she was leaving, everyone was very surprised and wanted to go with her. You guys stay at the Yin residence. Sima Yue directly rejected them. Bei Gong has just returned to the clan and needs you guys to support her. If I don't go to the auction, then we'll meet at the Heavenly Sect. Senior will be with me, so you guys don't have to worry about me. That's all for now, I'm hanging up. After she finished speaking, she cut off the connection and walked to the inn. She went in with Wu Lingyu. The innkeeper saw that Sima Yue had just left and came back in. He didn't wait for her to ask and said, "Didn't I just tell you that the masked man had already checked out and left this morning before the sun rose?" Sima Yue directly placed a mid-ranked crystal on the counter. "We want to know, where will they go after leaving this place?" The innkeeper looked at the mid-ranked crystal and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, "I really don't know. The waiter just happened to pass by them and said, I was also there in the morning. I heard the girl with him say that they were going to the neighboring U city." "Are you sure?" Sima Yue asked. At that time, the two of them had already paid the bill and were a bit far away, so I didn't hear it clearly. The waiter said. "Thank you." Sima Yue placed the mid-ranked crystal in the waiter's arms and turned to leave. The waiter saw that he had received a mid-ranked crystal and was a bit stunned. When he saw that Sima Yue was about to look for him, he said, "Oh right, I heard that they didn't use the teleportation portal and took flying beasts." Sima Yue was startled. That's right, Feng was also dizzy from teleportation portals like her. If the distance was not far, he would not take the teleportation portal. In which direction is U City? Northwest. It's not far. If you take flying beasts, you will arrive in 10 days. The waiter said. Thank you. Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu went out of the city and then chased along the northwest direction. Originally, they thought that Shimin Feng had left half a day earlier than them and should be able to catch up very quickly. The speed of eagles was one of the best among the rocks. However, they had chased for 7 to 8 days and didn't see him. It made her think that she had missed them. Finally, when they were about to reach U City, Sima Yue caught up with them. Moreover, it was because they had an argument with someone and were confronting the other party in the valley. Seeing that there were dozens of people on the other side and that the eagle was too big of a target, Sima Yue and Wu Lingyu came down from afar. Then, Wu Lingyu brought her to fly nearby and hid in the dark to observe. Chapter 500. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to attack the people of the Yin Yang Palace, we will find you even if you run to the ends of the earth. Dozens of people surrounded Shimin Feng and Kong Sangyi. Each and every one of them had a murderous look on their face. Their strength was not low. It seemed like they knew that Shimin Feng was strong, so they sent so many people to kill them. Everyone from the Yin Yang Palace should die, and so should you. Shimin Feng's hoarse voice was filled with endless hatred. Yin Yang Palace. Sima Yue's heart skipped a beat. Then, she was filled with hatred. Wu Lingyu saw her change and was a little curious. Did this girl have some grudge with the Yin Yang Palace? How dare you try to kill us here? You've got guts, Kong Sangyi scolded the people of Yin Yang Palace. Kong Sangyi, don't think that just because you're the young miss of ancient Kong Ming, we won't dare to do anything to you. Your Yin Yang Palace is just a mediocre force. How dare you attack us? Although Kong Sangyi was young and had been pestering Shimin Feng, he was still very dignified in front of outsiders. It was you who killed our branch hall master first. We are only here to take revenge. That person said. He deserves to die. Shimin Feng said as he took out a long sword, you all deserve to die too. As he spoke, he directly attacked those people. Sima Yue looked on nervously, afraid that he would be hurt. But later, he saw that his strength was about the same as those people, but his fighting strength was stronger and his attacks were more ruthless. Moreover, his spiritual power and Enchi did not look like his previous martial arts. The doubts in his heart continued to deepen. What exactly had Feng experienced all these years? There were a few people who didn't move from their original positions. It seemed like they didn't intend to make a move earlier and were only here to boost their morale. However, when they saw that they were unable to deal with two people despite having so many people, they became anxious. Two of them attacked together. Kong Sangyi's martial arts were a little strange. Although his strength wasn't high, he was able to hold back a lot of people. However, he couldn't free himself to help Shimin Feng. Sima Yuyue saw that two monarch rank people attacked. Shimin Feng's strength was limited, and he was unable to fight 10 people. In a short period of time, he was severely injured. Sima Yuyue saw that Shimin Feng was injured and became anxious. She got up and wanted to rush over. "What are you doing?" Wu Lingyu saw that Sima Yuyue didn't care and pulled her back. Sima Yuyue said Yuyue's SSS, you are, Sima Yuyue's Yuyue said. "But I can't just watch him get injured." Sima Yuyue shouted, "I've already lost him once. I can't lose him a second time." Wu Lingyu didn't understand what Sima Yuyue meant. However, he understood that she was nervous and anxious. He said helplessly, "Wait here." After speaking, he called out Fire Qilin and said, "You go." The Fire Qilin nodded and immediately attacked over there, saving Shimin Feng as soon as he arrived. Fire Qilin. It wasn't just the people from Yinyang Palace. Even Shimin Feng was shocked by the sudden appearance of this person. "Fire Qilin, isn't this the contracted beast of His Highness Holy Sun?" Someone said. "Could it be that His Highness Holy Sun is here?" "I think His Highness Holy Sun is nearby and was attracted by the commotion." The people from Yinyang Palace said, "But it doesn't matter. Our Yinyang Palace is attached to the Sage Pavilion." Kong Sangyi took the opportunity when everyone stopped and ran to Shimin Feng's side. He supported him and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Shimin Feng pulled his hand away and looked at Fire Qilin cautiously. "I will try to stop them in a while. You look for an opportunity to leave." "How can I leave you here alone?" Kong Sangyi grabbed Shimin Feng's hand. "Since I came out with you, I will live and die with you. I will not leave." Sima Yuyue looked at Kong Sangyi from afar. She had heard of this person before and his reputation wasn't very good. However, when she saw him this time, she nodded her head satisfactorily. At the same time, she was secretly happy. Feng must have suffered in his heart all these years. If he had such a person by his side, it would be a ray of light in the darkness. "Fire Qilin, is His Highness Holy Sun here?" Fire Qilin glanced at them and said, "Yes, my master sent me here, to kill you all." After speaking, he started to attack the people from Yinyang Palace. He understood his master's intentions. Once he attacked, these people had to be killed. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if news of this spread to the Sage Pavilion. Sima Yuyue was still unable to tell Fire Qilin's rank until now. However, she knew that his rank was definitely not low. Otherwise, Shimin Feng would not have been killed by him in just 2 or 3 moves just now. Fire Qilin, when the people from Yinyang Palace saw Fire Qilin attack, they were all shocked. They immediately reacted and scattered in all directions. Peng, those who ran away were killed by Wu Lingyu. Even when they died, they didn't understand why Wu Lingyu would attack them. Sima Yuyue saw Wu Lingyu attack. This was the first time she saw him kill people. He didn't show any mercy and his movements were extremely graceful. It didn't look like he was killing people at all. Instead, it looked like he was doing something very elegant. And she didn't know what he used to hide his strength. no one could tell his rank. Kong Sengyi looked at Wu Lingyu in shock, saying, Shimin Feng, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is he helping us? Is he really the holy son of the Sage Pavilion? No. Shimin Feng looked at Wu Lingyu, not knowing what he meant. Why? The last person to fall looked at Wu Lingyu unwillingly. Wu Lingyu descended from the sky and looked at Sima Yue, saying, she wants you dead, so I naturally can't let you live. Who asked you to touch someone you shouldn't have? That person wanted to look at Sima Yue. Who exactly was it that he was protecting, but he didn't see who she was until he took his last breath. Shimin Feng followed Wu Lingyu's line of sight. When he saw Sima Yue, his body shook and began to tremble. Thank you, Holy Sun, for saving us today. I will definitely repay you for saving my life. Goodbye. He cupped his hands towards Wu Lingyu and turned to leave. Sima Yue saw that he was about to escape again and shouted, Shimin Feng, if you leave again, don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a brother like you. I will go to the Yin Yang Palace tomorrow and pay for my mistakes. But whether I live or die, I don't think you care. Shimin Feng stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking at her with a complicated expression. Sima Yue didn't say anything and just looked at him. After a long time, Shimin Feng called out weakly, Sister. Chapter 501. Sima Yue's tears fell uncontrollably when she heard Sima Yue calling out to her in a hoarse voice. On the other hand, Kong Sengyi's mouth was agape. His bright eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Wu Lingyu and the Fire Qilin were deeply shocked by the word sister. Sister. Shimin Feng shouted again when he saw Sima Yue getting closer and closer. This big sister also brought Kong Xiangyi's heart back. She pulled on Shimin Feng's sleeve and said, Shimin Feng, is there something wrong with your head? She was a man. How could she be your sister? Isn't your sister already dead? Qin Mo said that he personally buried your sister. In the beginning, Shimin Feng was also very surprised, but when he saw Little Roar and heard him call her Yu, he was sure that the person in front of him was his sister. Moreover, her soul must have been reborn, or else her spirit contract beast would not have survived. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that she was his elder sister, the elder sister who had protected him since he was young. Sima Yue came to the front of Shimin Feng and reached out her hand to take off Shimin Feng's mask, but was caught by him. Don't look, Sima Yue knew that there must be a reason why he did not want her to see it. She did not force him. She touched the mask and looked at the familiar eyes. She smiled and cried. Wu Lingyu glanced at the two of them and said to Kong Sengyi, who was stunned, let's go. Ah. Kong Sengyi was stunned for a moment, but then he understood what Wu Lingyu meant and followed him into the distance. Hey, I say, are you really Wu Lingyu? Yes. Not a fake. Yes. That's impossible, right? If you're from the Sage Pavilion, why would you help us? Oh, I understand. That sister must have begged you. Sigh, he was a man, how could he be an older sister? How strange. The Kong Sengyi chattered as they walked away, their voices getting softer and softer. When they were far away, Sima Yue let go of Shimin Feng and said, Feng, what's going on? It's a long story. Shimin Feng said. Let's talk about it later, Sima Yue said as she took out a pill. You were injured just now, take this pill first. Shimin Feng took the pill and ate it. He didn't say anything else. Sima Yue called Yu Guang out again and got him to burn the corpses to get rid of the evidence. After that, she took Shimin Feng and left the place. She got Little Rock to bring them to a mountain peak. Can I see you now? Sima Yue asked. No. Shimin Feng still subconsciously refused. No matter what you become, you're still my brother. Sima Yue said. I don't want to scare you. Shimin Feng was a little reluctant. I've seen your butt naked before, why would I be afraid of your current appearance? Sima Yue said. Sister. Shimin Feng looked at Sima Yue a little embarrassedly. Sister, how did you become like this? You're a man now, calling you sister is a little awkward. Sima Yue smiled and turned the ring on her finger, turning back into a woman. You. Shimin Feng's eyes widened. Looks like sister is still a sister, I won't feel awkward like this. Sima Yue nodded. Now it's time for me to see your face. Shimin Feng was still unwilling, but seeing Sima Yue's persistent eyes, he knew that she would definitely do what she set her mind on, so he could only let her take off the mask on his face. What kind of face was that? There was almost no part of his skin that was intact, and there were a lot of bumps and hollows, as if he had been bitten by something. Because he had been wearing a mask all these years, his face was a little pale. Although Sima Yue guessed that there must be something on his face, she did not expect his face to be like this. She was shocked and took a deep breath. Shimin Feng saw Sima Yue's reaction, and his eyes flashed with embarrassment. I knew it would scare you. As he spoke, he reached out to take the mask, but Sima Yue hid it behind her back. I was just a little shocked. Sima Yue looked at the wounds on his face, her heart aching. She did not know what he had been through and how much pain he had gone through. Now that we have time, tell me what happened after that **** left, how did you survive all these years, and how did you get these wounds? Seeing his flickering eyes, she glared at him. You know my personality, and I know yours. Don't try to hide anything from me, or else I won't forgive you if I find out. Shimin Feng originally wanted to hide the truth, but after hearing her words, the words were stuck in his throat. He hesitated for a while before he told her his experience. After you left that day, I was injured by them not long after. I did not want to be dismembered after death, so I used the last of my strength to jump off the cliff. Sister, do you still remember the place where we separated? The place where we separated? Sima Yue thought for a while and was shocked. Heartbreak Valley. You actually fell into Heartbreak Valley. Shimin Feng nodded and continued. Heartbreak Valley is famous for poisonous insects in the central region. After I fell that day, I was lucky and fell into a pool. There was a poisonous beast living in the pool, but it was not there recently, so there were some unconscious poisonous insects around. When I woke up, my face was already like this, and I was in Kong Valley. Maybe it was because you had fed me a lot of good things, so it was compatible with the poison. So although I was poisoned, I did not die. You entered Heartbreak Valley and were bitten by poisonous insects, but you were not poisoned to death. This might be the reason why Kong Valley was willing to save you. Sima Yue said. That's right. Shimin Feng nodded. They told me that they went to Heartbreak Valley to look for 2 poisonous herbs. When they saw me and realized that I was not dead, they were curious and saved me. Then how did you get your strength? Sima Yue asked. According to your cultivation speed, it's impossible to reach your current strength. I really can't hide anything from you. Shimin Feng said. After I recovered, I stayed in Kong Valley and did not have much contact with others. I don't know why, but Kong Sengyi always liked to pester me, so I was targeted. One time when I went out, I fell into their trap and fell into a cave. Although I came out alive, a dark aura entered my body and I almost died. After I went back, with the help of the Valley Lord and the others, I spent a few years to control this aura. Sima Yue frowned and grabbed his hand to check his pulse. After a while, she looked at Shimin Feng's calm and helpless face in horror. Chapter 502. Shimin Feng looked at Sima Yue and said with a bitter smile, I knew I couldn't hide anything from you. Edited by Vicky. I won't let you see it, but you won't give up. The aura in your body is too strange, it has been eating away at the life force in your organs. Sima Yue said, according to the current speed, you have less than 5 years to live. Kong Valley's doctor said the same thing. Shimin Feng said, I knew that I didn't have much time left. After I successfully controlled that aura, I left the valley. I wanted to kill the people from the Zongjing clan and Yin Yang Palace to avenge our loved ones. You killed a lot of people? Sima Yue asked. Not much. Back then, we didn't even kill 10% of the people who killed our loved ones. Shimin Feng said, blaming himself. Sima Yue retracted her hand and said, even though that aura is in your body and is being suppressed by you for the time being, every time you use it, it will consume your life force and reduce your time. I understand, Shimin Feng said. The doctor has already explained it. It's good that you understand. Sima Yue said, from today onwards, you can't use that aura anymore. I will think of a way to seal it, and then find a solution to get rid of the source for you. Sister, I'm already used to this power. If I give up, then your life is more important than anything else. Sima Yue held his hand. We've already died once. Are we going to die again? We can take our revenge slowly. The longer we live, the better we can kill our enemies. Think about it, when we're strong, it'll be better for us to kill the Zongjing clan and Yin Yang Palace for revenge. Or is it better for you to risk your life and capture a few of them? However, the people from the Kong Valley said that once it entered my body, it had already taken root and there was no way to remove it. Shimin Feng said. Don't you know my medical skills? Sima Yue said, furthermore, I've had some fortuitous encounters over the years. I've obtained quite a number of ancient medical books and my medical skills have improved a lot. Although we can't think of a way to eradicate it, we still have a way to temporarily contain it. After that, we'll think of a way to cure it. All right then, Shimin Feng said helplessly. I knew that things would turn out like this after we met. That's why you refused to acknowledge me even though you recognized me last time. Humph, you made me sad for a long time. Sima Yue pouted and complained. Elder sister, don't be angry. I'm just thinking that I don't have many years left to live. If you recognize me and see me die, you'll be sad. But I don't want you to be sad, Simon Wind explained. Sigh, how can I not know what you're thinking? Sima Yue sighed. If I'm really mad at you, I won't chase you. However, I originally thought that you were using some sort of secret technique to increase your strength. I was worried that it would harm your body, so I chased after you. But I didn't expect that your current situation is even worse than what I imagined. Go to the latest update, elder sister is always so smart. Shimin Feng sighed. Otherwise, how can I be your elder sister? Fortunately, I chased after you. Otherwise, with how big the primordial lands is, and how you intentionally hid your tracks, it would really be difficult for me to find you. Sima Yue said in relief. Then what about you, elder sister? How did you end up in this state? Big brother Qin Mo said that he personally buried your corpse. How did you come back to life? Shimin Feng asked. Actually, I'm already dead. The current me is no longer the same as before. Sima Yue said. You're no longer the same as before. No wonder when we met for the first time, I felt that your eyes were very familiar. Yet, I didn't recognize your appearance. Then what's your current situation? Shimin Feng said. After I died in my previous life, my soul entered this body, and borrowed this body to come back to life. Sima Yue roughly explained her situation to Shimin Feng. After listening to her, Shimin Feng looked at her with a strange expression. If that's the case, then this body of yours is much younger than me. You should be calling me elder brother, and not me calling you elder sister. Sima Yue slapped him on the head. Elder sister is elder sister. Even though this body is 1,000 years younger than you, it's still elder sister. Ever since you came out of your mother's womb after me, you've never had the chance to become an elder brother. Humph. I grew up under your oppression. Now that you're finally younger than me, I'm still being oppressed by you. Using your old words, this is unscientific. Shimin Feng protested. Don't give me the unscientific words. This is a fact that can never be changed. Sima Yue said, "Oh right, that Kong Sangyi seems to treat you quite well. Are you going to take her in as my sister-in-law?" "Elder sister, what are you talking about? She's just a clingy little girl." Shimin Feng felt a little awkward when he mentioned Kong Sangyi. Little girl. Have you ever seen a little girl over 100 years old? Sima Yue dragged out her voice meaningfully. Do you really think that elder sister is an ignorant commoner from the lower continents? I've heard of this Kong Sangyi's reputation before. At that time, I thought that the people from the Kong Valley weren't good. But when I saw how she never left you, I was very satisfied. How can I be together with her in this state? Shimin Feng said. You don't have to worry about that. I can't get rid of the aura in your body, but the wounds on your face shouldn't be a problem. Sima Yue said confidently. I'll turn you back into the handsome young man you used to be. I guarantee that you'll charm thousands of young women. But, I'll definitely let you live to 100 years old. Sima Yue knew what he was going to say. I'm now a disciple of the Divine Devil Valley's second Valley Lord. You know him too. His alchemy skills are amazing. There are many such talents in the Divine Devil Valley. Even if I can't do it, I'll gather everyone together. There'll definitely be a way. So I'll definitely let you have a long time to fall in love. Actually, we came to the outer regions this time because we received news that the Zongjin clan and Yin Yang Palace would be participating in the auction. Another reason is to look for the Heavenly Sect's vice principal. I heard that his alchemy and medical skills are superb. Even compared to you, he's not at all inferior. I want him to show me his skills. But I heard that he rarely walks around outside now. That's great. Sima Yue said. My master also wants us to go to the sect to learn. When the time comes, we'll see if we can find him and ask him to take a look at you. Sima Yue said. All right. The siblings chatted for an entire day and night on the mountain peak. They told each other about their experiences over the years. But most of the time, Sima Yue talked about her experiences in the lower continents, as well as her current family. Compared to Shimin Feng, her experiences were much more exciting. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that Wu Lingyu and Kong Sangyi arrived at the mountain peak. Shimin Feng put on his mask again. Shimin Feng, if we don't go to Yu City now, we won't make it in time. Kong Sangyi stared at Shimin Feng, feeling wronged. Usually, he would only get a few words from him because he had worked hard for so many years. He didn't expect that he would actually chat with this sister for an entire day and night. The difference was too big. Heavily recommended, I Eat Tomatoes, Tomato, New Book. Chapter 503. Sima Yue saw the way Kong Xiangyi was acting and immediately laughed, saying, I lost track of time while chatting. Wu Lingyu had other thoughts when he saw Sima Yue's smile. Ever since she had advanced to the divine level, the things she had seen the most were her tears and forced smiles. She had never smiled so happily before. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Shimin Feng. Why did he call her sister? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. No matter how smart he was, he would never have thought of such a thing as a soul being reborn. Sima Yue stood up from the ground, patted the dust on her butt and said, Feng, what are you going to Yu City for? Go find someone. Shimin Feng also stood up. Kong Valley has always been looking for ghost genius Amo-san. Recently, we received news that he came to the outer regions, so we sent people to search for his tracks. We just received news that he might go to U City in 2 days, so we want to try our luck and see if we can see him. Ghost Genius 3rd MO. That guy is wanton and unrestrained, why are you looking for him? Sima Yu asked, puzzled. There are some things that I need his help with. Shimin Feng said. Shimin Feng, why do you tell her everything? Kong Sangyi glared at Shimin Feng with dissatisfaction. I never hide my matters from Big Sister. Shimin Feng said. Forget it, if you go look for 3rd MO like this, he'll definitely ignore you. Otherwise, they will definitely demand an exorbitant price and rip you guys off, Sima Yue said confidently with her hands behind her back. You know him? Shimin Feng asked in surprise. Didn't I go to Mo Bay when I was 100 years old? Sima Yue said, I met him by chance and got to know him. I remember now. At that time, you said you met a friend, but he had a strange temperament. You called him something. Shameless Third. You're not talking about 3rd MO, are you? Sima Yue nodded. That's good. We were worried that even if we found him, we might not be able to do it, but with your help, there won't be a problem. Shimin Feng said. When I was 100 years old. Kong Sangyi sized up Sima Yue, you look like your bone age is only around 20 years old. Where did you get 100 years old? Or do you have a way to hide your bone age? How about you teach me? Sima Yue smiled, I really can't teach you this method. She had died and was reborn. Moreover, even she did not know how she had been reborn. How could she teach others? Sima Yue said, Sima Yue, Sima Yue, Kong Xiang Yi pursed her lips, saying, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Well, hurry, let's go. Alright. Feng, Yue, it was. Was Feng Yue, Yue was looked, Yue, I didn't expect you to tame a phoenix. It's as you wished. Sima Yue smiled, no wonder we couldn't catch up with you all the way. Shimin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. The group followed. They flew through the night for another 2 days before stopping outside U City. Chirp chirp, a paper crane came out of U City and flew beside Kong Sangyi's ear for a while, then landed on her hand. She dispersed her spiritual power and it turned into a paper crane. Little Crane said that 3rd MO has arrived in U City and is staying in the biggest inn in the city. Kong Sangyi said to everyone. Then we'll stay there too. Sima Yue said, do you know why he came here? How long will he stay here? I don't know, but he said he will only stay here for 4 days. More than a day has passed, we still have more than 2 days. Kong Sangyi said, time is a little tight, I think we should just look for him directly. Let's go and see what's going on. Sima Yue said. Okay. They entered the city and found the inn where 3rd MO was staying and checked in. They asked for 4 rooms. When they asked the waiter said that 3rd MO went out in the morning and only came back at night, so everyone went back to their rooms to rest. Feng, it's not suitable for me to see 3rd MO like this. You guys go and try, maybe you'll succeed. Sima Yue said. Okay. I'll make some medicine for you later to heal your throat first. Sima Yue continued. You've been rushing for so long, rest first. My throat has been like this since I came out of Heartbreak Valley, I'm used to it after so many years. Shimin Feng said. I know. Sima Yue said, let's go, I'll show you my place. With that, she brought Shimin Feng into the spirit pagoda. The moment they disappeared, Wu Lingyu, who was cultivating in the next room, opened her eyes. Sister, this is the spirit pagoda. Shimin Feng was shocked when he saw the scenery in the spirit pagoda. Yes. Sima Yue smiled and nodded. There used to be a lot of people here, but today they're all guests at the Yin residence, so it's much quieter. I can see that there are traces of people living here. Shimin Feng said, it's hard to imagine that there's such a treasure in this world, such a good place. This was left to her by the father of this body, but she couldn't cultivate at that time, so she couldn't use it. Sima Yue felt pity for the original owner. This can be compared to those little realms. No, it's even better. Shimin Feng said. Sima Yue saw the curiosity in Shimin Feng's eyes and smiled. 1 day outside is equivalent to 10 days here. I'll go prepare the medicine, you have time to look around. With that, she went to the medicine room and asked Little Spirit to help her pick a few herbs from the fields. Then, she took some dried herbs and refined them one by one before starting to refine pills. 1 day later, she opened the door to the pill refining room and saw Shimin Feng wandering around the medicine field. Sister, are you done? Shimin Feng heard the movement and flew over. Sima Yue placed a bottle of pills in his hand and said, take 1 pill every 2 days. You still have things to do now, I'll bring you in later. Let's go out first. Okay. Sima Yue brought him out and let him go back, then she sat cross-legged on the bed to adjust her breathing. When she opened her eyes, it was already the next day. Hearing the voices outside, she got off the bed and walked out. She opened the door and leaned against the door to look at Kong Sangyi, who was pulling a long face. Shimin Feng was listening to her complain. Yue, you're right. That third MO is really stubborn. No matter what we say, he won't agree and even chased us out. Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng, his eyes were also filled with helplessness. It seems that after all these years, his personality is still so weird. Sima Yue said with a smile, come in, I'll give you guys some advice. Chapter 504. At night, a man in white walked in from outside the inn. As soon as he entered, he saw Kong Sangyi guarding the door. Because he was in a bad mood today, when he saw her pestering him, he felt even worse. I already said that I don't have time. Don't look for me, Third Mo said as he walked upstairs. Third Master, I'm not here to talk to you tonight, Kong Sangyi said with a smile, looking at you, you must have encountered something unpleasant today. I'm waiting for you here because I heard that you like wine. Today, I went out and got a few jars of good wine. It's the best new Hong. Do you want to try it? Third Mo followed her gaze and saw a table in the corner filled with delicacies. There were also several jars of wine. One of the jars had already been opened, and the fragrance of the wine wafted into the air. It was intoxicating. The 3 men sat at the side and looked at him. No wonder he smelled the aroma of wine the moment he entered. So that was the reason. However, he quickly retracted his gaze and said indifferently, I haven't drunk in a long time. After that, he walked around Kong Sangyi and headed for the stairs. If he hadn't gotten drunk and slept for half a month, how could he have missed the time to save her? Ever since he saw her corpse, he had not touched a single drop of alcohol. He even hated it. Sima Yue saw that this trick was useless against him. She also saw the disgust and self-blame in his eyes. She did not know what was wrong with him. He had even abandoned a hobby that he had kept for hundreds of years. Thinking that he would leave tomorrow, she couldn't help but ask, shameless third, when did you quit all your lovers? Third Mo was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at Sima Yue. His eyes were filled with shock. What did you call me? He held his breath, not knowing what answer he would get. Sima Yue raised a wine jar and threw it at him. You once told me that this thing is the most intimate thing to you. It's your lover, and you'll probably spend the rest of your life with it. Why are you abandoning your lover now? Third Mo hugged the wine jar. After the initial shock, he became alert. He saw Chin Mo bury her with his own eyes. How could she come back to life? However, he had only said those words to her. She was also the only one who spoke to him in such a tone. She was the only one who would call him shameless third. Sima Yu saw the complicated look in his eyes and sighed, saying, I promised to make you a chicken banquet to go with your wine. Now that I've made it, why aren't you willing to do me the honor? Third Mo walked towards her in a daze. He saw the smile in her eyes. Although she had changed, her gaze hadn't. It was the her he knew. He reached out to pinch her face, but she slapped his hand away. You won't be able to pay for my fragile skin if you break it, she said, glaring at him. Why did these words sound so familiar? I remember now, you also wanted to pinch me at that time. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Why are you still like this? Hearing this, Third Mo's suspicious eyes were filled with ecstasy. She had said the same thing to him back then. If other people knew about what happened between them and asked them to imitate her, they wouldn't know what she had inadvertently said. He hugged Sima Yue and laughed, You're still alive. I'm alive. Sima Yue nodded, If you don't let go of me, I'll suffocate to death. She said, alive, not alive, but Third Mo didn't notice this. Third Mo let go of her and looked at her face. Your disguise is pretty good. I didn't even recognize you. There's no trace of it at all. Where did you learn it? That's not right. I clearly saw Chin Mo bury your body. Could it be that he secretly dug you out to save you? Sima Yue's lips twitched. This is my current appearance. Thinking of Chin Mo, her heart felt sour. Memory restaurant. Memory restaurant, how did you become like this? Third Mo sat down beside her and asked. I'll tell you later. Sima Yue smiled. This is the chicken feast that I promised you. The wine is also the good wine that I specially prepared for you. If you don't give me face, I won't agree to it. Alright, I know that you came looking for me because of this girl. Third Mo said. I'll eat this meal. Let's forget about the wine. Shameless third, you really quit drinking. Sima Yue thought that he was just making excuses. Now, it seemed that he really didn't drink anymore. Third Mo nodded seriously. When the Shiman family was in trouble, I was drunk and slept for half a month. When I woke up, I knew that you had sent me a message. When I rushed over, you were already. From then on, I stopped drinking. Sima Yue's heart ached. What he loved the most was wine. She understood his feelings towards wine the most. But because he couldn't save her, he quit drinking. She suddenly wanted to cry. Sniffling, she put away the wine and took out some white wine jugs. This is my newly brewed fruit wine. It won't get you drunk. You can drink this in the future. Third Mo took it and smelled it. The fragrance of the spirit fruit was mixed with a faint wine fragrance. It was very different from the strong wine that he drank before. This is the fruit wine that you talked about before. There are many kinds of fruit wine. I made many kinds. You can try them all. Sima Yue poured a cup for him. Third Mo took it and tasted it. It's not as strong as ordinary wine. The fragrance of the spirit fruit and the wine are mixed together. It has a different flavor. Do you like it? Sima Yue asked. Not bad. Third Mo nodded. Even if I keep drinking this, I won't get drunk. I'll drink this in the future. Sima Yue saw that he liked it and smiled happily. Suddenly, she felt a resentful gaze. Turning her head, she saw Wu Lingyu looking at her with eyes full of complaints. Why was she so nice to the two people who suddenly appeared? This senior martial brother of his had been thrown aside by her. Sima Yue felt the cold air coming from his body. Taking the cup in front of him, she poured a cup for him and put it in front of him. Smiling, she said, "Senior brother, you've been working hard recently. I haven't thanked you for saving my younger brother. Come, drink more." Wu Lingyu saw that Sima Yue was really happy. Even her smile towards him was more genuine. But this was because of someone else, not him. So he was still a little annoyed. Taking the cup of wine that Sima Yue poured for him, he drank it in one gulp. Then, he stood up and left. Third Mo looked at Wu Lingyu's back and smiled. This holy son of the sage pavilion has a big temper. But why do I smell something sour? They were all famous people in the inner regions. Third Mo naturally knew Wu Lingyu, but he had never interacted with him. It was Sima Yue's first time seeing Wu Lingyu like this. But thinking that he had suppressed it for such a long time, he was already considered to have a good temper. "Shameless third, you're laughing at me. Be careful that I'll take care of you in the future. Xiang Yi, tell him what happened. I'll go out for a while." After speaking, she stood up and left. Chapter 505. When Sima Yue went out, she saw Wu Lingyu walking on the street. He did not open a spatial passage to leave, it seemed like he was waiting for her to come out. She chased after him and pulled on his sleeve, saying, "What are you doing?" Wu Lingyu glanced at her and did not say anything, continuing to walk forward. Sima Yue rolled her eyes in her heart. This guy was still being arrogant. "I know what you're thinking. If you continue to be like this, I won't say anything." The figure in front of her paused. She snickered and went forward to grab his arm, saying, "Let's find a place where no one can hear us." Wu Lingyu lowered his head to look at the jade hand on his arm. Seeing the teasing look in her eyes, most of the anger in his heart disappeared. He wrapped his arms around her waist, opened up a spatial passageway, and walked in, entering the little realm that he had refined. Sima Yue thought about the last time she came here. At that time, she had just recovered her memories and was on the verge of collapse. He brought her here to stay for a month to let her slowly calm down. Seeing that the rocking chair she slept in was still there, she walked over and sat down, curling up like last time. She thought about the way he looked at her at that time. At that time, he was probably wondering what was wrong with her. However, he did not ask anything and only gave her the peace she wanted. Moreover, after seeing her strange behavior for so long, he did not ask her about it. This was already good enough. She raised her head to look at a certain someone who was still angry. She smiled and lay down again, pointing at another rocking chair beside her. A certain someone sat down with a cold face. "Senior, have you been to the southern wasteland?" she asked. "Twice," Wu Lingyu said. "Then have you heard of the Shiman clan of the southern wasteland's 7 prefectures?" Sima Yue asked. "Shiman clan? The one that was exterminated by the Zongjing clan?" Wu Lingyu felt that it was a bit familiar. Only later did he remember that he had heard them talk about it before. Sima Yue nodded, saying, "At that time, the eldest daughter of the Shiman clan was called Shiman Yue. The eldest son was called Shiman Feng." Wu Lingyu wasn't too surprised. After all, he had already guessed her identity. Back then, Zongjing Hanyu and I were very good friends. We grew up together. Because I was a triple elemental spirit master and she was a double elemental spirit master, my halo gradually overshadowed hers and she slowly changed. Once, she gave me a rare spirit stone, saying that it was a birthday gift for me. Later, I found out that it was a type of spirit stone that could slowly emit poison. And because my family had inhaled this poison, when the Zongjing clan and Yin Yang Palace attacked us, we couldn't withstand a single blow. Then of course I'm dead. Sima Yue said, "Zongjing Hanyu used the soul-locking lamp to scatter my soul, but I don't know why my soul didn't disappear, but was reborn in this body. But because my soul was injured, I didn't have those memories at first. When I advanced to the divine level, I regained my memories and recalled the past. Then when we met, you were already reborn. Wu Lingyu was very conflicted about this question. At that time, I had just been reborn for a few months. Wu Lingyu's heart relaxed, and his heart ached for her. After that, when he went to the 7 prefectures of the southern desolation, he passed by a burnt ruin, and heard the people around him say that it was the ruins of the Shiman clan. Just by looking at the ruins, he could imagine the scene at that time. And that year, she saw her own clan being engulfed in the fire with her own eyes. Seeing her relatives die tragically, he could imagine her heartache. No wonder she was like that after regaining her memories. He used to think about what happened to her that caused her to break down when she advanced to the divine level. He thought of a million possibilities, but he didn't think of this. Now he also understood why she was like that when she saw Shiman Feng. One escaped death, the other was reborn. They were very close brother and sister, and could be the only person in the clan. Naturally, it would be like that. Yin Yang Palace belongs to the Southern Desolation Branch Palace. Sima Yue glared at him. I just knew that there are no good people in the Sage Pavilion. This has nothing to do with me. Wu Lingyu said innocently, you know, I'm from the Divine Devil Valley. But you're also the Holy Son of the Sage Pavilion. On the surface, you're also a member of the Sage Pavilion. Humph. She didn't think that the Yin Yang Palace was actually a subordinate of the Sage Pavilion. But thinking about the way the Sage Pavilion did things in the Southern Desolation, it was expected that there would be a power like the Yin Yang Palace. I might not be the Holy Sun any time. Wu Lingyu shrugged. You didn't tell me clearly at that time. Why did the Pavilion Master want you to go to the Sage Pavilion to be the Crown Prince? You didn't tell me clearly either. She moved her body and turned sideways to face him. Don't try to scare me. I've already told you my secret. Sima Yue said before he could speak. Wu Lingyu thought about it and said, because my soul is incomplete. What does an incomplete soul have to do with that? Sima Yue didn't understand. That old fart's time is up. Because my soul is incomplete, I'm the best host for possession. Wu Lingyu said casually. Possession. Sima Yue sat up abruptly. Could it be someone like me? Should be. She looked at him from head to toe. Thinking about the soul of an old fart living in this body, she couldn't help but shiver. Speaking of which, I should be able to break the contract with Mo Shaw now. You guys should merge sooner. That way, that old fart won't be able to do anything to you. Sima Yue said, speaking of which, Mo Shaw hasn't come out for a long time. I don't know what he's doing in the bracelet. Maybe he's preparing to merge. Wu Lingyu guessed. I don't know. I tried to contact him, but he actually blocked our contract. That's why I can't contact him now. Sima Yue said curiously, since you can't contact him, then there's no way to break the contract for now. There's no rush. That old fart still has a few years. Wu Lingyu said, he's been in closed-door cultivation recently. If he succeeds in advancing, then he'll have a lot of time. Living in his own body is better than finding a new one. I'm just a spare tire for him. Of course, in order to make use of this spare tire, he spent a lot of good resources on me these past few years. That's why you're so strong. Sima Yue pursed her lips. The last time I saw you save my brother, I didn't see your strength. Quick, tell me. It's fine if you didn't see it. You'll know in the future. Wu Lingyu said, keeping her in suspense. TSK, I won't tell you if you don't want to. She lay back down. What are your plans for this period of time? I don't have any plans. Anyway, that old fart is in closed-door cultivation and doesn't have time to find me. I'll just follow you for now. He smiled and said, also, who knows when Emo Shah will wake up. It'll be troublesome if you can't contact me then. Chapter 506. Sima Yue looked at him and waved her hand, saying, it's up to you. Anyway, with my current strength, I'm considered a weakling. With an expert like you by my side, I'll be safer. Wu Lingyu also laid down. The two of them lay there quietly for a while. After a while, he opened his eyes and found that Sima Yue was already asleep. Looking at her sleeping face, he was momentarily mesmerized. He knew that she rarely slept. Other than when she fainted at the teleportation array, she would cultivate and study whenever she had time. When she was tired, she would cultivate her soul to get rid of her fatigue. He knew that she was a very vigilant person. Now that she was sleeping peacefully beside him, it was because she subconsciously trusted him. Thinking of this, his lips curled into a charming smile. Sima Yue did not know how long she had slept, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a certain someone's charming smile. What are you thinking about? Why are you so happy? Sima Yue rubbed her eyes and asked in confusion. She felt that she was a little sleepy. It must have been a long time. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had a good night's sleep. She didn't expect to fall asleep here today. Not long, only a day. Wu Lingyu sat up and said. One day. Sima Yue screamed, why did I sleep for so long? You've been too tired recently, Wu Lingyu said. Let's go out quickly. Feng Er and the others must be worried. She quickly stood up and said anxiously. Don't worry, they won't be in a hurry. Isn't Third Mo busy today? Although Wu Lingyu said that, he still stood up, opened the little realm, and brought her out. Sister, where did you go? Seeing Sima Yue, Shimin Feng immediately came up and asked worriedly. She glared at Wu Lingyu as she spoke. Sima Yue smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, it's nothing, I just went to a place and was delayed for a while. How are things going with you? Third Master Mo has already agreed to help Kong Valley. Kong Sangyi said. Sima Yue did not see Third Mo and raised her eyebrows. Where is he? He said that he's here to appraise stones for a family here. Today is the last day and he'll be back in the evening, Kong Sangyi said. Although Rascal 3 is good in all areas, he's the best at judging mountains and stones. Sima Yue said, you're looking for him for this. Kong Sangyi did not hide it from her anymore and said, yes, we found a mine a few days ago, but we don't know where to start, so we wanted to ask Third Master Mo to take a look. Sima Yue didn't understand it in the past, but now she understood. There were many strange spiritual stones under the mine. Because the mine had been buried underground for many years, all kinds of spiritual energy formed in the mountain and gradually formed a force. This force was closely related to the spiritual stones in the mountain. If the force didn't spread out along the terrain when the mine started, it would be chaotic in the mountain and cause trouble for mining. It might even kill people. Therefore, once a mine was discovered, everyone would ask a spirit seeker to find the right place to mine and release the power. Is there a problem with your mine? She asked. Every power had their own mine. This Kong Valley's position in the inner regions was not low, so naturally, they had their own mine. No, the mine was fine in the past. Kong Sangyi said, but we recently found a mine. Our spirit seekers said that there would be many rare spiritual stones in the mine. That's not bad. Sima Yue understood the importance of discovering a mine, especially one that could produce rare spiritual stones. When we found this mine, the valley was naturally very happy. But our spirit seeker's words made everyone worried. He said that for some reason, the terrain of the mine was very different from other mines. He said that the force inside was too complicated and could not be opened casually. Otherwise, the entire mine would be destroyed. Shimin Feng and I only received this news when we reached the outer regions. We also found out that Third Master Mo was also in the outer regions. We thought of a way to find him and asked him to help us take a look. Speaking up to this point, she went forward to hold Sima Yoyue's hand and said with a smile, "We really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, we would have made a wasted trip." She already knew that Sima Yoyue was a girl, so naturally, she did not avoid this topic. "I haven't properly thanked you for saving Feng, her. This is nothing. Also, with Shameless Third's personality, I'm afraid he won't help you for free," Sima Yoyue said with a smile. "We naturally need to pay him for his help. But if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have this chance," Kong Sangyi said. Sima Yoyue did not continue to chat with her and changed the topic. "Then are you guys going back?" Kong Sangyi looked at Shimin Feng and shook her head. "We're not going back. Third Master Mo said that he won't have time these few months. He will go after some time. When the time comes, there will be people from the valley coming to pick him up." Sima Yoyue understood that Shimin Feng was definitely not willing to go back, so she also did not want to go back. She really had deep feelings for this brother of hers. Although her reputation wasn't good before, she had a straightforward personality and she liked her. This time, Third Master Mo came back late at night. The moment he came back, he told Sima Yoyue that there was something good in the auction at Xianyuan Pavilion and that they must go. Although Sima Yoyue had already decided to go to the auction, she was still very curious about the good stuff that could attract Third Master Mo. Third Master Mo smiled mysteriously and said, "It said that there is a piece of ore from the ancient times." "Ore from the ancient times?" Several people gasped. "Isn't this the ancient times? It's even further back. The things left behind at that time are probably not ordinary." "Yes, that's why I said that this auction is worth going." Third Master Mo smiled and said, "We originally planned to go to the auction. Now it's a good time to go together." Sima Yoyue replied. "Then it's decided. Yoyue, give me some of that fruit wine. You only gave me 1 jar last night. I don't even want to drink any more today. Didn't you say that you quit?" She teased. "I won't drink that kind of strong alcohol anymore, but this kind of fruit wine is not bad. I can drink it." Third Master Mo smiled and said, "Look at you, no matter how much I give you, it won't be enough for you to drink." Although she scolded him, Sima Yoyue still took out a lot of wine for him. Ever since she recovered her memories, she remembered this old friend of hers. At that time, she started to let Little Spirit brew a large amount of fruit wine. Since Little Spirit and the others were bored inside, she might as well find something for them to do. After this period of time, there were actually countless bottles of wine in the Spirit Pagoda. They once asked her why she brewed so much wine. In the past, it was just enough for everyone to drink. Now, this amount was far beyond what they could drink. Chapter 507. Since Third Mo had settled his matters here, Sima Yoyue and the rest planned to head to Feng City where the Xianyuan Pavilion was holding the auction. Feng City was in the northwest direction of Yu City. It was right between Autumn Moon City and Feng City, so she thought of a way to inform Bei Gong Tang and the others that she was safe before setting off for Feng City. Sima Yoyue and Shimin Feng were dizzy from using the teleportation array. However, the distance from here to Feng City was very far. It would take at least 3 to 5 years. Therefore, they could only use the teleportation array. But luckily, the clan that Third Mo helped was a prominent clan here and managed the teleportation array. She went to research the teleportation array to Feng City and found out the coordinates of Feng City. She and Third Mo spent over 10 days to set up such a long-distance teleportation array. Wu Lingyu said that she would open up a spatial tunnel to bring them over. However, Sima Yoyue thought that she had nothing to do recently, so she could use this to practice. She had never set up such a long-distance teleportation array before, so she wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect you to learn so many things after your rebirth. Third Mo already knew about Sima Yoyue's rebirth. He also knew that she knew how to tame beasts and array formations. I do know more than before. I was interested in alchemy in the past. Now that I have a chance to start over, and I have a blood feud, the more I know, the better. Sima Yue said. I was worried that you would bite off more than you can chew when I heard that you knew how to do these things. I didn't expect you to do everything so well. Third Mo said, say, if someone like you becomes famous in the continent, I'll just give up my title of ghost genius to you. Alright, I only know a little. Since I've been with you recently, why don't you give me some pointers? She said with a smile. Sure. Third Mo agreed readily. He was originally on good terms with Sima Yu and saw her as a close friend. The last time he was unable to save her because he was drunk, he had always regretted it. Now that she had been reborn, he naturally wanted to make up for the guilt in his heart. After the teleportation portal was set up, Kong Sangyi was amazed and exclaimed that Sima Yue was even more talented than a ghost. Aren't we together with Rascal 3? Most of the time, he's the one doing it. I'm just helping him from the side. Sima Yue said. It's such a long-distance teleportation array. Are the two of you really accurate? Could it have teleported us somewhere else? Wu Lingyu frowned. Ahem. Sima Yue coughed unnaturally. Although we know the coordinates, Rascal San said that the distance is too far, so there might be some deviation. However, it won't be too far off. Big sister, is there really no problem with your transfer array? Shimin Feng asked somewhat fearfully. No, trust me. Sima Yue patted Shimin Feng's shoulder. How can I joke about everyone's lives? Besides, even if you don't trust me, don't you trust Shameless 3? It can't be worse than those teleportation arrays, right? I don't think so. Sima Yue said uncertainly. The teleportation arrays that she set up usually didn't cause people to feel dizzy. However, she had never tried such a long-distance teleportation before. She didn't know how effective it would be. Feeling uneasy, the few of them stepped into the teleportation array. After Sima Yue activated the teleportation array, the few of them quickly disappeared from their original spot. The teleportation array also turned into ashes after they disappeared. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from Feng City, a group of people were running wildly. They escaped from the mountains to the plains and kept running towards Feng City. The people on the spirit beast's back were running wildly on the plains. The people on the spirit beast's back kept looking back. When they saw the people chasing them from the mountains, their expressions changed. Little young master, little miss, we will try to delay those people in a while. You just have to keep running forward. Don't look back. Just wait for reinforcements. A middle-aged man said to his master. They have so many people. What's the point of you staying? We've already lost so many people. If you go back, it'll be a waste. The lady who was protected in the middle said. To be able to die for little miss and little young master, our deaths are worth it. As long as you are safe, those people didn't die in vain. The middle-aged man said. That's right. The others agreed. You just have to keep moving forward. The middle-aged man glanced at the others. The group of people flew up from the spirit beast's back and waited in the air for those people. Uncle Zhong. The lady shouted. However, the spirit beast carried them further and further away. Big sister, we'll die if we go back now. We can't let them die in vain. The young man said. Junhui, if I see him, I'll definitely kill him. The lady clenched her fists and looked at the people in the air with tears in her eyes. Seeing that the people chasing them were getting closer and closer, both sides started fighting. Soon, half of the people on this side were killed. Only 3 to 5 people were left. The other people saw that there weren't many of them. They went around them and chased after the siblings. "Big sister, I'll go stop them." The young man stood up and said, "You're silly. I'm stronger than you. I'll go." "Big sister, father and mother have always thought highly of you. You're strong, unlike me. You have to live. No, you're the only male in our family. You'll definitely take up the responsibility of the family in the future. If you can survive today, you must kick Jun Hui and his branch out of the Jun family forever. Only then will you be able to live up to the people who died today. Do you remember? Ha ha ha, you siblings should stop fighting. Today, none of you can leave." Arrogant laughter came from behind. Those people quickly caught up to them and landed on the ground, surrounding them. Seeing the murderous looks on their faces, the siblings' hearts sank. It looked like their chances of surviving today were not high. On the other side, the guards were all taken care of. The remaining people also caught up and surrounded them. In a while, find a chance to escape from their encirclement. I'll self-destruct and kill some of them. It'll delay them," the lady said resolutely. "Big sister." The man's eyes widened in shock. Seeing that she had made up her mind, his eyes were filled with pain. "Don't give her a chance to self-destruct. Hurry up and do it," a man shouted. When the lady heard that, she quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in her body and prepared to self-destruct. However, she was knocked off the spirit beast and fell to the ground. She clutched her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big sister." The man jumped down and supported the lady. He glared at the group of people hatefully. Were they really going to die here today? At this moment, a passage suddenly opened in the air. 2 people fell from it. 3 people came out from behind and quickly supported the 2 people. The sudden appearance of the people on the ground interrupted the actions of the people on the ground. They raised their heads and looked at them. Seeing that Wu Lingyu supported Sima Yuyue to the ground, the man subconsciously called out, "Yuyue." Chapter 508. Sima Yuyue heard someone calling her name and looked at them. She was surprised when she recognized them. "Junlan, Jun Tian, why are you here?" Shimin Feng looked at Junlan and Jun Tian and asked, "Sister, do you know them?" Sima Yuyue nodded. "Sort of." Junlan didn't know Sima Yuyue. When they met at the Xianyuan pavilion, Sima Yuyue was completely covered in a cloak, so she couldn't recognize her at all. However, Junlan had spent a few days with Sima Yuyue on Forgotten Worry Island. When the people chasing them saw that Sima Yuyue and Junlan knew each other, they said, "This matter cannot be spread. Kill them all." "Yes. Run." Junlan clutched her chest and shouted at them. "Originally, it had nothing to do with you, but you were unlucky enough to see it. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all," the leader ordered. "What arrogance! Not many people in the primordial lands dare to say that they will kill me." Third Imo laughed evilly. "I hate it when people point a knife at me." Kong Sengyi looked at those people, took out a bell, and shook it twice. Kong Valley's people. Seeing the bell in Kong Sengyi's hand, those people immediately recognized him. "You do have some knowledge." Kong Sengyi did not deny it. Recognizing Kong Sengyi's identity, those people's faces became somewhat ugly. However, they had no choice but to fire now. Even if they knew that they were from ancient Kong Ming, they could not let them leave. Charge! Besides Sima Yuyue, the other 4 went over. Each of them was assigned a few people, and it didn't take long for them to settle everything. Sima Yuyue came to Junlan and Jun Tian's side. Seeing the dazed June Tian, she reminded, "Aren't you going to feed your sister the pill?" Oh. Only then did June Tian remember to give Junlon a pill and said, "Why are you here? When did you come up?" "A few months." Sima Yue frowned when she saw the pill that June Tian took out. Seeing that he was about to feed it to Junlon, she grabbed his hand. "What's wrong?" The siblings looked at her in confusion. "This pill doesn't smell right." Sima Yu took the pill from June Tian's hand and sniffed it carefully. Then, she threw it on the ground. "There are 2 herbs inside. Once you take it, not only will it not save you, it will also take your life." "What?" The siblings were shocked. "It must have been planned long ago," June Tian said hatefully. Sima Yue took out a pill and handed it to Junlon, saying, "No matter which of you siblings is injured, as long as you take this pill, even if it didn't kill you, this pill will take your life." "Luckily, Junlon, you're lucky to have met us. You know me." Junlon looked at Sima Yue in surprise. She didn't remember such a person. "Sis, she's the one I told you about before. Sima Yue from the Yilin continent Sima family," June Tian said. Sima Yue smiled. "We've met before." "We've met before." Not only was Junlon surprised, June Tian also looked at her in surprise. "You gave me a blue card at the West Moon Kingdom's auction," Sima Yue said. "You're that mysterious person?" Junlon said in surprise. Sima Yue nodded. "I didn't expect that person to be you." Junlon smiled. "Aren't you the people in charge of the Yilin continent's Xianyuan pavilion? Why are you here?" she asked curiously. "We're originally from the primordial lands. We were sent down to train when we were young." Junlon felt much better after eating Sima Yue's pill. "Speaking of which, us siblings came back early because of you." "Because of me?" Sima Yue didn't understand. "That's right." June Tian patted Sima Yue's shoulder and said, "Back then, elder sister obtained the 100 Revolutions pills recipe from the mysterious person. That was a huge contribution to the clan. Because of that, we finished our training early and were summoned back. Since you're that mysterious person, then it's naturally because of you." So they left the Yilin continent not long after that. No wonder she didn't hear any news about them for the next few years. While they were talking, Wu Lingyu and the others had already finished taking care of everyone. Seeing that Sima Yue was chatting happily with them, they left too alive. "Elder sister, we're done." Shimin Feng walked over. Sima Yue stood up. June Tian also helped Junlon up. "Thank you all for saving our lives today," June Tian said gratefully. "If they hadn't happened to pass by, the siblings would have died here today. You're Yue's friends. Saving you isn't a big deal," Kong Sangyi said. "We left 2 alive. Do you want to ask them anything?" Shimin Feng asked. "We know who sent them. But with just them, we can't deal with those people." Junlon said, "Why don't we kill them to vent our anger? I'll kill them and take revenge for Uncle Zhong and the others." June Tian let go of Junlon and walked over, killing the 2 people. Junlon looked at the corpses on the ground and hatred flashed in her eyes. But she quickly concealed it and asked Sima Yue and the others, "Miss Kong, why are you here?" "We went to attend the Xianyuan Pavilion's auction. The teleportation array sent us here," Kong Sengyi said. "Do you know which direction is Feng City?" "You're going to attend the auction in Feng City, right?" June Tian said after he came back. "It's still some distance from here. But flying beasts can reach in a few days." "You're going to attend the auction too?" Kong Sengyi asked. "If I'm not wrong, they're going to host the auction," Sima Yue said. "You're from the June family?" Junlan nodded, saying, "That's right. I'm Junlan. My brother is called Jun Tian. We were going to host the auction in Feng City, but we didn't expect to be intercepted on the way. What a coincidence." Kong Sangyi sighed. "Since we're all going to Feng City, let's go together," Sima Yue said. So everyone called out their flying beasts and sat on them. Sima Yue and Shimin Feng were still a little dizzy from the teleportation array. They closed their eyes and rested on the flying beasts. A few days later, Sima Yue and the others arrived at Feng City, the second largest city in the central region. Before entering the city, the Jun family found Junlan and the others. So the group parted at the city gate. Before leaving, Junlan and the others gave Sima Yue an invitation card, saying that it was for special guests. Sima Yue accepted it without hesitation. It just so happened that they didn't have an invitation card before. Only with this could they attend the auction. Also, the Jun family arranged a place for them to stay. It just so happened that it was a chain inn of memory restaurant. Sima Yue thought about it and agreed. The person who led the way said that he would send someone to bring them the list of auction items. So when Sima Yue heard the knock on the door, she thought that it was the list. When she saw the person standing at the door, she was stunned. Chapter 509. The person outside was still so handsome, but he was not as bright as before. There was no smile on his face, and there was more sadness. His entire person was also much colder. She did not know what to say when she saw the other party staring at her. "Admit it. Or not. You really came back," Qin Mo said without waiting for her to deny it. "Don't deny it, Yue. I can recognize your eyes immediately." Hearing what he said, Sima Yue sighed and turned sideways to let him in. Then, she closed the door and turned to look at him. "How did you know it was me?" "The watermark symbol you left behind in Innumerable Green City. Only the two of us know what that symbol means. No one else will know." Qin Mo looked at Sima Yue. Sima Yue recalled that she was indeed at Memory Restaurant in Innumerable Green City. She had used tea to draw something on the table. She didn't expect him to know. "Aren't you afraid that you've got the wrong person?" She shrugged. This brat had always been meticulous. "When I saw your image, I was a little uncertain. But when I heard that third Mo was with you, I was sure that it was you." Qin Mo was a little uncomfortable. She was back, but he was not the first person to acknowledge her. "How did you know I was here? Are you also here to participate in this auction?" She walked over and sat beside him, pouring him a cup of tea. "When the people from Innumerable Azure City sent news of you, I was in seclusion. When I came out of seclusion and heard about you, I rushed over to Innumerable Azure City. However, you had already left. Later on, I was delayed by some matters. Then, I received news that you were here." Qin Mo took a sip of tea and replied. Sima Yue knew that he would definitely come to meet her after hearing her news, but she did not expect him to be so anxious. "Have you been well all these years?" she asked. "Not bad." Qin Mo did not go into detail about what had happened to him over the years, but Sima Yue could tell at a glance that he had not been living well. At the very least, he was not happy. Sima Yue felt sorry for him when she saw the cold air that he unconsciously emitted. It was very different from the person she used to know. She smiled and said, "Do you know that I once indirectly killed someone in the underworld? She had the same name as you, but she was a woman." Qin Mo saw the smile in her eyes and knew that she was laughing at someone who had the same name as him. He unconsciously rolled his eyes at her like before. He knew the person she was talking about. She was a concubine in the Yilan continent. While he was in seclusion, his people had already found out about her past. However, the thought of a woman sharing the same name as him made him a little uncomfortable. But at that time, my soul was damaged and I couldn't remember what happened before I died. So at that time, I didn't know that you two had the same name. If I knew at that time, I might have spared her life. She teased. Chinamo saw that she was making fun of him and reached out to flick her forehead. Are you done laughing? No. Sima Yue smiled. She only stopped when she saw Chinmo's face turn black. Didn't you say that your personality is different from before? Why didn't I notice anything different? You're still the same as before. Chinmo looked at her helplessly. Sima Yue's eyes flashed with sadness. I'm happy to see you old friends. Chinmo kept looking at her and naturally saw the sadness in her eyes. He comforted her, these years, I've controlled a lot of the clan's power. If you're willing, we can destroy the Zongjin clan and Yin Yang Palace anytime to avenge your family. Sima Yue shook her head and said, it's not the time yet. The Sage Pavilion is above the Yin Yang Palace. If we destroy the Yin Yang Palace, the Sage Pavilion will definitely not sit by and do nothing. Feng He and I are still not strong enough. We still have to plan for revenge. Also, in the next few years, I have to heal Feng He's body. The last time I saw him, I also noticed that his body was a little strange. However, he didn't let my people check on him. In the end, it was left unsettled. What happened to him? Sima Yue told him about Shimin Feng's situation. After hearing it, his beautiful eyebrows furrowed. I'll get people to think of a way. Chinamo said. Okay. Sima Yue did not reject. It was related to Shimin Feng's life. Even if it was a favor, she was willing to owe it. Moreover, she owed it to him. We want to go to the heavenly sect and try looking for the principal. Help me keep an eye out for him. With Feng He's current situation, I don't dare to say that I'm sorry to trouble you. If you really say it, I'll be angry. Chinamo said. Okay. Sima Yue smiled and did not talk about it. Your power has increased a lot these years. At least by one level. I had some good luck before, so I increased a lot. Chinamo said. Dong dong dong, the knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. Sima Yue got up to open the door and saw Wu Lingyu standing outside. Without waiting for her to speak, he waved a list in his hand and said, the Xian Yuan Pavilion sent the list of auction items. I happened to be downstairs, so I brought it up. Sima Yue rolled her eyes at him in her heart. She turned sideways and invited him in, introducing, this is my senior, Wu Lingyu, the holy son of the Sage Pavilion. This is Qin Mo, my good friend. The great young master of the Southern Desolation Qin clan, I've heard a lot about you. Wu Lingyu walked over and sat in the seat before Sima Yue. The Qin clan's Qin Mo was not a famous person in the past. Many people knew about him because he opened many gourmet restaurants. However, his reputation was only famous among those who loved to eat. But in the recent years, news of him had been spreading. From an idle young master, he gradually became a young master with real power in the Qin clan. His name spread throughout the Southern Desolation and even spread to other places. I've heard of the Holy Son's name for a long time. I've always wanted to see your elegance. I didn't expect to meet you here. Qin Mo glanced at Wu Lingyu. His eyes did not have the eagerness in his words. One was the famous holy son of the primordial lands, while the other was the rising star of the Southern Desolation. The first time the two met, there was a faint smell of gunpowder. Sima Yue did not notice the subtle relationship between the two. At that moment, she was attracted by the items on the auction. What good things have you taken a fancy to? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yue nodded and pointed to a medicinal ingredient on the list. In order to suppress the power in Feng He's body, I need many medicinal ingredients. I have most of them, but there are some that I lack. This edged jade is one of the main ingredients that I lack. Then we'll just bid for it when the time comes. Chin Mo said. This thing only appears once in 10,000 years. I was worried about it before, but I didn't expect it to be here. Sima Yuyue said happily, no matter what, I must bid for this thing. Chapter 5:10. Since she had taken a fancy to it, no matter what, they would bid for it for her. The two men thought at the same time. See if there's anything else you want, Chin Mo reminded. Yes. Sima Yuyue nodded and lowered her head to continue reading. Both of them did not look at the name list but stared at her. Seeing that her eyes were getting brighter, they knew that she had found something good. However, when she raised her head, her expression was somewhat solemn. What's wrong? Wu Lingyu asked. Sima Yuyue put down the list and said, I found a few things that I need. However, there are a few types that are more troublesome. What's the problem? Chin Mo asked. Isn't this auction supposed to be won by the highest bidder? As long as there was money, there was no need to worry about not being able to win the bid. Sima Yuyue pointed twice on the list and said, these herbs are quite rare. I'm already surprised that so many of them have appeared this time. The first few are still okay, but the last two are being auctioned together. What's different is that they don't have a base price. Hearing her say this, the two of them looked over. Sure enough, they saw that the other items had a base price, but some of the items at the back didn't. This kind of list was only available to those who were highly valued by the Xianyuan Pavilion. Others only had the name of the auction item, but they had the introduction and the base price. Usually, when they saw something they needed, they would use the base price to estimate the transaction price and then prepare their own money. No one knew the extent of the Xianyuan Pavilion's influence because it had spread across almost the entire world. The lower continents, the outer and middle regions of the primordial lands, and some guessed that the inner regions should have its influence as well. Because they didn't know their trump cards, everyone respected this faction in their hearts. No one dared to provoke them. Therefore, everyone knew the rules of the Xianyuan Pavilion, especially for auctions. They had to settle the bill on the same night and could not lie about the price. Once they were discovered, they would be blacklisted by the Xianyuan Pavilion. The list in Sima Yuyue's hands was specially sent over by Jun Lan and the rest. There was a minimum price. However, there was no price tag on it, which made it more troublesome. Based on the previous auctions, some sellers would request an exchange of items. If they don't offer something satisfactory, the other party wouldn't be willing to make the exchange, Chin Mo said. Faced with such a situation, no one could do anything. They didn't know what the other party wanted, so they could only wait and see. After that, Sima Yuyue roughly calculated the base price of the items that she had her eyes on. She estimated that if she were to bid for these items, she would have to pay a sky-high price. She sighed. Yes, she had spent the crystals that she had mined from the Spirit Pagoda. She had also taken revenge from the Zhuo family. The Heavenly Tiger Hall and the innumerable Green Palace had given her some treasures as compensation, but there were no crystals. Seeing her frown, Wu Lingyu said, what the Divine Devil Valley doesn't lack the most is crystal stones. You're a junior valley master after all. Why are you still worrying about crystals? Sima Yuyue rolled her eyes at him. I've never gone back. What does the Divine Devil Valley's money have to do with me? You're silly. Our Divine Devil Valley has many external businesses too. Wu Lingyu couldn't help but knock her on the forehead. Sima Yuyue covered her forehead and was stunned. She then remembered that the people in the Divine Devil Valley were all elites in various industries. Usually, they would sell alchemy, armament and engraving arrays. Those who were in charge of these things were called external businesses. The Divine Devil Valley was a power that could almost rival the Sage Pavilion. There was no need to talk about its power. The external businesses naturally didn't need to be mentioned. It would definitely shock her. Sima Yue was happy for a moment, but she calmed down and said, after all, these are the shared assets of the Divine Devil Valley. How can I touch everyone's assets for my own personal matters? Memory Restaurant was originally opened for you. It doesn't belong to the Qin family. We've earned quite a bit of money from the dishes that you've taught us. Those are all yours. Qin Mo said. Sima Yue still felt that it wasn't right. She felt that she had to have money first. After thinking about it, she could only sell some things herself. It was a good thing that she didn't lack these things. Since she wanted to do it, she did it. She chased the two of them out and went to the Spirit Pagoda herself. She picked a few that she liked and went to the Xian Yuan Pavilion early in the morning the next day. Although it was her first time here, after she said that she was looking for Junlan, she was welcomed to the backyard. After waiting for about an hour, she saw Junlan rushing over. Behind her were a few guards who weren't weak. It seemed that the previous incident had made her more concerned about her own safety. She smiled as she entered. When she saw Sima Yue, she said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I was just discussing the auction with a few managers. I'm really sorry for making you wait for so long." Sima Yue was talking to Shimin Feng. When they saw her enter, they stood up and cupped their hands, saying, "You're so busy, but you still took the time to come and see us. I'm already very grateful." Shimin Feng also cupped his hands towards Junlan, saying, "Yue said before that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see you today." In front of others, he also called her Yue. He only called her sister when they were close. How could that be? I've already instructed that as long as you guys come, you must inform me. Have a seat. Junlan walked over and said. Sima Yue and Shimin Feng sat down, saying, "Since you're so pressed for time, I won't beat around the bush. Just tell me why I'm looking for you today. On the way here, I guessed that you must have come here for something." Junlan said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "It's like this. I took a look at the name list that you had someone send over yesterday. There are a few medicinal ingredients that I urgently need." Sima Yue said, "Those medicinal ingredients aren't cheap, so I'm guessing that if I want to bid for them, I'll need a lot of money." So, if it was an ordinary person, Junlan would probably just ask someone to give her a portion of the crystals. But after interacting with her for a few days, she had some understanding of her character, so she waited for her to continue. "I haven't been here for long, so I don't have many crystals on me. So I was wondering if you could let me insert some items for the auction." Sima Yue said a little embarrassedly. "That's not a problem." Junlan agreed. At times like this, the level of the items to be inserted can't be too low. "But I believe that this won't be too difficult for you. You should have brought the items, right?" Sima Yue took out the items that she had prepared last night and showed them to Junlan. Junlan looked at those items, then asked about the medicinal ingredients that Sima Yue had her eyes on. After taking a look, she said, "These are all pretty good, but they aren't particularly outstanding in this auction. If you're in urgent need of money, I have an idea." Chapter 5:11. Sima Yue looked at Junlan and asked, "Do you have any ideas? These things of yours are actually not of low quality, but they are not unique in this auction, so they might not be able to fetch a good price. If you can come up with a unique item, it might not necessarily be of a very high grade, but it can be auctioned off for a good price." Junlan had been supporting auctions for many years, so she gave her suggestion. "One of a kind." Sima Yue felt that what Junlan said made sense. She was thinking about what she had that was one of a kind. For example, the tendon and marrow cleansing pill that you auctioned in the West Moon Kingdom last time. Although the grade isn't high, even if it's placed in this auction, it will definitely fetch an extremely high price. Junlan said. "Tendon and marrow cleansing pill." Sima Yue was stunned for a moment before realizing that she was talking about the 100 revolutions pills. Junlan, if I were to take out 400 revolutions pills, how much would I be able to sell them for? Junlan calculated in her heart. If it's 4, it should be enough for you to buy half of the things. Half? Sima Yue gasped. He had taken so many things that were of a higher grade than the 100 revolutions pill, but they could not compare to 400 revolutions pills. However, the last time we obtained the pill formula you gave us, we came back and looked for an alchemist to study it. Thinking that the golden snake fruit was hard to come by, we couldn't find it even after searching for a long time, so we planned to use other medicinal herbs with similar medicinal properties. However, we discovered that we couldn't refine it at all. Junlan thought of what happened after her family obtained the pill formula and couldn't help but say a few more words. The golden snake fruit is the most important ingredient for refining the 100 revolutions pill. Naturally, it can't be turned into other ingredients. Sima Yue said. From what you said just now, you still have more tendon and marrow cleansing pills? Junlan asked. I once obtained a golden snake fruit by chance, and I can still refine a batch. Sima Yue replied, previously, I thought that the level of this pill was too low, so I did not prepare it beforehand. Really? Junlan became excited and said, you really have more tendon and marrow cleansing pills? And you're willing to put it up for auction? Sima Yue nodded. This 100 revolutions pill wasn't a challenge to her at all. Moreover, she still had the golden snake fruit in her spirit pagoda. She could just go back and refine a few of them. Seeing her nod, Junlan clapped her hands excitedly and said, I won't hide it from you. Back then, us siblings were able to return early because of the pill formulas you gave us. We've already told you about this matter. But what you don't know is that because no one has been able to refine the tendon and marrow cleansing pill these past few years, the authenticity of the pill formula has been questioned. Because of this, us siblings have also been criticized by those in the family. If you can auction off the tendon and marrow cleansing pill, those people will have nothing to say. Then I'll go back and refine it later. I'll send the tendon and marrow cleansing pill back tomorrow. Sima Yue said. She could tell that Junlan's status in the Xinyuan pavilion wasn't low. She was also very capable. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to host such a large auction at such a young age. She felt that Junlan would definitely gain a foothold in the Xinyuan pavilion in the future. If she could help them now and build a good relationship with them, it might bring her benefits in the future. Then I'll get someone to take these things away. They'll be auctioned off for you during the auction. Junlan said. Then I'll have to trouble you. Sima Yue replied. Junlan clapped her hands and a servant girl walked in. Junlan indicated for her to take these things away. Logically speaking, these auction items had to be appraised. However, Sima Yue believed that Junlan would handle this matter for her and wouldn't cheat her. Other than this, there's something else I want to talk to you about. Speak. Sima Yue pointed at the 3 medicinal ingredients on the list and said, these 3 medicinal ingredients. Junlan understood her meaning at a glance and said, these 3 medicinal ingredients were all brought by the same person. He said that he didn't want to auction them off. He only wanted to exchange them for something. Then did he say what he wanted to exchange them for? Sima Yue asked anxiously. Junlan shook her head, he didn't say anything. He only said that he would state his request during the auction. Oh. Sima Yue was a little disappointed. Originally, she was wondering if she could find out the other party's request in advance. Now, it seemed impossible. Since that's the case, then we'll head back first. We'll send the pills over tomorrow. I'll send you off. At the entrance of Xianyuan Pavilion, Junlan looked at the backs of Sima Yue and instructed the person beside her, pass down the order. Immediately spread the news of the tendon cleansing pill. Young miss, we haven't seen the tendon cleansing pill yet. If we announce it now, what if that young master didn't bring the pill? The guard beside her questioned. No, I trust him. Junlon said, besides, he values those medicinal ingredients very much. Now that he's short of money, auctioning the tendon cleansing pill was a very quick way to earn money for her. Seeing that their young miss had made up her mind, the person beside her could only do as she said and spread the news of the tendon cleansing pill. However, they did it in secret. They didn't let the people from Xianyuan Pavilion spread the news directly. Instead, they spread it in a roundabout way. The news of the tendon cleansing pill's appearance immediately caused an uproar in Feng City. Because it wasn't long before the auction started, many people from various powers had already arrived. When they heard the news of the tendon cleansing pill, although they were a little suspicious, many powers still ordered people to gather some money, just in case. The tendon cleansing pill hadn't appeared in the primordial lands for a long time. This pill's grade wasn't high, but it was a pill that attracted the attention of the entire primordial lands. This was because it was related to the future of a sect. If the younger generation could have this pill to cleanse their tendons, cleanse their marrow, and improve their physique, wouldn't the geniuses be even more geniuses? Hence, people from various powers all sent people to gather money. They all had the intention of keeping the tendon cleansing pill in their pockets. Even Kong Sangyi was the same. She had something to do in the day and left for a while. She didn't think that when she came back, she would hear about the tendon and marrow cleansing pill. She excitedly grabbed Sima Yu's hand and said, "It's really the tendon and marrow cleansing pill. If the Kong Valley can get it, that would be great. No, I have to get people to prepare the crystal stones. I don't know if 1,000,000 middle-grade crystal stones will be enough." When Sima Yue heard what she said, she stared at her with wide eyes. Seeing that she was really going to get people to gather the crystal stones, she quickly pulled her back and smiled. "I left a few for you guys. You don't have to go over there and fight with others." Kong Sangyi didn't react for a moment. It was Shimin Feng who said from the side, "Sister has already refined the pill. She left 2 for you." Kong Sangyi finally understood and looked at Sima Yue in shock. "That tendon cleansing pill was refined by you?" Sima Yue smiled and nodded. My God." Kong Sangyi placed her hands in front of her chest. She was shocked, but then she smiled happily. "Yue, you really left 2 for me." Chapter 5:12. Sima Yue took out a jade bottle and placed it in her hand. "Here, this is for you." Kong Sangyi looked at the jade bottle and opened it impatiently. He opened his mouth wide when he saw the golden pill inside. "Yue, is this the tendon and marrow cleansing pill? Why are there so many? Feng said that you have a younger brother. His talent isn't very good, so you worry a lot about him. He's still young, so this should be useful for him." Kong Sangyi had originally planned to bid for 2 tendon cleansing pills for his younger brother. Her talent was still alright, and even if she didn't have it, it wouldn't matter. However, her younger brother was injured in the womb, so his talent wasn't very good. She had been thinking of ways to improve his physique, and the best way was to get a tendon and marrow cleansing pill. However, she hadn't been able to find one in the past. When she heard the news today, she was overjoyed. Just as she was about to give it her all, she didn't expect that Yue had already left her 4 pills. "Thank you, Yue." The corners of her eyes were a little wet. "What are you thanking me for?" Sima Yue said, "I haven't thanked you for saving Feng's life." Kong Sangyi looked at Shimin Feng shyly. She gripped the jade bottle tightly and said, "There's still some time before the auction. I'll go back first." "Go." Sima Yue knew from Shimin Feng that she had a good relationship with her brother. Now that she got this, she naturally wanted to go back as soon as possible. 2 per person is enough. It's useless to eat more. Got it. Kong Sang-yi nodded. If Yue hadn't said anything, she would have given him all 4 pills. Feng go back with Xiang Yi. Sima Yue said. Shimin Feng looked at her, then looked at Kong Sang-yi and nodded. Then let's go now, and see if we can rush back before the auction. Kong Sang-yi said, and anxiously pulled Shimin Feng's hand and left. Sima Yue knew that they must have their own way to go back, so she let them leave. Third Mo didn't say anything the entire time. After they left, he leaned back in his chair and looked at Yue, saying, I really didn't expect you to be able to refine the tendon and marrow cleansing pill. It's indeed surprising. Qin Mo said. This tendon and marrow cleansing pill is extremely rare. Last time, I remember that someone from the outer area bought one and even spent a sky-high price for it. However, this is the first time in nearly 1,000 years. Wu Lingyu often traveled to various places, so he was quite well informed. Sima Yue naturally knew about the appearance of the tendon and marrow cleansing pill last time because Bei Gong Tang had said that the Bei Gong clan had bought it and given it to Bei Gong heir. Thinking of Bei Gong Tang, she wondered how they were doing right now. There was less than a month left until the auction. He wondered if they had arrived yet. She had originally planned to use this period of time to help Shimin Feng recuperate, but now that he wasn't around, she could only make other plans. After that, she went to Xianyuan Pavilion and gave the tendon and marrow cleansing pill to Jun Lan. Jun Lan saw the tendon and marrow cleansing pill and was extremely excited. When Yue left, she hurriedly called for a meeting with the manager. As the time of the auction drew closer, the memory restaurant that Sima Yue and the others stayed in was already full. However, the people who stayed in knew that there was an independent courtyard at the back that was always empty. The courtyard that was originally able to house 20 to 30 people was now only occupied by 4 people. Some people saw that the courtyard was quiet and the scenery wasn't bad, so they wanted to stay there. However, the manager said that the courtyard wasn't open to the public, so they couldn't stay there. Even some people with prominent statuses were rebuffed when they went there. On this day, someone found the manager again and requested to stay in the courtyard at the back. Relying on the fact that they were from the inner area, they were extremely arrogant. Young Master Zongjing, that courtyard has already been reserved by someone. It can't be open to the public. I'm really sorry. The manager smiled apologetically. If it's reserved, doesn't that mean no one is staying there? Give that courtyard to us. A man with inverted triangular eyes, Zongjing Lu, said overbearingly. Young Master Zongjing, I really can't. The manager smiled and said, but he was impatient in his heart. Can't. Do you know what kind of power my Zongjing clan has? We're already giving you face by being willing to stay here. You actually dare to say no to us. An inn in the outer area dares to say no to us. You must have eaten a leopard's guts. Do you believe that I'll tear this place down? I'd like to see how you'll tear this place down. Qin Mo's cold voice came from behind, scaring Zongjing Lu so much that his body froze. Zongjing Lu turned around and looked at the person who walked out from the backyard. He smiled and said, Young Master Qin, why are you here? This is my inn. What's so strange about me being here? Qin Mo glanced at Zongjing Lu indifferently. When the time comes, you'll shout that you'll tear down my inn. What's the meaning of that? Zongjing Lu broke out in cold sweat after being glanced at by him and said, I'm just joking. After speaking, he left without waiting for Qin Mo's reply. When he turned around, he felt a cold gaze on him. He thought that it was Qin Mo and was so scared that he quickly left. Qin Mo saw the hatred in Sima Yue's eyes and patted her on the shoulder. Sima Yue retracted her gaze and clenched her fists tightly. She said softly, I must kill him. All right, but not now. Qin Mo said, the Zongjing clan sent an elder this time. His strength is about to break through to the monarch rank. If we make a move now, we might not be able to gain any benefits. Sima Yue nodded her head, indicating that she understood. In fact, the Zongjing clan had already sent people over, but those people were killed by Shimen Feng on the way. This time, they sent the clan elder over again. On one hand, it was to participate in this auction, and on the other hand, it was to find the murderer who killed them. They weren't close to the people who were killed, but the Zongjing clan's reputation was very important. If they didn't ask about their own clan members who were killed, then anyone could bully them in the future. Sima Yue knew Zongjing Lu before because she had a good relationship with Zongjing Hanyu. Both of their names had the word Yu in it. They were also more talented in their age group. In addition, the two clans had a good relationship and were close to each other. Hence, she often went to the Zongjing clan to chat with Zongjing Hanyu and discuss cultivation experiences. Hence, she knew many people from the Zongjing clan. How is Zongjing Hanyu now? Qin Mo glanced at Wu Lingyu and said, she entered the Sage Pavilion in the Southern Desolation. She has gained the favor of the Sage Pavilion Master and her status is not low. Sima Yue sneered, it has always been her dream to enter the Sage Pavilion. Now, her dream has finally come true. The Sage Pavilion really has a deep history. Zongjing Hanyu, who killed her, entered the Sage Pavilion. Nailan Lan, who wanted to kill her, also entered the Sage Pavilion. She had to say that she would probably fight to the death with the Sage Pavilion in this lifetime. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glare at Wu Lingyu. Wu Lingyu looked back at her with grievance. This had nothing to do with her. She was implicated again. Chapter 513. Sima Yue saw Wu Lingyu's aggrieved look and knew that this matter had nothing to do with him. He himself was that old bastard's pawn and could be considered a victim. Moreover, his heart was with the Divine Devil Valley and he had never helped the Sage Pavilion. But thinking about it, because of the Sage Pavilion, they didn't dare to touch the Zongjing clan and Yin Yang Palace, so she still had some resentment in her heart. Wu Lingyu sighed in his heart. It seemed that he had to settle the matter with the Sage Pavilion as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would always be implicated. If this girl really blamed him one day, then the gains would not make up for the losses. At this time, a group of people came in from outside and shouted to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, do you still have rooms here?" "Sir, I'm sorry, but we don't have any empty rooms here," the shopkeeper said. Third Mo and Qin Mo happened to be standing in front of Sima Yue and the rest, blocking Sima Yue and the rest. Hearing the familiar voices, she walked out from Third Mo's side and said with a smile, "If you guys didn't come, I would have gone to look for you guys." "Yue, you're really here." When Fatty Chu saw Sima Yue, he smiled and said, "Yulin said that you definitely lived here and told us to come here. I didn't think that you would really be here." "That's right. It's a pity that there are no more rooms here," Wei Ziqi said. "Of course there are rooms." Sima Yue said, "I knew that you guys would come, so I prepared the rooms for you guys. Why don't you go and ask if there are any vacant inns in the city?" Then I really have to thank you." Fatty Chu smiled and said, "When we came here just now, we heard someone say that after asking around, there were no more rooms in many inns." Sima Yue smiled and shook her head. She came to Sima Lai's side and said, "Grandfather, you guys follow me to the back." As she spoke, she led everyone to the courtyard at the back. Seeing the small courtyard, everyone sighed. "Yue, how did you manage to stay in this courtyard?" Sima Yue looked at Qin Mo and said, "This is Qin Mo. He's my good friend. This is his property. That's why I can keep such a good place." She then pointed at Third Mo and said, "This is Third Mo. I call him Shameless Third. He's also my friend." Everyone cupped their hands at the two of them. This is my grandfather, big brother, second brother. Sima Yue introduced Sima Lai and the others. Qin Mo and Mo San nodded politely to the crowd. Yue, since your friends are here, you should have a good gathering with them. Third Mo, Ling Yu and I will go for a drink. Qin Mo knew that Sima Yue would definitely want to have a good gathering with them. All right. Go ahead. The three of them left. She didn't know why Wu Lingyu was on such good terms with them. Previously, they were even secretly competing with each other. However, she didn't understand the world of men and was too lazy to ask. She pulled everyone to the hall to chat. Yue, those two look extraordinary. They're definitely not ordinary people, right? Fatty Chu asked curiously. Sima Yue glanced at Sima Lai and the others. At that time, when she was talking to Bei Gong Tang and the others about her past life, she intentionally let the people in the spirit pagoda hear it. That was why they knew that she wasn't the real Sima Yue. She was just a lonely soul that borrowed her body to live on. However, Sima Yuran told her that no matter what, they already treated her as Sima Yue. She was their family. She was the real Sima Yue. They are all friends that I used to know. They are all from the inner regions. Sima Yue said. Fifth bro, in the past. Sima Yulo looked at Sima Yue and stopped. Fourth bro. Sima Yuran glared at Sima Yulo. Sima Yue smiled. She didn't mind and said, Fourth bro, do you want to ask about my past? Fifth bro, ignore him. Sima Yuchi said. It's okay. Sima Yue knew that they were afraid to talk about her sad past. After all, they were frightened when she advanced to the divine rank. However, they were also her family and friends. It was okay to talk to them. As a result, Sima Yue told them about her past life, including the strength of her enemies, as well as the powers and interests involved. Maybe it was because she had found Shimin Feng, or maybe it was because she had accepted the truth. When she talked about what happened, although she was sad and angry, she didn't break down like before. After listening to her story, everyone was shocked and distressed. It was no wonder that she had broken down so badly. It was a pity that her enemies were too powerful. With their current strength, they couldn't help her take revenge. At this time, Shimin Feng and Kong Sangyi walked in. They were stunned when they saw the people in the house. Yue. Shimin Feng looked at Sima Yue suspiciously. Dear Feng, they are the family and friends that I told you about. Sima Yue said with a smile. This is grandfather, this is, she introduced everyone to Shimin Feng and Kong Sangyi. Hee, big bro, this big bro wants to call you big sis, but you have to call big bro Yu Chi and the others big bro Yu Chi and the others are younger than this big bro by a few hundred years. How are you going to address big bro Yu Chi and the others? Little Two snickered at the side. Speaking of this, Sima Yue was embarrassed. Shimin Feng wanted to call her big sis, but she had to call Sima Yu Chi and the others big bro Yu Chi and the others big bro Yu Chi and the others. This was really hard to address. Cough cough, let's address each other separately. Sima Lai said with a fake cough. Shimin Feng looked at Sima Yue and said, I'll call big sis grandfather. Brothers, you can just call us by our names. Sima Yuming said. Although he was Sima Yue's little bro, he was much more powerful than these little rookies. How could he take advantage of this? Sima Yue nodded as well, saying, you can call us by our names too. Okay. Shimin Feng nodded. The auction will start in 3 days. I thought that you wouldn't be able to make it back in time. I heard that your throat is almost healed. I'll give you a checkup later and give you some medicine. Sima Yue heard that Shimin Feng's throat wasn't as hoarse as it was at the beginning. It sounded a little like how it used to sound, so she guessed that it would be healed soon. Okay. Shimin Feng had always listened to his big sis. Although he had changed a lot over the years, his feelings for her were still the same. Sima Yue turned her gaze to Kong Sangyi and asked, "How is your little bro now?" He ate the tendon and marrow cleansing pill. His physique has been improved. Adding on the things that the valley gave him, he has changed a lot compared to before. I really have to thank you properly for this. My father said that you must go to the Kong Valley as a guest in the future. Kong Sangyi said with a face full of smiles. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely go. Sima Yue said with a smile, you guys should go and rest after rushing back. I'll show you the list of names for the auction later. Is there anything you want? If there is, you can plan ahead. Chapter 5:14. After that, everyone went to rest. The courtyard that Qin Mo had left for them was big enough, so they didn't feel crowded even with so many people. Sima Yue asked Shimin Feng to stay. After everyone left, she asked him to take off his mask. Not bad. The scars on his face are almost invisible. However, he wears a mask all year round, so it's still a little unnaturally white. Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng's face with satisfaction. You should be able to fully recover after some time. Then you won't have to wear a mask all day. Shimin Feng didn't care whether he wore a mask or not. In the past, he had never thought that he would be able to recover his appearance and voice. He had already decided to wear the mask. After all, if the Zongjing clan and the Yin Yang Palace knew about it, he would be in a lot of trouble. Sister, this is for you. Shimin Feng took out a crystal card and handed it to her. Sima Yue took the crystal card and looked at it. She looked at him in surprise. Where did you get so much money? 1 million mid-grade crystal stones was not a small sum. Mother gave it to me before the accident. Shimin Feng said. Take it. Why are you giving it to me? Sima Yue returned the card to him. Naturally, it's for you to use at the auction. Shimin Feng didn't accept it. You want to buy so many things. Although that Junlan said that the tendon and marrow cleansing pill can be auctioned for a high price, it's always good to have more money. What's more, you're buying those medicinal herbs for me. I'm willing to fork out such a small amount of money. Are you going to stop me? Seeing Shimin Feng's insistence, Sima Yue could only accept the crystal card. You're right. We need more money. We can't just rely on the money given by the Xinyuan Pavilion. She said, we have to find ways to make more money. 2 days ago, Jun Tian came to find her and gave her 3 million mid-grade crystal stones. He said that he knew she was short of money, so he paid a portion of it in advance. If her items were more than this, he would compensate her. If it was less, the extra money would be considered as a loan. Sima Yue didn't agree at first because she didn't know how many of her items could be auctioned off. However, Jun Tian said that her items could only be auctioned off at a much higher price. Hence, she accepted it. Now, with the addition of Shimin Feng's 1 million, she had a total of 6 million mid-grade crystal stones, which was more than 10 times the base price of the thing she had her eyes on. There were a lot of things this time. If other people didn't compete with her, the money should be enough. However, if other people also needed it and needed to bid, it was hard to say. No, I need to get more money. Sima Yue said, if I really can't, I can only borrow from Qin Mo and the rest. She had never liked borrowing money from others. This was a habit she had brought with her from Earth. However, if she didn't have much money at the start of the auction, then there was nothing she could do. Actually, isn't Third Mo here? Why don't you just ask him to take you to stone gambling? That is the fastest way to earn money. Shimin Feng said. Hearing his words, Sima Yue slapped her forehead and exclaimed, that's right. How could I have forgotten about that? Stone gambling, this term was not unfamiliar to her. In the past, when she was on Earth, she had seen stone gambling. However, at that time, other people gambled that the stones were filled with jade. But here, the stones were filled with rare spirit stones. When she was still Shimin Yue, she had also seen others stone gambling. However, at that time, she was completely an outsider. She had only followed them to see for herself. She had seen with her own eyes someone open a rare spirit stone from an ordinary stone and sell it for a sky-high price. At that time, she was an outsider watching the excitement. Now that she was going, she would be an expert watching the door. Do you want me to go find third Mo? Shimin Feng saw that his sister was so excited and said with a smile. All right. Sima Yue also wanted to bring third Mo along. After all, he was an expert in this area. However, she immediately stopped Shimin Feng and said, forget it, it's getting late. Let's go tomorrow. We can also bring grandfather and the rest to broaden their horizons. All right. Then I'll go talk to third Mo first and ask if he has time. Go. Sima Yue saw that Shimin Feng left with his mask on and also got up to leave the hall. She sensed Bei Gong Tang's room and walked over to knock on the door. Bei Gong Tang opened the door and saw Sima Yue. She let her in. Are you done talking to your brother? Bei Gong Tang closed the door and sat beside her, asking. I just checked on his body. Sima Yue said. I really didn't expect that you would find your family members so quickly. This is indeed something to be happy about. Bei Gong Tang said. Yes, I'm really happy. I thought that he had already been killed. I didn't expect to see him again. It's just that his body is more troublesome. Sima Yue said. You'll find a way. I believe in you. Bei Gong Tang comforted. Sima Yue shook her head and said, to be honest, I really don't have a way to completely eradicate it. But there are still a few years. I'll definitely think of a way in this period of time. Why don't we ask your master and see if they have a way? Bei Gong Tang said, there are so many strange people in this world. There'll definitely be a way. Sima Yue smiled and said, oh right, why didn't your mother come with you? How are she and your brother? Is there any movement from the Bei Gong clan and the Earth Palace? Mother and brother are fine now. Because they were just rescued, they are resting in the clan these days. Bei Gong Tang said, but recently, the relationship between the Yin clan, Bei Gong clan and the Earth Palace has been tense. It can even be said that they are at daggers drawn. It's because of this that we came so late. They didn't do anything to the Yin clan, right? Not yet. Because the Goshawk King stayed in the Yin clan for 2 days, they didn't dare to do anything because of the relationship between the Yin clan and the Goshawk clan. Bei Gong Tang said. That's good. Sima Yue was originally not interested in these things. But since it involved the people around her, she hoped that the situation would be good. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Then, she went to inform everyone that they were going to gamble on stones tomorrow. Anyone who was willing to go could go. Everyone came up from the lower continents. Naturally, they didn't know what gambling on stones was. But when they heard Sima Yue say that it was a gamble that could make a huge profit or bankrupt a family, they were all interested. They said that they would go with her tomorrow. When they heard that Sima Yue was going to gamble on stones the next day, Qin Mo and third Mo said that they wanted to go with her. Needless to say, Wu Lingyu naturally wanted to go too. So on the morning of the second day, a group of people went out in a grandiose manner. There were groups of people everywhere on the streets. Most of them were from the same sect or the same clan. After walking for a while, Fatty Chu pointed at a luxuriously decorated door and said, Stone Pavilion, Yue. This is the stone gambling place that the shopkeeper mentioned, right? Chapter 5:15. Sima Yue looked up. The two words stone pavilion were bold and powerful, but the golden edges looked a little tacky. The stone pavilion should be here, Sima Lai said. When they came out in the morning, they asked the shopkeeper where the best raw stones were and where rare spirit stones were most likely to be found. The shopkeeper then introduced this place to them. That stone pavilion is the biggest stone gambling store here. The rate of raw stones produced there is the highest. Every few days, a high-grade rare spirit stone will appear. However, the price is not cheap. The other stone gambling stores are also not bad, but if you want to get good spirit stones, the stone pavilion is still better, the shopkeeper said. Thus, the group of people came here. The stone pavilions are not bad. I've been to a stone pavilion in the central region before. There, I found a spirit stone that was formed in the ancient times. Third Imo said. Let's go in then, Sima Yue said. Fatty Chu and the others excitedly followed him in. On the way here, they had already gained a better understanding of stone gambling. They also knew Third Mo's identity and were especially interested in this stone gambling. As soon as they entered, they saw that the whole room was filled with people. The shop assistants were already too busy. Some of the people who weren't greeted were looking at piles of stones by themselves. When they saw something they liked, they would pay for it and then take it to be cut. Sima Yue looked around and saw a group of people standing in a semicircle at the corner of the wall. That should be the place where the stones were cut. Wow, it's green. It's true. Master, please continue. I've only peeled off 2 pieces of the stone and it's already green. With such a big stone, the spirit stones inside must be huge. Young master really chose a good stone. The commotion in the stone opening area attracted a lot of people. Everyone wanted to see what kind of spirit stones would be found. Fatty Chu and the others also went to watch. Although they knew that there was a mine on the 2nd floor of the spirit pagoda and had dug for crystals before, they had never seen such a scene before. Even Sima Lai could not help but take a look. Sima Yue, Wu Lingyu, and Third Imo didn't go. It wasn't their first time seeing such a situation. Plus, the place was filled with people, so they couldn't be bothered to squeeze with others. Not long after, another exclamation came from inside. Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a huge scenic cloud spirit stone. That's right, such a big scenic cloud spirit stone can definitely be sold for tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. Young master, I'm willing to pay 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones for your spirit stone. What do you think? I'll pay 55,000. How about it? Go, go, go. Young master, I bid 70,000. Will you sell it to me? Go away, young master, I'm willing to pay. Fatty Chu and the rest were squeezed out by those agitated people. Seeing how crazy those people were, they hurriedly retreated. That's crazy, Sima Yue exclaimed as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. It's like this. You'll get used to it after a few more times, Sima Yue said with a smile. In the end, the scenic cloud spirit stone was bought for 90,000 mid-grade crystal stones. On the other hand, the raw stone he bought was only 1,000 mid-grade crystal stones. The price difference was dozens of times higher. Come over and take a look. That scenic cloud spirit stone was chosen from here. A shop assistant called out when he saw that the people in front of him had all left. That pile of stones looked to be of a lower grade. With a casual glance, one could tell that it was difficult to get stones. However, the price was low. If they could get spirit stones, just like what happened just now, they would make a killing. As a result, everyone rushed towards the pile of stones. The originally cold and cheerless area became lively in an instant. You, are we going to buy stones as well? Fatty Chu said excitedly. Sima Yue knocked on Fatty Chu's head, saying, that pile of stones is filled with white stones. It's useless even if you go. White stones were the kind of stones that could not produce spirit stones at all. There were only white hua stones inside. That was why they were called white stones. Third Mo heard what she said and said, you've learned how to differentiate stones. I've learned a little bit. I'm not good at it. Otherwise, why would I let you help me choose? Sima Yue did not hide it. TSK, how do you know that those stones can't produce spirit stones? If you don't know, don't spout nonsense. The shop assistant heard what Sima Yue said and scolded. How can you say that? Sima Yue saw that he was scolding Sima Yue and wanted to go forward to reason with him. Sima Yue pulled him back, saying, we're not here to quarrel. Let's go inside. The stones in the outermost room were of a lower grade and the price was lower. As they went in, the stones would get better and the chances of producing spirit stones would be higher. However, the price would also get higher. Most people would choose outside to try their luck. Those who had money would choose inside. They walked in from the main hall. It was not a room inside, but an open-air courtyard. Those spirit stones were piled up in 2s and 3s all over the courtyard. There were obviously fewer people here than outside. It did not feel crowded. Also, looking at the way they were dressed, it was not something those people outside could compare to. How much do you want to earn? Third Mo asked. Sima Yue blinked, not understanding what he meant. If you want to earn a few million, this place is fine. If you want to earn tens of millions, we can go to the back. Third Mo explained, this place is fine too, but the things inside are definitely better. Sima Yue looked around and said, let's choose here first. In any case, we still have 2 days. It's about the same when we choose. The prices here are not high. We can let everyone play together. That works too. We can play too. Fatty Chu's eyes shone. The average price here is below 50,000. I'll give you 2 million. You can play by yourselves. If there are spirit stones, you can keep them for yourself. You can also exchange them for spirit stones. After speaking, she took out 2 crystal cards. Each card had 1 million middle-ranked spirit stones. She left 3 million as a model for herself. She believed that with Third Mo around, she would definitely be able to earn a lot. Wow, we can play too. Fatty Chu and the rest took the money and went to choose, leaving Sima Yue, Wu Lingyu, Third Mo, and Qin Mo behind. Let's go. We'll go choose too. Sima Yue said. The 4 of them came to an area with fewer people. There were fewer bare stones here. They looked more ordinary and did not have obvious characteristics. However, the prices were a little high. Most people did not dare to lay their hands on them. They would choose those stones with more obvious characteristics. Don't choose the stones here. Yesterday, a few people chose a few stones here. None of them had good stones. A middle-aged man saw Sima Yue and the rest choosing stones and could not help but say a few words. He chose a bare stone and paid for it himself. Sima Yue looked at the shop assistant who just walked over and asked, was what he said true? The shop assistant did not hide and said, yesterday, it was not good here. There were only 2 watermelon stones. Chapter 5:16. Sima Yue knew about watermelon stones. It was shaped like a watermelon, but there were only a few spirit stones inside that looked like watermelon seeds. There wasn't much point in opening it because those watermelon seeds had no use at all. They weren't worth much either. Those that opened it were usually a huge loss. For more interesting articles, please visit. He didn't expect the shop assistant to be so honest and not hide this matter. She waved at him and said, "We'll choose for ourselves. You can leave." She knew that these shop assistants would get a commission from selling the raw stones, so they worked very hard to promote their products to everyone. However, the most they could do was give some suggestions. They did not dare to make decisions for the customers. Otherwise, if the customers who opened the white stone were to blame them, they would be in trouble. "Do you want to try, or do you want me to help you choose?" Third Mo asked. "Let me try first." Sima Yuyue looked at the stones and was eager to try. This was different from the ores in the spirit pagoda. She could sense the situation inside and directly opened spirit stones. However, this was different. These ores had no connection to her, so she couldn't directly see the situation inside. However, she could use what she had learned from the book to see how far she had progressed. She squatted down and picked from the pile of stones. She touched one, looked at another, and finally chose an oval-shaped stone the size of a human head. Third Mo's eyes lit up when he saw the bare rock she chose, but he didn't say anything. The person who told him not to choose here had just finished paying the bill and was about to find someone to open the stone. When he turned around, he saw Sima Yuyue walking over with a bare stone. He suddenly cried out, "Hey, you brat, why did you choose a watermelon stone?" He regretted it after he shouted. Because of his voice, many people looked in his direction. He lowered his voice and said, I am sorry, but if you choose this, there will only be some watermelon seeds. It's not worth it. This stone costs 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Sima Yuyue did not expect to meet such a warm-hearted person here. Although he attracted a lot of attention, she was not angry. She said, "It's okay. It's my first time choosing this. I'll take it as practice." After saying that, she smiled at the man and walked towards the counter by the small lake. That person saw that Sima Yuyue was insistent on her choice, so he didn't say anything. However, he didn't leave either. He hugged his own naked stone and followed behind Sima Yuyue. He wanted to see what kind of outcome she would have. Not only him, but many others also wanted to see Sima Yuyue make a fool of herself. Over the years, watching others open stones was also a form of entertainment. Sima Yuyue placed the bare stone on the table. The lady who was paying the bill was rather surprised when she saw that she had actually chosen a watermelon stone. Especially since she had heard someone warn her that this was a watermelon stone. She didn't expect that she would actually choose this. "Young master, are you sure you want to buy this?" the woman asked subconsciously. Sima Yuyue nodded and said, "I'll take this." "All right then. This stone is worth 18,000 mid-grade crystal stones," the woman said with a smile. Sima Yuyue took out her crystal card and transferred 18,000 yuan. The woman passed the card to her with both hands and asked with a smile, "Young master, do you want to open the stone?" Sima Yuyue nodded. The woman pointed at the place where the stones were being opened and said, "You can go over there." "All right." Sima Yuyue hugged the stone and went to the place where the stones were being opened. There were 2 stone opening masters there. Both of them were opening stones for others. Sima Yuyue hugged her stone and watched from the side. From time to time, she would talk to the 3 men beside her. "Do you think the stone in his hand will come out?" Third Mo used his elbow to nudge Sima Yuyue's arm and asked. Without waiting for Sima Yuyue to speak, the stone opening master had already started cutting. According to the man's request, he cut a third of the stone. The small part that fell to the ground was white without any green. On the other hand, the larger ones had a faint hint of green in them. "It's green!" Everyone present exclaimed softly. They were not as loud as the people outside. "The next cut will be from here." The owner of the stone gestured on the other side of the stone. Sima Yue looked at the stone and said, "What a pity, what's a pity?" Fatty Chu and the rest came over. They happened to hear what she said and asked. "This stone looks like it will come out with a spirit stone. However, for some reason, there isn't anything good inside." Sima Yue explained softly to them. "Really?" "Yes." Sima Yue nodded. She was very sure that this stone would only come out with a glass spirit stone. A glass spirit stone meant that it would only come out with a thin piece of spirit stone. Even if the quality of this spirit stone was good, it would not be worth much. The man who was squatting on the ground turned around and glared at Sima Yue. He did not say anything. However, the woman beside him scolded Sima Yue, "Don't speak if you don't know anything." Sima Yue did not expect that when everyone's attention was on the stone opening, there were still people who heard her speak. If they did not speak, then so be it. After all, this had nothing to do with her. However, just as Sima Yue said, that piece of stone that everyone was optimistic about at the beginning really only had a thin layer of spirit stones. The quality of the spirit stone was not bad. However, because it was too thin, it did not contain much spirit energy. Hence, it was not very useful. The owner of the stone was rather calm. He stood up and patted the stone fragments off his body. The woman beside him pulled a long face and was very unhappy. Next, the master in charge of opening the stone shouted. Sima Yue saw that no one else was going up. She walked over and placed the stone in her hand on the stone opening table. Watermelon stone. Everyone present laughed when they saw her stone. The woman from before laughed even louder. Seeing how calm she was, the stone opening master asked, "Young master, is this your first time gambling on stones?" Sima Yue nodded. In the past, she had always seen others gamble. This was really her first time. "Young master, have you heard of watermelon stone?" "I've heard of it." Sima Yue said, "But I want this one. I've already paid the money. I can't go back on my word." The stone opening master shook his head. He took the stone and touched it carefully for a while. "You want to open a Shio spirit stone with a watermelon head? You're really ignorant." The woman mocked. "Third sister, don't be rude." The man scolded. It's true. Everyone told her that watermelon stone would not open a good stone. She didn't believe it and insisted on opening it. "I dare to bet that she won't open a good spirit stone. If she does, I'll write my name backwards." The woman said unhappily. "Young master, how do you plan to open it?" The stone opening master asked. "Master, wait a moment." Sima Yue stood up and looked at the woman. "You want to bet with me?" "That's right." The woman stepped forward and looked at Sima Yue with contempt. "If you open a good spirit stone, I'll give you double the price." Chapter 5:17. Third sister, don't cause trouble. The man who was with her scolded. Second brother, don't stop me. The woman looked at Sima Yue and said, "If you open up a rare spirit stone that is worth more than 20,000 middle-grade crystals, I, Hu Fei Fei, will give you double the price. If you can't open it, if you can't open it, if you can't open it, just give me 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones." "All right." Sima Yue nodded. Both of them had reached an agreement. Third sister, how could you let him? Hu Ling wanted to stop her, but his sister was stubborn and would not even listen to him. However, he could not let her do as she pleased. Second brother, he didn't even refuse. "What are you so anxious about?" Hu Fangfang said with a smile. "Since we've agreed, let's begin." When gambling on stones, there would be some gambling. This was very common, so no one was surprised. They just watched with interest, wanting to see who would win in the end. "Young master, how do you want to open it?" the master asked. Let's cut it from the middle. Sima Yue said. This. Young master, are you sure? The stone-cutting master asked. Normally, stones were cut bit by bit from one side, because most of the spirit stones were slightly slanted in the middle. If it was cut open from the middle, the spirit stones inside would be easily damaged. Once the spirit stone was damaged, the spirit energy contained within would leak out from the cut. It had to be used as soon as possible as it could not be stored for long. The value of these spirit stones would drop by a lot. It was rare to see someone like her, who requested to be cut directly from the middle. She said to open it from the middle, so we'll open it from the middle. Hu Fangfang smiled and said, anyway, this is a watermelon stone. It doesn't matter even if it's cut from the middle. The stone cutter felt that it was reasonable, so he followed Sima Yue's instructions and cut the stone in half. The stones on both sides fell to the ground, revealing the white Huahua stones. It really is a white stone. The onlookers were not surprised at all when they saw the white stone. When Hu Fangfang saw the white stone, she smiled proudly, making Fatty Chu and the others angry. What's the rush? Can't you see that the two of them are very calm? Wu Lingyu said lightly when he saw how angry they were. If Sima Yue was inexperienced in stone gambling for the first time, then Third Mo did not say anything from the beginning to the end. This meant that there was nothing wrong with the stone. How do you want to spend the next cut? The stone-cutting master picked up half of them and asked. Let me see. Sima Yue took the stone and looked at it. Then, she drew on it and said, follow this. All right. The stone cutter took it back and made another cut according to Sima Yue's instructions. When the stone was split in half, it was still a white stone. This is for polishing. Sima Yue picked up one of the pieces and said. There were different ways to open a stone, such as cutting, grinding, and so on. Generally, one would use the cutting method at the beginning. When one felt that a spirit stone would appear, one would choose the grinding method and slowly grind the surface of the stone. Not long after, a few peanut-sized spirit stones were ground out. They are indeed watermelon seeds. The onlookers said. How are these watermelon seeds? These are better than watermelon seeds. These are peanuts. Hu Fangfang said with a smile. Third sister. Hu Ling frowned and looked like he was about to get angry. Hu Fangfang stuck out her tongue and did not say anything. However, her gaze towards Sima Yue was filled with provocation. Sima Yue kept the few emerald green peanuts. Then, she gave the other half to the stone cutter and said, grind this too. Ha ha ha, are you trying to gather 20,000 spirit stones? Someone laughed and said. Sima Yue could not be bothered with them. After giving the other half to the stone cutter, she picked up the other half and examined it carefully. Let me open it for you. Third Mo walked over and said. All right. Sima Yue knew that Third Mo was not someone who spoke easily. Since he spoke, it meant that it was either difficult to open, or the thing inside had piqued his interest. Third Mo picked up the stone and placed it on the table. Then, he took out a small knife and used his hand to touch it. Then, he used the small knife to trace a pattern and gently cut off the surface of the stone. When everyone saw this, they realized that he was skilled. The surface of the stone was smooth as if it was cut off. It did not look like it was cut off with a small knife at all. Unknowingly, everyone's attention turned to him. Even the stone cutter stopped what he was doing and looked at Third Mo. Third Mo peeled off the outer layer of the stone. Soon, a stone the size of an adult's fist turned into a stone the size of a duck's egg. Third Mo glanced at Sima Yue. Sima Yue understood what he meant. She said excitedly, "It's coming out." Third Mo nodded. He took out a piece of skin used for grinding and began to lightly grind the remaining surface of the stone. He used even strength on every part. Under his grinding, a spirit stone the size of an egg appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Third Mo took out a piece of cloth and gently wiped off the lime on the stone so that everyone could see the spirit stone more clearly. "Look, there's actually a golden core inside," someone exclaimed. "This is a stone in a stone. It really is a stone in a stone. The thing inside is golden and is the size of an egg. This grade is not low. A stone in a stone the size of a lychee is worth a few 100,000. This one is the size of an egg and has a golden core. This is worth at least 300,000 to 400,000. Hiss! Everyone present could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. They did not expect this thing to be so valuable. "Yuyue, take it." Third Mo placed the spirit stone in Sima Yuyue's hand. He was very happy that he was able to cut out such a spirit stone. Sima Yuyue received the spirit stone happily and even waved it at Hu Fangfang. "I'm really sorry, I won the bet this time. In a while, I'll get someone to appraise it for me." "Thank you, Miss Hu, for your generous bet. Master, help me grind out the rest of the spirit stone. Who knows, there might be a few more watermelon seeds." "No, there are peanuts." Hu Fangfang's face turned green with anger. Sima Yuyue was slapping her own face. However, in front of everyone, she could not do anything shameless. Very quickly, the rest of the spirit stones were all grinded out. There were a total of 5 watermelon seeds. Added together, they were worth about 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones. The stone pavilion had a professional appraiser who could accurately estimate the value of the spirit stones. Not long later, an old man with an immortal aura walked out from the back courtyard. He specially came to appraise Sima Yuyue. Such a large stone in a stone is indeed rare. Moreover, the quality is high. This old man felt a majestic power from the golden core. "From my experience, this stone in a stone in a stone is worth at least 350,000 middle-grade spirit stones." 350,000. Twice that would be 700,000. Hu Fangfang's heart ached when she thought of how she had lost 700,000 in one go. "Wait a minute, there are still these. Please appraise them together. At least we can gather some money." Sima Yuyue opened her hand. There were more than 10 spirit stones the size of watermelon seeds in her hand. When everyone saw that she really used the watermelon seeds to appraise them, they could not help but laugh. Chapter 5:18. Just now, they had said that she could only collect those watermelon seed-like spirit stones to make up the numbers. Unexpectedly, she really didn't do that now. The appraiser's beard trembled. There were already hundreds of thousands of stones, yet he was still looking at a few watermelon seeds. However, since the customer had requested it, he still took a closer look and said, "These spirit stones are too small, but the quality is not bad. The spiritual energy contained within is also not bad. If you add them up, they should be worth 2,000 mid-grade crystal stones." It was worth 2,000 mid-grade crystal stones, which was a far cry from the original price of 18,000. If he didn't get this stone, then he would have lost the bet. "Sorry to trouble you, master." Sima Yuyue put away the watermelon seeds and spirit stones, then said to Hu Fangfang, "Miss Hu, when you give, don't forget the 2,000 watermelon seeds. No, you should give an extra 4,000. Hu Fangfang's face darkened. She angrily turned her face to the side. Hu Ling sighed when he saw the way his sister was behaving. He took out 2 crystal cards and placed them against each other before handing one of them to Sima Yuyue, saying, "This is 704,000. Please keep it well." Sima Yuyue kept the crystal card without hesitation. She had earned it herself. At the same time, she began to size up the siblings. They didn't even blink when they took out 700,000 mid-grade crystal stones. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. They must have a great background. She didn't know how strong their forces were, but their financial resources were definitely not ordinary. Third sister, let's go back. If Big Brother doesn't see you when he comes later, he'll probably get angry, Hu Ling said. Hu Fangfang originally wanted to play for a while more, but when she heard the word Big Brother, she couldn't help but shrink her neck. If he knew that he had lost $700,000 in a bet with someone else, he would probably teach him a lesson. Only his second brother would protect him. Then let's go. She took her brother's arm and walked out with him. Seeing that they had left, the onlookers also dispersed. Fatty Chu and the others gathered around, wanting to see the stone in the stone. Sir, we would like to purchase this stone from you for 380,000 spirit stones, a man said as he walked over. Young master, don't listen to him. We'll pay 390,000. Young master, we bid 410,000. Sima Yue felt a little dizzy as she looked at the merchants surrounding her and listened to their chatter about selling things to her. 450,000 yuan. Give it to anyone who is willing to buy it, Sima Yue shouted when she saw that they stopped increasing the price after 420,000 yuan. They were silent for a while and felt that 450,000 was a bit expensive. It was 100,000 more than the estimated price. However, this stone was quite rare. In the end, some people gritted their teeth and purchased it. Sima Yue sold the stone and earned another 450,000 yuan. Together with the 700,000 yuan she won from the bet, she earned a total of 15 million yuan. On the other hand, she only spent 18,000 yuan to buy this. One could imagine how much profit she made. When Fatty Chu and the others saw that Sima Yue had opened a good stone, they also wanted to give it a try. Each of them went to choose 2 stones and spent a little more than 1 million. They didn't know how to choose a stone at all. They just chose based on their feelings. Some people got it, some got white stones. However, in the end, they managed to recoup their capital and even earned 100,000 middle-grade crystals. Their luck was quite good. Yue, how did you choose that watermelon stone? Qin Mo asked curiously. I actually just relied on my feelings. Sima Yue said, although I saw the outer appearance and knew that there were watermelon seeds inside, the outer layer of the stone on the other side was slightly smoother. That's why I boldly guessed that there might be something inside. What she didn't say was that if it wasn't for her divine sense being stronger than normal people, she wouldn't have been able to sense that slight difference. Not bad. You got such a good harvest in your first stone gambling. You're much better than me. Third Mo said. I earned 1 million yuan, but it's still not enough. Let's continue to choose. Sima Yue said. After that, she chose a few for herself and Third Mo helped her choose 2. They all had high-grade spirit stones in them. This made Sima Yue earn a lot. She got 10 million middle-grade crystals in her hands. Seeing Sima Yue smiling so happily, the people in the stone pavilion felt their hearts ache. Were they sure they weren't here to cause trouble? When Sima Yue and the others were opening the stones, the girl who paid the bill looked towards the corner of the courtyard. Then, she heard that there was another good stone. Her heart twitched again. The spirit stones that Sima Yue opened were sold for 500,000 middle-grade crystals. Seeing someone take out 500,000 without even blinking, she thought of the 10 million she earned before. She couldn't help but sigh. So there were more rich people in this world. She was in the poor class. However, after choosing stones again and again, her theory and practice quickly merged. Her accuracy in choosing stones was very high. Even Third Mo couldn't help but look at her in a new light. Just as Sima Yue chose another stone and was about to pay the bill, a handsome man wearing a water blue gown walked out from behind. Young master. The attendants in the stone pavilion bowed to the man. The man waved his hand and the attendant stood up. Young master, it's them. The attendants beside the man pointed at Sima Yue and the others. I was wondering who had the ability to scare my people like this. So it's Third Master Mo. The man cupped his hands towards Third Mo. Wu Lingyu and Qin Mo were talking with their backs to the crowd. When they heard someone mention Third Mo, the two turned around. When they saw who it was, they raised their eyebrows. There's also Your Highness Holy Son and young Master Qin. I apologize for my lack of manners. The blue-clothed man saw that it was Wu Lingyu and Qin Mo. He was shocked. Why were there so many important people here today? The others were stunned. They weren't familiar with Qin Mo, but Third Mo's name and Wu Lingyu's identity were well known. They weren't ordinary people. Liang Yu, why are you here? Third Mo didn't mind being recognized, but he was surprised to see him here. The Stone Pavilion was a shop opened by a power in the central region. Liang Yu could be considered as the person in charge of the Stone Pavilion. They had met before in the central region and could be considered acquaintances. Isn't there going to be an auction? That's why the clan sent me here to watch. Liang Yu said, Third Mo, why don't you choose the stones inside? How can the stones here catch your eye? I'm not choosing the stones this time. I'm here to accompany a friend. Third Mo looked at Sima Yue and said. Liang Yu looked at Sima Yue. How could a young man like him catch Third Mo's eye? Yue, look at you. You even alarmed the young master of the Stone Pavilion. Qin Mo teased. Yue. Liang Yu took a deep breath. Could it be that Yue from the destroyed Shiman clan? Chapter 519. Sima Yue had seen Liang Yu before. Seeing the shock on his face, she smiled and cupped her hands, saying, I am Sima Yue, greetings to young Master Liang. New Dagger Mystery Chinese Novel, Sima Yue. Liang Yu looked at Sima Yue's calm smile and then looked at her bone age. She was indeed a young person. He smiled and said, I didn't expect Third Master Mo to have such a young friend. It's Yue's first time gambling on stones. I found it interesting. I didn't expect to disturb young Master Liang. I'm really sorry. Sima Yue said politely. Of course not. This is how business is done. Liang Yu said, it's just that sometimes there will be people who come to challenge us. That's why the employees make such a big fuss. I apologize for disturbing Third Master Mo and everyone else. Young Master Liang, you're too polite. Third Mo and the others didn't know what to say to him. She was of a lower status, so she wouldn't lose face if she said that. Shameless Third, we've played enough for today. Why don't we go back? Your Highness, Third Master Mo, young Master Qin, since you're all here, why don't I be the host and treat you to a drink? Liang Yu said. Wu Lingyu and the other two all looked at Sima Yue. Sima Yue did not have a good impression of this Liang Yu. Seeing that Sima Lai and the others were all looking at her, she smiled and walked over, saying, Grandfather, third brother, are you guys done playing? I've already played to my heart's content. Sima Lai said. Then we'll head back first. Sima Yue said, Senior brother, if you're going to drink, we'll head back first. Senior brother, is young Master Sima from the Sage Pavilion? Liang Yu asked. No. Sima Yue smiled. Senior brother, we'll head back first. We still have to prepare for the auction tomorrow, so we won't be drinking, Wu Lingyu said. I also need to prepare. I have something that I want, I must bid for it. Third Mo said, Liang Yu, let's drink next time. Goodbye. Sima Yue and the others also cupped their fists at Liang Yu before exiting the stone pavilion. When Liang Yu saw them leave, the smile on his face disappeared. He waved his hand and a guard walked over. Send someone to investigate that person's identity. He actually has 3 people accompanying him, and they are even Wu Lingyu's junior brothers. How come I didn't know that Wu Lingyu had a junior brother? Yes. That person immediately left. The servant beside Liang Yu came forward and said, "Young master, I once heard that the Demon Valley Lord of the Divine Devil Valley had accepted a disciple in the Yilin continent. Could it be this person?" Divine Devil Valley. Liang Yu furrowed his brows. "I think there is such a person. He said that he is the other junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley." "Young master, I remember now. That person seems to be called Sima Yue. He came from the Yilin continent." Another servant said. "I really didn't think that the Divine Devil Valley would actually let someone from the lower realm become the junior valley master." Liang Yu laughed coldly. "I really don't understand what the pavilion master is thinking. He actually let someone from the Divine Devil Valley become our holy son. So this stone pavilion was also a power that belonged to the Sage Pavilion. Nobody understands the pavilion master's intentions. The Divine Devil Valley and the Sage Pavilion have always been enemies, but he personally asked for Wu Lingyu to become the holy son. He even dotes on him and wants him to take over the Sage Pavilion. Let's see how long he can stay in this position." Liang Yu said, "Send someone to keep a close eye on their whereabouts." "Yes, young master." Sima Yue and the others came out of the stone pavilion. Thinking of the haze in Liang Yu's eyes, Third Mo was very happy and said, "If I knew that Liang Yu was here, I would have brought you to the innermost part and opened up some top-grade spirit stones to anger him to death. It's just that if he finds out about Yue's identity, will it bring trouble?" Qin Mo frowned. "What's there to be afraid of?" Wu Lingyu wasn't worried at all. The junior valley master of the Divine Devil Valley will have to give way to anyone outside. Sima Yue nodded and said, "He knows the old Yue and knows that I used to be on good terms with you guys. I'm afraid that he will link it to me, so it's better to let him know about my identity. Moreover, even if I don't say it, I'm afraid that he will investigate. That Liang Yu looks like the Liang clan's young master, but he's actually a person without much ability. He just caught the eye of the Liang clan's patriarch. You don't have to worry about him." Third Mo said. Sima Yue nodded and smiled. "I earn 10 million in a day. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I can feel it. You're smiling so much that your eyes are almost squinting." Wu Lingyu looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Sima Yue didn't care that he was teasing her. She was extremely happy. She was even more interested in stone gambling. She was prepared to gamble for fun when she ran out of money in the future and earned some money to spend. Her beasts were all looking down on her in the spirit pagoda. When she first started refining pills, she thought that she could sell pills when she ran out of money. Later on, she had the same thought when she practiced arrays. Now that she came into contact with stone gambling, it was still the same. Why was their master so poor? But she didn't care about those looks of disdain. She was still thinking that stone gambling was a profitable business. She had to go back and study that spirit seeker and find the source properly. She had only learned some superficial knowledge, but she could already see the beginner's stone. If she could completely master that book, she might really become a spirit seeker emperor teacher. Thinking about this, she looked at Third Mo again. She was conflicted whether she should let him see that book or not. Thinking about how he actually gave up the wine that he loved for hundreds of years for her, and thinking about his feelings for her, she finally decided to give him a copy of the book. After she thought about it, she went back to the spirit pagoda. She rummaged through the cabinets and found a stone rubbing. She took out the book and placed it on the table. Then, as she read, she inserted a strand of divine sense into the stone rubbing. This stone rubbing was a type of jade that could record divine sense. The divine sense wouldn't dissipate after leaving the body for too long. She placed the stone rubbing on her forehead and flipped through the book page by page. There were some things that she still couldn't understand. But if she read it once and memorized it, Third Mo might understand the meaning when he saw it. After staying in the Spirit Pagoda for 3 days, she finally recorded a complete Spirit Seeker and find the source. Because she used up a lot of divine sense, she was a little tired after she finished. She ate some pills and rested for a while. Then, she took the things out. She knocked on Third Mo's door. Third Mo was a little surprised that she came alone. He thought that she was discussing the auction with Shiman Fong and the others. Sima Yue went in and asked him to close the door. She smiled and took out a stone rubbing and handed it to him. "What are you giving me?" Third Mo took it and looked. "You'll know when you see it." Third Mo saw that she was being mysterious. He placed the stone rubbing on his forehead and looked at it. With just a glance, he froze and looked at her in shock. Chapter 520. How did you get this thing? Third Mo felt that this was the most shocking thing besides knowing that she was still alive. New Beach Chinese Network. "I got it by chance," Sima Yue said. "This is not the original. I spent a few days to copy it. Here you go. Give it to me." Third Mo was in disbelief. This was Soul Seeking the Source, a book that he had been searching for. Now, it was right in front of him. "Of course it's for you. Why else would I show it to you?" Sima Yue smiled. She found it funny when she saw Third Mo's dumbfounded look. This was the first time in her previous life that she had seen him like this. However, when something that he had been looking for suddenly appeared in front of him, even if it was him, he would be so excited that he would lose his sense of direction. "Since you know that I've been looking for this, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Third Mo took the rubbing and patted Sima Yue's shoulder excitedly. "Don't mention it." Sima Yue said, "You helped me so much and earned 10 million mid-grade crystals in a day. Take this as my gift to you." Third Mo looked at Sima Yue and was overjoyed. Sima Yue did not disturb him. She stood up and said, "Since I've given you the things, I'll go back first. I know you want to see it, but you have to remember tomorrow's auction. Don't worry, I won't be late. Just call me when you're heading out." Third Mo said. "All right." Once Sima Yue left, Third Mo immediately started studying the book. When she called him to attend the auction the next day, he was still immersed in it. The group of people walked towards the Xinyuan pavilion. Along the way, they noticed that many people were walking in the same direction. It seemed that they were all going to participate in the auction. Yue. On the way, Sima Yue heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Cho Xiao Tian waving at her. There was a group of people beside him, and they didn't seem to be from the innumerable Green Palace. They should be from his sect in the Central State. Cho Xiao Tian said a few words to the people around him and then squeezed through the crowd to Yue. He said, "I knew you guys would definitely come to this auction. I really did see you guys. Of course we won't miss such a lively event." Sima Yue said. "Have you settled Bei Gong's matters?" Cho Xiao Tian looked at Bei Gong Tang and asked. "It's already been settled." Bei Gong Tang nodded at him. "Senior brother, Master wants you to hurry over." A girl walked over and glanced at Sima Yue and the rest arrogantly as she said to Cho Xiao Tian. Cho Xiao Tian smiled at Sima Yue and said, "I'll look for you guys after the auction ends." "Where do you live?" "Memory Restaurant." "All right, I'll look for you when the time comes. Then I'll go over first." After Cho Xiao Tian finished speaking, he cupped his fists towards them and left with the woman. "Che, what's with the arrogance?" Fatty Chu rolled his eyes at Cho Xiao Tian's junior sister. He was very unhappy. "All right, it's not like they have anything to do with us. Let's hurry over." Wei Ziqi said, "There are too many people here. Many people don't have the qualifications to enter the auction, but they can listen to the news from outside. Wu Lingyu said. Are they trying to smell the meat even if they can't eat it? Ouyang Fei laughed. There are so many powers in the outer regions, and even some from the inner regions. I wonder how many people will participate this time. Sima Yuyue looked at the sea of people and felt a headache coming on. With so many people, there would be more people bidding, and the price of the items would naturally be higher than expected. Actually, there aren't as many people as you think. Wu Lingyu looked at her and frowned, saying, those who can come this time are all first and second-rate powers in the outer regions. Also, not everyone is here. Really? After all, this is an outer region auction. There aren't many people from the inner regions. Some from the other regions feel that it's too far, and some feel that there isn't anything that can attract them, so they won't come. Qin Mo said, so the number of people here isn't that special. Also, there are many similar items, so we can split the bidding. I don't care about the rest, as long as no one fights with me for the items that I choose. Sima Yuyue said. The items that she chose this time were too rare. If she really couldn't get them, then she didn't mind having a treasure-snatching segment after the auction. However, what worried her the most was the 2 types of herbs that she was going to barter for. If she couldn't get something that satisfied the other party, it would be troublesome later on. Let's go in first. Third Mo said. He also had something to bid for this time, but after Sima Yuyue gave him the stone rubbing, he wasn't as excited about the ore. They arrived at the entrance of Xian Yuan Pavilion and saw Qing Yuan from Innumerable Green Palace bringing people in. After the servant girl at the entrance saw their invitation, she brought them in. We're already considered early, but there are still so many people. God knows how long we'll have to queue for. Fatty Chu said as he saw the long queue. We don't have to queue. Sima Yuyue said, follow me. She brought them to a passage on the other side. There was almost no one here. Hello, please show us your invitation. The beautiful lady at the entrance smiled and said. Sima Yuyue took out the invitation that Jun Lan gave her. It was a different color from the ones that the others took out. The lady took the invitation and looked at it, then handed it back to her with both hands, saying, this is our VIP invitation. You can enter from our VIP passage. We have people who will bring you to your private room. Thank you. Sima Yuyue took the invitation. A servant girl walked over and brought them into the auction hall. They went to a private room on the 3rd floor. This private room was big enough that the 10 to 20 people didn't feel crowded at all. If you need anything, just pull on the rope by the wall. The servant girl said and left. This room was really big. There were 3 round tables inside and it wasn't crowded. It was probably prepared for people like them. What she didn't know was that Jun Lan had specially ordered people to prepare this room for them. Although the other rooms were big, they didn't have so many tables and chairs. It was just that Jun Lan knew that there would be many people coming with her, so she had specially arranged for the room to be decorated. The glass here was the same as the glass in the Yilin continent. You could see outside clearly from the inside, but you couldn't see inside from the outside. They sat in the room and could see everything outside. The entire auction hall could hold tens of thousands of people. Just the main hall below could hold 30 to 40,000 people, not to mention the private rooms on the other floors. Sima Yuyue's private room wasn't the most special. This was also what she had requested. It wasn't too conspicuous. As time passed, those people entered the auction venue one after another, and the entire venue became lively. Sima Yuyue looked around. The private rooms on the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors were all lit up. Chapter 521. Sima Yuyue and the rest came in early. With 3rd Mo, Wu Lingyu, and Kong Sangyi, who were all knowledgeable, they roughly knew which province and which sect those people were from. New Dagger's strange new address. What surprised Yue was the status of the Xian Yuan Pavilion in the primordial lands. Many powerful forces could only sit in the main hall, and they didn't seem to have any complaints. They waited for more than an hour before the doors to the auction venue closed. Those who were late were no longer eligible to enter. Following the sound of the door closing, an old man with white hair and beard appeared on the auction stage. Upon seeing that person, many gasps could be heard from the crowd. It was obvious that they were shocked by that old man. Sima Yue looked at the sagely old man and asked in surprise, "Who is it that caused such a huge reaction?" Third Mo and the others were also rather surprised. They only came back to their senses after hearing her words, saying, "That's the pavilion master of the Xian Yuan Pavilion's pavilion master Jun Sang. His position is even higher than the pavilion masters of the central regions. He hasn't appeared in public for many years. I didn't expect that today's auction would be hosted by him." Qin Mo nodded in agreement. "It's indeed surprising. Sima Yue did not expect such a person to be the host of the auction today. Although the scale of the auction was relatively large, there was no need for him to come personally." She looked below the stage and saw that Jun Lan and Jun Tian were both there. There was also a steward from the Xian Yuan Pavilion. "I'm Jun Sang. I'm sure everyone knows my old face, so I won't introduce myself." Jun Sang smiled and said, "Welcome everyone to our auction this time. Everyone has seen the items this time. The quantity is great, and the quality is good. I'm sure everyone will return satisfied. Of course, this is only possible if you have enough crystals in your pocket." Ha ha ha. The people of the Xianyuan Pavilion were all here. "Pavilion Master, how could you say that?" Sima Yue looked at Jun Sang. Why did she have the feeling that he was an old urchin? Was there such an opening? However, this was also the truth. Without money, they could forget about getting anything tonight. Ahem, ahem. Jun Sang pretended to cough when he saw Jun Lan and the others glaring at him. He didn't care about their reactions and continued, "I don't like to nag. You all understand the rules. If you don't understand, ask those who do. Okay, that's it. Let's start the auction now." After saying that, he knocked the auction mallet, and a woman wearing an emerald green gauze dress came up with a tray, indicating that the auction had officially begun. Sima Yue was completely speechless at this old man. She guessed that Jun Lan and the rest did not want him to host this auction. Actually, it was just as she had thought. Jun Lan and the others were also very helpless towards this pavilion master who had suddenly appeared. Originally, they had already confirmed that this auction would be hosted by Jun Lan, but they didn't expect him to come here last night and say that he wanted to host this auction. His reason was that the scale of the auction this time was too large, and he was afraid that they would not be able to control it. With him around, no one would dare to act rashly. However, Jun Lan and the group of stewards couldn't help but roll their eyes and their hearts. How was he afraid that they would not be able to control it? He clearly wanted to play. That's right, he wanted to host this auction because he felt that it would be fun. He really didn't have any of the prestige of a pavilion master. The first auction item is an 8th grade pill, the Yuan increasing pill. Taking this pill, those who are nearing the end of their lifespan will be able to increase by 30 years. Although 30 years is not a long time, and some people go into seclusion, but with this Yuan increasing pill in hand, who knows, they might be able to break through in those 30 years. Wouldn't that mean that they would have an extra few hundred or even a few thousand years? Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. Everyone knows the importance of this pill. Now, the auction will begin. The starting price is 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Sima Yue didn't expect that the first auction item would be such a valuable item. Although 8th grade alchemists weren't rare on this continent, they were still very common. Refining this Yuan increasing pill wasn't an easy task. Just the ingredients alone were very difficult to gather, not to mention the waste in the middle. And this auction didn't follow the order of the previous auctions. Taking out such a rare item at the beginning was considered breaking the previous rules. 11,000 mid-grade crystal stones. 12,000, 15,000. Sima Yue and the others didn't join in the bidding. They weren't nearing the end of their lifespan yet. Compared to the yuan increasing pill, she was more interested in gathering the ingredients to refine the breaking monarch pill. Moreover, her money was prepared for those few ingredients. She didn't plan to spend it on these things. When Sima Yue came back to her senses, Jun Song was already preparing to strike the auction mallet. 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones going once, 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones going twice. 210,000, 220,000. Sima Yue saw that the competition had started and couldn't help but sigh. The price had increased by more than 20 times. And looking at the attitude of those people, it seemed that 200,000 wasn't expensive at all. In the end, the yuan increasing pill was bought for 310,000, which was 30 times the starting price. Everyone knew that the yuan increasing pill wasn't worth that price. But because it was being auctioned, the price had been raised. And Sima Yue started to estimate the price of the items she wanted based on this situation. The first auction item was sent to the person who bought it. Then the second auction item was brought up. The second auction item is also an amazing item. In the past, we had an ancestor. Rumor has it that he broke through the emperor level and entered that legendary level. Does anyone know who he is? Jun Song kept the audience guessing. Emperor Qing Dao. Who in the primordial lands doesn't know him? Someone continued. Then do you know that he once used a divine weapon, the Heaven's Halberd? Jun Song said mysteriously. Pavilion Master Jun, are you saying that this auction item is Emperor Qing Dao's Heaven's Halberd? Someone guessed. You guessed right. This auction item is the Heaven's Halberd. Jun Song laughed and lifted the red cloth on the tray. He continued, this is the upper part of the Heaven's Halberd. Although it's a defective item, it's still a divine weapon that Emperor Qing Dao once used. Everyone knows that in the later stages of cultivation, the only thing that matters is comprehension. This is a divine weapon that Emperor Qing Dao once used. If you take it back, you might be able to comprehend something. The starting price is 20,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Continue bidding. When those people first heard that it was something that Emperor Qing Dao had once used, they were all so excited that they wanted to immediately start the auction. But when they heard that it was a defective item, they hesitated. So when Jun Song called out the starting price of 20,000, almost no one bid. Chapter 522. The Xian Yuan Pavilion was surprised that no one came after the divine tool that Emperor Qing Dao had once used. Shouldn't this kind of thing be more sought after? Just as Jun Song had said, he might be able to comprehend something if he brought it back. However, everyone had different thoughts. Emperor Qing Dao rarely used the Heaven's Halberd after he became famous. Instead, he used a higher-level weapon. Therefore, the Heaven's Halberd was useless in everyone's eyes. It wasn't as meaningful as the weapons he used later on. What's more, this was a defective product that couldn't even be used. Even if he bought it, it could only be used as a decoration. If it was at the back, everyone would have already bid for what they wanted. If they still had money left, it wouldn't matter if they bid for it. But now, it was too close to the front. Everyone was afraid that they wouldn't have enough money after bidding for it. 21,000, Sima Yue shouted when she saw that no one else was bidding. Under her lead, only a few people came to bid. However, those people were just shouting for fun. They didn't really want to buy it, so in the end, she won it for 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Soon, the Heaven's Halberd was delivered to her private room. She took out her crystal card and swiped 100,000 mid-grade crystals. After the maid left, she lifted the lid and looked at the divine weapon. There's only one head. Yue, why are you filming this? Fatty Chu looked at the rusty halberd head and asked puzzledly. Sima Yue picked up the halberd head and felt a cold sensation in her palm. The material was definitely not ordinary. Unfortunately, because she hadn't refined it, she didn't know what it looked like without rust. In any case, this is Monarch Qing Dao's divine artifact. It's good to study it when you have nothing to do. She didn't see anything different about this halberd head, so she placed it back on the tray for the others to see. What kind of person is that Emperor Qing Dao? A broken divine tool can actually be sold for the high price of 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Wei Ziki asked curiously. There are several levels above the God Realm. We are now in the God Realm, which is divided into 4 small levels: God King, God Ancestor, God Emperor, and God Venerable. Above the divine rank was the monarch rank, above the monarch rank was the venerable rank, and above the venerable rank was the emperor rank. Emperor Qing Dao is an emperor-level expert. Sima Yue explained to everyone. Emperor level. Wei Ziki and the others sucked in a deep breath. Someone had actually reached the emperor level. Since ancient times, there weren't many people who were able to ascend to the emperor rank. Those were all famous. Kong Sengyi said, it's just that this Emperor Qing Dao is the most eye-catching. How did he attract attention? In the past, the monarchs were generally old antiques who were over 10,000 years old. However, for some unknown reason, Monarch Qing Dao's talent wasn't particularly outstanding in the past, but he advanced to the monarch level before he was 5,000 years old. Some said that he had taken some kind of elixir, some said that he had received some kind of inheritance, and some said that he was originally very talented, and was just hiding it when he was young. However, no matter how others guessed, he rarely appeared after advancing to the emperor level. Later on, he directly disappeared. Thus, there were rumors that he had reached the legendary level and left this world. Legendary level. Left this world. What's that? As our strength grows, our lifespan grows longer and longer. When we reach the emperor level, we can already live for 20,000 years or even longer. However, no matter how long we live, we can't avoid death. Third Mo looked at everyone and said, but when you reach the legendary level, you become a true god and can live forever. What? Live forever? Is that true or false? Seeing how surprised they were, Third Mo shrugged, who knows if it's true or false? Didn't they already say that it's the legendary level? Naturally, no one has seen it before, so there's no way to tell if it's true or false. If this Emperor Qing Dao really reached the legendary level, then he's too powerful. Sima Yulu said excitedly. His fanatical eyes were filled with worship. However, Sima Yue picked up the halberd head again. Since it's Emperor Qing Dao's weapon, why is it broken and only the halberd head is left? Oh right, he's already an emperor. Then he should be the most powerful person in this world. Who else can break his weapon? Fatty Chu said. Regarding this, Qin Mo and the others shook their heads. Nobody knew what exactly was going on. Legends are legends after all. As for the real situation, only legends will know. Wu Lingyu saw Sima Yue furrowing her eyebrows and nodded. Sima Yue retracted her thoughts and stopped thinking about what happened back then. Let's continue watching the auction. Although the items at the end of the auction were not bad, they didn't have what they needed. After more than an hour, they didn't bid for anything. After that, Sima Yue bid for the 4 types of ingredients that she needed. In total, she spent more than 1 million. After that, she bid for a few materials for Fatty Chu and the others, spending a few 100,000. In total, she spent more than 2 million. This was much less than what Sima Yue had expected. However, her main focus was on the last 3 types of ingredients. These three types were the main focus. Two types of barter. One of them could be said to be the only one in the world. Furthermore, it was a medicinal ingredient that was useful for cultivation. The competition would definitely be intense. However, before those three types of medicinal ingredients appeared, her items were auctioned off first. The 4 tendon and marrow cleansing pills were sold for a total of 4 million. The other items were sold for 2 million. In total, she earned 6 million. In addition to what she had left, she had a total of 14 million. She didn't know if she could use 10 million to exchange for 3 types of medicinal ingredients. Everyone will definitely like the next item, especially the Seeker Spirit Masters. They will definitely go crazy with joy. Jun Song said with a smile. Although so much time had passed and she had seen him host for so long, she still couldn't connect him with the pavilion master of the outer regions of Xianyuan Pavilion. It was too degrading. However, thinking about it was just thinking. The item that was brought up this time was indeed a good item. Everyone present turned to look at it. This is the ancient ore that everyone has been waiting for. Since it is an ore, then everyone should understand that there is a risk. There may be treasures inside, or there may be nothing. Jun Song said very responsibly, but if there is something inside, then it must be something from the ancient times. I don't need to say anything more, everyone should understand its value. In order to make it easier for everyone to bid, we have specially allowed the Seeker Spirit Masters to come up and watch. Everyone has half an hour. Those who are willing to come up and take a look, please come up. After Jun Song finished speaking, people immediately went up. Those Seeker Spirit Masters were extremely excited. They all surrounded the ore and looked left and right. Sima Yue looked at Third Mo, who was not moving at all, and asked, "Didn't you come for this? Why don't you go down and take a look?" Chapter 523. Third Mo smiled and said, "I've already seen that ore. There's no need to look at it again. You've already read it. When did this happen? Wasn't it said that the Xianyuan Pavilion was very strict with the preservation of the auction items? How did this guy see it? It happened a few days ago." Third Mo said. As for the method, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Since you've seen it, is there anything inside the stone? Sima Yue asked curiously. There is. Furthermore, I suspect that it's a living creature. Speaking of this, Third Mo's expression became serious. However, there was also unconcealable excitement. If it's a living creature, then wouldn't it be something from ancient times? The things back then seemed to be more powerful than the things we have now, right? Kong Sangyi exclaimed. The others also became excited. If they could open a living creature, the significance would be different. Most of the ores now were condensed from the essence of spiritual power from ancient times or even archaic times. If there was a living creature inside, then the spiritual power had to be so dense that it had turned into a liquid form. It had to wrap the living creature in an instant, freeze its body and characteristics, and make it stop breathing. His functions were also frozen at the same time. When it was released, its bodily functions would continue to function, and its life would continue. If what Third Mo said was true, then wouldn't it be possible for them to meet an ancient creature? Just thinking about it was enough to make people excited. I don't know if the creatures inside are powerful or not, but the creatures from the ancient times are indeed much more powerful than they are now. At that time, celestial emperors were not as rare as they were now. Only one would appear every tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, there were many paragons, unlike now. Third Mo sighed after saying that. Why is this world getting worse and worse? Ouyang Fei asked. The changes in the laws of the heavenly Tao are making it harder and harder to advance in cultivation. Wu Lingyu explained, many powerful beings have realized this and have been looking for ways to break through, but to no avail. With regards to the suppression of the heavenly Tao, everyone had a deep understanding of it. Because of this, the Snow Wolf clan had never been able to become a sacred beast. And now, the world was quietly changing, making it harder and harder for humans to cultivate. I understand what Senior Brother is saying, but why? Why did the rules of the heavenly Tao change? How were the rules of the heavenly Tao formed? Why did it change? Wu Lingyu was stumped by Sima Yoyue's question. He shook his head and said, I think we'll understand when we reach that level. Is there really someone who can reach the Emperor tier or even the Legendary tier? Fatty Chu asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Sima Yoyue smiled and said confidently, since others can do it, we can do it too. As long as we work hard, we won't regret it even if we can't. That's true. As long as we work hard, the final result isn't that important. I'm just afraid that on the road of cultivation, we won't be able to hold on to our hearts and forget why. Sima Lai nodded and said. Qi Nemo had a whole new level of respect for Sima Lai and the others. Previously, he had only treated them as Yoyue's family and friends, so he had taken care of them. Now, however, he was starting to admire their character. As they conversed, half an hour quickly passed. The Seeker Spirit Master on the auction stage was asked to leave. When everyone returned to their seats, Junsong slowly walked up and said, Did everyone look carefully at this item? What do you think? Not bad, right? If you think it's not bad, then come and bid. The starting price is 500,000. Let's begin the auction. 550,000. Everyone had yet to come back to their senses from the high starting price when someone had already started to bid. In a short while, it had increased by 50,000. 600,000. 700,000. 900,000. 1 million. In less than a minute, the price had already doubled and entered the 1 million range. Those who didn't participate in the bidding saw this and sighed at how rich these Seeker Spirit Masters were. Shouting out hundreds of thousands and millions like drinking water, they really didn't feel any heartache at all. The price was still rising quickly. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million were all broken one after another. The onlookers were all extremely excited. This was the highest and most exciting part of the night. Almost the entire venue was boiling. Everyone's breathing followed the sounds of the bids. Sometimes it was fast, sometimes it was slow. Third Mo looked at those people calling out bids and wasn't anxious at all. He was even in the mood to drink tea. Third Master Mo, aren't you anxious? Kong Sangyi looked at Third Mo's calm appearance and couldn't help but ask. What's there to be anxious about? Third Mo put down his teacup and poured himself another cup. This price won't stop for a while. There's no point in calling out bids in the early stages. Kong Sangyi curled his lips. The situation outside was just as he said. The bidding of the ore did not slow down and high prices were called out one after another. However, the increase wasn't as fast as before. After a while, Third Mo saw that the number of people calling out bids had decreased and started to bid. 10 million. SSS-. He raised the price by 1 million in one bid, causing everyone present to suck in a breath of cold air. 11 million. A man quickly chased up and also raised the price by 1 million. Once the two of them made their moves, the Seeker Spirit Masters who wanted to call out bids temporarily stopped because everyone could hear the voices of these two people. If they wanted to compete, no one else had a chance. This Liang Yu acted rather quickly. Fatty Chu didn't have a good impression of this person. The Stone Pavilion is a place to earn money. As the young master of the Stone Pavilion, he naturally has money. Kong Sangyi said. Then doesn't that mean we have no hope? Even if Third Mo had money, how could he compare to the young master of the Stone Pavilion? The amount of money that he could move could smash someone to death. That might not be the case. Shimin Feng opened his mouth. It's because he's the young master that he has more things to consider. That's why he can't let go. Sima Yue looked at Shimin Feng. The little brother that always liked to hide behind her back had already grown up and could analyze things from all angles. When the price reached 40 million, Liang Yu's bidding slowed down. An old man beside him advised, "Young master, this ore is at most 20 million. Now that the price has reached 40 million, it has already far exceeded its value. If we get it in the end and it's not worth this price, it will be hard for us to explain when we go back." The last time Sima Yue earned 10 million from the stone pavilion, he had already been scolded by his family. If he spent a large amount of money on something useless, he would probably be punished by his family. After thinking about it, Liang Yu gave up on bidding. Third Mo finally won the ore at the price of 49 million. Third Master Mo is so bold. You didn't hesitate at all when bidding. Liang Yu waited for Jun Sang to hit the auction hammer before speaking. Isn't young Master Liang the same? However, I originally thought that young Master Liang would follow me to 100 million. I didn't expect you to withdraw early and save me another sum. Third Mo retorted. Chapter 524. Liang Yu almost lost his temper in the private room. Third Mo's words were obviously mocking him. If it wasn't for the old man beside him holding him back, he would probably have gone berserk. The people from the other factions were not like the Seeker Spirit Masters who recognized the two people's identities early on. However, when they heard the two sides reveal their identities, they knew who the bold bidder was. Previously, they had thought that it was a lot, but now that they thought about it, this price was nothing more than a drop in the ocean for them. Liang Yu slammed his fist on the table and said hatefully, "This third Mo really thinks he's some big shot. If I have the chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Young master, don't be rash." The old man advised, "This third Mo has an eccentric personality. These years, he has offended many big powers, but he has always been living well. If it's not because he's too capable, then it's because his background is too high. Either way, we can't act rashly. I'm the young master of the stone pavilion. Can't I touch him?" Liang Yu didn't care about Third Mo's status at all. The last time someone from the Sage Pavilion provoked him, the entire branch pavilion was mobilized, but in the end, they were all wiped out, and the main pavilion didn't say anything. The old man said in a low voice. Liang Yu was shocked. Where did this third Mo come from? Even the general pavilion isn't saying anything. The old man shook his head and said earnestly, "No one knows about Third Mo's background. Everyone thinks he's just a rogue cultivator, but how could a rogue cultivator be so powerful? Therefore, many people guess that he must have a strong background. There is no unresolvable enmity between young lord and him, so there is no need to continue this." For Liang Yu to be able to become the young master, he naturally had a little bit of ability. He knew that there were already people in the family who were dissatisfied with him. If he brought disaster to the family, he was afraid that his position as the young master would be lost. The ores were quickly sent to Third Mo's private room. Third Mo took out his crystal card and swiped out more than 40 million mid-grade crystal stones. He didn't even blink. He was truly a tycoon. Sima Yue and the rest gathered in front of the rock and examined it carefully. This rock that was half the height of a human was worth more than 40 million yuan. It was worth more than their lives. However, no one noticed anything special about the stone even after looking around. Is this really an ancient ore? Sima Yuming asked. I can't tell. I feel that it's no different from a normal rock. Fatty Chu shook his head and said. I can tell that it's an ore, but I can't be sure if there are spirit stones inside. Qin Mo said. Sima Yue was the best. She looked at the ore and said, I can tell that it's from a long time ago, but I can't tell that it's from the immemorial era. I can feel that there's something good inside, but I can't tell if it's a living creature. Third Mo walked over and touched the ore, saying, "It's normal that you can't tell. This ore looks ordinary and normal. Normal seeker spirit masters would only treat it as a waste or a normal ore. You've just become a seeker spirit master not long ago. It's already not bad that you can see that it's not normal." Sima Yue was not disheartened by the fact that she could not tell what was going on. Just like what Third Mo had said, she had not been in this industry for a long time. She still had to take it slow. Haste makes waste, and she might even make a mistake. Third Master Mo, when do you plan to open the stone? Kong Sangyi asked expectantly. Everyone wanted to see what could be opened, so they all looked at Third Mo. Third Mo shook his head, saying, "I don't know yet." "Why? Don't you plan on opening it?" Fatty Chu asked. "It's not that I don't plan on opening it. If it's really an immemorial creature, when we open it, that thing might run away. If we can't find it by then, wouldn't my 40 million go down the drain?" Third Mo explained. "The chances of that happening aren't high. Moreover, we can set up a barrier," Kong Sangyi said. "If it's a normal thing, then it's fine. If it's something very powerful, then it'll be dangerous when we open it. Secondly, the barrier won't be able to stop it," Third Mo said. Fatty Chu and the others looked at Sima Yue. Although they did not say it, she understood what they meant. If they could open this thing in the Spirit Pagoda, they could stop it immediately if there was any danger. They wouldn't have to worry about it escaping. However, she did not say anything. Third Mo and Qin Mo were people she could trust wholeheartedly, but Kong Sangyi was not. She did not plan on telling her this secret yet. Oh, if she became her younger sister-in-law, then she wouldn't have to hide it from her. Or she could go back and ask Feng her. He had the most right to speak about Kong Sangyi. Because they couldn't tell what was going on, everyone's attention quickly shifted from the ore to the auction outside. At this time, another 2 items had already been auctioned. When they looked, a servant girl just happened to bring a long box. This thing looked like a weapon. Jun Sang indicated for the servant girl to open the box. A meter-long white whip appeared in front of everyone's eyes. I'm sure many of you have already guessed the auction item this time. It's the long-lost deity striking whip. It's used to attack Spirit Master's consciousness. It's a divine weapon that allows you to fight above your level. We have already confirmed that this is the deity striking whip that was all the rage back then. The starting price is 200,000 middle-grade crystal stones. Begin the bidding. Once Jun Sang's words fell, everyone present was fired up. One by one, they began to bid. The scene was even more heated than the auction of the ancient ore. During the auction of the ancient ore, most of the bidders were seeker spirit masters. This time, everyone was mobilized. Everyone wanted to get the deity striking whip. Even Kong Sangyi excitedly grabbed Shiman Fang's arm when the deity striking whip appeared. The light in his eyes was even more dazzling than the stars. There were many people who wanted it, so the price was high. However, Kong Sangyi came prepared this time. He won the deity striking whip for 7 million. Kong Sangyi held the whip lovingly. He could not suppress the smile on his face. Sima Yue took it and looked at it. It felt very good. It was suitable for a girl's petite palm. Moreover, it was not very long. It was not an ordinary weapon. Deity striking whip. It specializes in attacking consciousness. If there's a chance, I want to see it. Qin Mo said. Me too. Kong Sangyi wanted to find an enemy to try it on. Junior brother, the item you wanted is up. Wu Lingyu said. Hearing him say this, the people in the room shifted their attention away from the deity striking whip. Kong Sangyi also kept the whip in his spatial ring and paid attention to the situation outside. The item up for auction now has a very beautiful name. Luotian's Tear. It's an essential ingredient for refining many rare pills. Things like monarch breaking pill, spirit recovering pill, etc. And this Laotian's tear rarely appears even once in 10,000 years. It was precisely because of the lack of this that many medicinal pills could not be truly refined even though they only had the pill formulas. Today, everyone is in luck. This Laotian's tear is the biggest pill in history. It can be used 4 to 5 times. Of course, its uses are far more than what I've said. Everyone knows this. The starting price is 500,000. Begin the bidding.